got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No, so turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little Flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, that's I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Leighton for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit you spell, I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and this is officially day 2 of the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, partnered up with Raz for 16 teams to have the chance to compete for a total cash prize for first place, receiving $700 US. Like we said, moving on, today is February 3rd. This is now the top 8 teams competing for that #1 spot. We are looking at an amazing prize pool from Moonton for 25,000 diamonds, going to first place. Second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total diamond pool of 10,000. Like we said, insane turnouts yesterday, as we do look at a little bit of a sneak peek for the bracket, right? You have the Valley Shinigami, Ackerman Zoomers, Idyllics Huevo, and Beat the Odds, and Bloodhounds all progressing up to the top 8 for the Valentine Dash. And moving forward, looking at the schedule today, we are currently going to be seeing Series 1, the Valley up against Shinigami. Next will be Ackerman up against Zoomers, then Bloodhounds versus Beat the Odds. And then to finish off the day with the final series, we are going to be seeing Idyllics go up against Huevo. So definitely some great matches ahead of us, and all of them are going to be competing in a best of 3. Doesn't just stop there. We do have the Valley currently ready up against Shinigami, embarking inside of the draft to prep their strategies to try and take game 1. Joined on the desk, I do have the on-point analyst going by the name of Master Rim, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
Doing great. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to give us today. Yesterday in the qualifiers, they put on a great show, right? And I was pretty entertained to see how these top players utilize their heroes and draft here, right? We do see on the blue side, the Valley, right? Basic, some familiar names, Super Shark as well there, right? We do see the veteran being banned out, and it's a great ban, right? He's one of those flex picks. His most proficient role is being slotted in that jungle, but he still can't hold it down up in that EXP lane, right? But speaking of things to hold down, they're going to go ahead and ban that Kaja as well as a direct response to that. We do know that Ultimate is capable of securing those pickoffs and just making it harder for teams to navigate around him just because of that pickoff potential he has and that poke coming in from his first skill as well. So beautiful draft so far, and I'm excited to see how it's going to progress in this first phase.
And looking at the first phase so far, right, we are seeing the Fredrin, the Lapu, and the Kaja. When that Kaja is typically banned, that opens up the opportunity to be able to pick an assassin. And looking at best player, we've seen him when it was top 16 in a best of 1, and they were able to pull out that Fanny, and it was pretty much unstoppable against Shadow 9. So definitely needing a game plan around that. When you do take the Kaja out, I'm wondering if the side of Shinigami has a game plan, if they're going to run an assassin themselves. But it looks like, speaking of assassins, they're going to go ahead and take out this Hayabusa, which is going to allow a lot of meta on the table, right? Glue's still available. You do know the Martis is still on board, and so much more. The carry, one of Basics' comfort picks, is definitely out there, and I'm wondering if they're going to let this side of the Valley pick that up.
You know, if you're a fan of Basic and you've been watching his streams, even though he's proficient on the carry, it's not a pick that he would want to play, right? Because I remember yesterday I was watching his stream and the carry was open and he was like, please don't let me play carry, don't let me play carry. So he has some preferences there in that gold lane, right? But it's like you said, a lot of strong picks are still on the board, right? The glue is still open. And if it walks in this first phase, even though the Faramis is a direct response, I want them to slot in that glue first, right? Because we've seen time and time again, the glue is able to poke and burst heroes down with that first and second skill. He has the CC with the immobilize coming in from it, and he has the regeneration as well for that sustainability, right? And if he doesn't even need that ultimate, because the Faramis, all he's used for is to counter that split, right? But if he's not using that ultimate, then what is the point of having that Faramis on your team? Yes, he has the gold altar, but there's ways to work around that, right? And we've seen it again. So like I said, if it's open, which it is, as the carry has been banned out, I would love to see the Valley pick up that glue as their first pick.
There you go, manifesting it into reality. Yureshi's going to go ahead and pick up this glue. And now the big question is, how will the side of Shinigami respond? As Joy has walked, definitely a solid answer, does have the mobility and could be a little bit of that nuisance across the jungle. But like we said, a lot of things are still on the table. But Yureshi, something very strong, right, with that glue. Able to use that split, have that regen over there from those little glues behind him. And you have to have a possible counter to work against it, or glue's going to pretty much get online nice and early. But speaking of nice and early, securing an early mage, who is Peter's going to go ahead and take up this Valentina, and that's going to cost the side of the Valley to be a little bit careful on who they choose going forward for this draft. As Valentina is one of those heroes who has that IMU to be able to take any ultimate at her disposal and use it against you. But you are seeing Super Shark with a great choice, going to go ahead and pick up this Franco, which is going to guarantee some CC, right? That Bloody Hunt is going to be able to grab up Joy Afnan over there on this Joy. So you definitely have to be careful with that. And I think that's a wise choice. Yep, and best player, there it goes. When you let the Kaja get banned out, you kind of bait for an assassin to be picked up. But with the side of the Valley taking up this Franco, that allows them to not only have a Franco, the only hero left with the suppression minus the Saber, but also be able to take up this Fanny. And that's going to be a very deadly combination. Not to mention they have Yureshi already with the tankier hero for the XP lane. And right now, I'm looking at a very solid draft so far for the side of the Valley.
Absolutely right. But looking at Roamers here, as we go into the second half of this draft phase, right? The Kufa is still an option to answer to that Fanny as well, right? And they still could slap the Faramis. Like I said, he's able to provide that additional sustainability, and he does still have that chance to be the counter for Yureshi on that glue that's going to be slotted in the EXP lane there, right? It's going to also help them secure something good for themselves as well. Who is Peter locking in that Valentina? She has the option to get Franco's Bloody Hunt with that ultimate for that suppression on that Fanny as well, or even to suppress Yureshi on the glue so the rest of the team can burst him down, right? So they have options by slotting in that roam to direct counter for that Fanny, right? But speaking of direct counters, we actually saw this Hilda being able to apply some pressure when slotted against the glue. I think we also saw that in the MLSA as well in one of our previous scrims, right? So maybe the Valley has seen that happen before, so that's why they're batting out the Hilda. And also, she's able to harass best player in the early stages of the game when he's trying to secure those blue buffs. And we all know Fanny is one of those heroes that needs that blue buff in order to snowball in the early game and basically be of use, right? That's her time to shine, because if she doesn't come online in that early phase of the match, then it's going to be hard. It's going to be an uphill battle, and you don't want that for your assassin jungler.
And right now, just definitely an interesting draft from both sides, right? You're seeing a lot of early game presence, that glue, the Fanny, Super Shark to be able to use that Franco to kind of get that suppression over up against Joy Afnan. But something they need for the side of the Valley is late game presence. And I'm wondering what Basic is going to go ahead and lock in, as we are seeing for the side of Shinigami, not wasting any time on the clock. Going to go ahead and take up this Martis, the power of the 3000 world. With the decimation in the motor coils, you have to be careful on the neutral objectives. Even when Fanny does rush in, she can still be hit with CC now, and if you can get that decimation and those motor coils off, it might be an easier time over there for the side of Shinigami, and I think it's a really good option, right? But they still have to pick who they want to slot inside of that roam position. Now, typically, you would say, hey, you could pick up the Atlas, right? But no, with the Fanny on board, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So maybe picking up, you know, a Kufra or something to kind of get that Fanny having a hard time with the cables. And so we know Best Player is one of the best Fannies in North America, so you definitely have a fight on your hands. And Milo gonna go ahead and lock in this Lilia. That's gonna guarantee the early phase of things, right? But that is gonna also allow Who is Peter, when things get a little tricky, to be able to use those black shoes to escape. But like you stated over there, with the Valentina, can also take Super Shark's Bloody Hunt, can grab up Best Player when he does rush in, but that's gonna cause Who is Peter to kind of be stagnant, holding him off with the Bloody Hunt and rely on the team to do the damage. As Valentina, the only issue with that is she has to be up close and personal to pull that off, and she is a backline mage. But there we go. We kind of talked about it, right? The Atlas pick, as Diggy was not slotted for the side of the Valley. It does work in theory, but a couple things have to be checked off the board, right? Don't focus on Fanny. She is too fast and can easily get out of that situation. The Brody does have a stun at his disposal and a flicker, and you are seeing Milo with the black shoes and also stacked up with a Purify, which is going to give Atlas a slight harder time, an upscale battle for these Fatal Links, but it can still work if he has proper placement. And ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams are getting ready to embark inside of the Land of the Dawn, and the polls are up. Definitely place who you guys think are going to go ahead and win game one, as both of these teams are competing in a best of three. This is the first series of the day for the Valentine Dash, and we are watching the Valley go up against Shinigami. A lot on the line right now as they're competing for that top 4 spots to move on to the semifinals, and I'm excited to see game one. But I got to ask you, Rim, looking at the draft so far, who are you more leaning toward for the early phase?
I have to give it to the side of the Valley, right? Only because of this Lilia's. Like you said, the Lilia being paired up with that Franco, Lilia has the ability to poke, and also when she slots in that Ice Queen one, she's going to be able to add on to that utility and burst damage here, right? And we see Franco being able to land that hook, and Lilia already being able to not quite land all of those bombs, but the damage is still there, right? So I'm definitely giving it to the side of the Valley for the early phases of the match here. But if it does allow to go late game, there's still a lot on the line for Shinigami here, right? LG can on this Atlas, right? There's only one Purify but a First Blood being secured up top in the glue. And it's like I said, I have to give it to the Valley, right? Their draft is just strong in the early phases of the match, and we saw that being happening here, VZ.
Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head, right? Even though if it was a missed draft, there's no reason why Joy Afnan should have fell that early. Not only 1 minute in, got to play a little bit more passive if you do have a disadvantage and just wait. It's better to kind of wait and miss a couple of minions than to give a First Blood over to the side of the Valley, who already has a strong early game presence, as you are seeing Best Player with this comfort pick up on this Fanny, gonna rush into that Martyrs, battling over this creep. But now Best Player already having level 4 compared to You're Not That Guy on Martyrs, only level 2.
And that's not where you want to be, right? The first turtle is going to spawn in just under 20 seconds here, and Martis is still struggling to get to that level 3 mark, right? Speaking of struggling, this Beatrix might be in a struggle, as we do see Fanny down in the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely having to play a little safe. Beatrix does have the flicker to get out when Fanny does try and engage with the steel cables. But like you said, Turtle is spawning in. You know, both teams are racing to that level 4. And right now, you are seeing the Valley with some strong presence. LG Ken not able to get level 4 in time, but he is about to hit that mark, which may be a possible opportunity to get the first Fatal Links of the day. But as we are seeing Turtle spawn in and aggro be pulled by Shark, Milo hiding in the bush, and Joy as well is going to go ahead and possibly get a backdoor play. We got to see how this engagement goes.
Absolutely right. Shinigami definitely has the lead on this turtle as Fanny is still trying to secure that blue buff, right? But they have to play it slow. But speaking of playing it slow here,
We do see the flicker over there, and a Fatal Links connecting, and a suppression, and you're not that guy. Gonna go ahead and hit the decimation, picking up a kill. Milo gonna take down LG Kin, 2 kills for the Valley to 1 of the side of Shinigami. Turtle still in effect. Martis with the mortal coils getting out from that split provided over there by Glue, but best player is gonna rush in and take out who is Peter, and now is gonna shift focus over to this turtle, but it is not done yet. You are seeing Yureshi over there with the slam, gonna give some presence and not allow the side of Shinigami to rush in. Is gonna go ahead and zone out Joy, and also zone out You're Not That Guy from getting in there, and it looks like best player with that defense is gonna go ahead and pick up the turtle, but torn apart memories going in, basic picking up a kill, taking out Jolie Don't Care, and right now the Valley not caring. It's gonna go ahead and pick up 5 kills on the board as Fanny takes down You're Not That Guy on this Martis, and that is another kill. 2-0-0 KDA for best player.
that's not the only thing they're picking up, right? They're picking up kills, and we're already seeing that first item being secured there. Fanny locking in that blade of Heptases and Glue with that cursed helmet, right? But speaking of things being cursed, Weezy,
The flicker and the Fatal Links. Best player rushing in, taking out LG Kin. Doesn't even matter. Jolie Don't Care is going to take out Brody, but it is not done there. Milo getting the kill, taking out Jolie Don't Care. Look at Lilia trying to use the Glooms 2v1 situation. Not able to get out with the Black Shoes, and who is Peter is going to take him down. And right now, that is 2 members falling for the Valley. 1 member on the side of Shinigami, and the Valley leading the way 7-3.
now Shinigami definitely has the fight back potential, right? The thing with the Valley, their play style right now, they're able to be all over the map and apply pressure everywhere, right? Slotting that Glue in the EXP lane just allows Shark some leverage there to be able to babysit Hoon in this bot side if it's needed, right? And then you have the Fanny, who's also able to dash around the map and finish and pick off those kills where she's needed, right? And we also see some damage being dished out here in the mid lane.
You do see some heavy aggression from 2 crazy early game mages, but look at best player rushing in. Who is Peter in a bad situation? Best player kind of hit with that terrified and stopped in his tracks, but Jolie Don't Care gonna hit the Numerous Passion, take out Franco, but you are gonna see basic take down Jolie, and also Fanny is gonna take down the tier 1 turret for the gold lane. Doesn't stop there though. Fatal Links connecting onto best player, gonna go ahead and use the steel cables to get out of there and waste a lot of utility for the side of Shinigami, but on the top side, you are seeing Yureshi over there with the power of Glue taken down. You Are Not That Guy on this Martis.
Now, mind you, that was a 2v1 situation, right? And this is why I emphasize that if the Glue is left open, this is why they should pick him up. But speaking of things being picked up here,
You are seeing basic a little bit of an overextension, and LG Kin rushing in with the perfect match to get him sustained and unstoppable over there, as Jolie Don't Care is going to pick up that kill while he is frozen. But speaking of frozen, Milo is going to go ahead and use the power of Gloom and take down who is Peter for the mid lane, and it is not stopped there, as you are seeing You're Not That Guy currently clearing the mid lane as the mage did fall, but looking on the bottom side, Super Shark rushing in, gonna go ahead and hit the Bloody Hunt, get a possible kill with the Iron Hook. It takes down the marksman all by himself, doesn't even get phased by LG Kin right there, and what a great play from the roamer. And you are seeing a little bit of invasion as they are trying to contest over there for the blue buff, but right now the Valley all over the map right now, 11-5, and taking a lot of real estate.
absolutely right, but they're not done. They're still going more.
Are seeing the split diving into the turret. Yureshi being a madman, taking some serious damage. Milo is gonna go ahead and take the tier 1 in the mid lane with that distraction, and now the split activated, getting immobilized for You're Not That Guy, using the mortar coils, trying to rush into that turret, but look at his HP. Who will fall first? It looks like it will be Yureshi into the hands of Beatrix, but best player taking advantage of the separation is gonna go ahead and take the turtle. You are gonna see Franco take down Atlas, and right now, this is insane. 12-6, only 6 minutes in.
That Glue being able to pick up that kill. Speaking of kills being picked up, we see best player just dashing through the map, and it's what I was saying, right? But the Valley is still on fire.
on fire as well. Torn apart memories from Basic. Gonna go ahead and find a kill. Taking down Jolie Don't Care with the assist over there from Super Shark on this Franco. Valentina rushing in. Gonna get the Terrify onto Milo. Fanny rushing in. Best player trying to get another pick off. Full of energy. He is gonna go in for Joy after that on the wall. Maybe a little bit of a cable spam on the way. Gonna go ahead and use the Cutthroat. But who is Peter? Using the black shoes as a last result to save his life. And he does prevail over there from that aggressive push over there on best player.
Now, in terms of utility here, I feel like who is Peter, even though that black shoes does allow him, speaking of things to be allowed here.
The Valley's not trying to give me any time to breathe. Jolie Don't Care getting hit with the Iron Hook over there on this Franco. You are seeing best player rush in to the back line. A turret dive into the inhibitor. It's going to take down Beatrix, but get executed to the turret. You are seeing Rescue take down who is Peter. Fight not over. Look at the tier 2 being bursted down by Basic. The Valley completely online. You are seeing Basic take down LG Ken on this Atlas as well. And now we're making some work onto the mid inhibitor. We are not even in the mid game yet, and the Valley has already cleared the mid and the top lane down to their inhibitors for the side of Shinigami.
That's all because the economy is in their hands, right? But a beautiful immunity there coming in from Joy on Joy there, right? Being able to dodge that Iron Hook, right? But we are seeing them stacking up on some more items, right? Brody just secured that Malefic Roar. He already has that Blade of Despair at his disposal, so the damage is coming in. Best player there, showing us why he's called the best player, being able to lead his team in this early game so the rest of them can put in that work, right? We do see this glue being able to add on some sustainability with that Guardian helmet there for that extra regen. So it's something that's definitely good itemization coming out from the side of the Valley right now, right? However, in terms of items, Shinigami not quite online yet, right? Beatrix, she does have the Blade of Despair, but that's all she has at this point. And looking at Brody, right? He's ahead of her by 2K gold lead right now. So the Valley is definitely sitting pretty right now, right? We do see them in this bush setting up for a potential hook here. But if Shark can land a hook, we do see the glooms being placed down by that Lilia. So that's one deadly push that I would not want to be pulled into.
Yeah, definitely need to watch out as you are seeing Shark and Milo on the prowl. And right now, having a great game, already leading by 11 kills, taking them down to their inhibitors for the mid and the top side for the side of Shinigami, and also taking the first Lord, as you are seeing the Valley trying to waste no time, trying to go for this early finish. And right now, looking at best player, 5-1-3 KDA on this Fanny, definitely alive for the early game. But speaking of the early game, as we transition into the mid phase, we are seeing Lord push into the inhibitor. It looks like the Valley is going to go in for some more inhibitors and possibly be able to take them down. Down goes the mid. Milo going to go ahead and take it for the side of the Valley, but the fight is not over. Lord still in play. Now going to get bursted down by the side of Shinigami. But look at Milo using the black shoes, and that is going to be some utility wasted, and that'll allow a possible push for the side of Shinigami if they do want to continue this aggressive engagement. But the side of the Valley not trying to give Shinigami any room to breathe right now, as you are seeing the stacked up glooms from Milo to kind of clear some of these minions.
The pressure coming in from the side of Valley right now is very strong, right? And that just comes down to their composition. You have to fear getting hooked. You also have to fear the bombs and slows coming in from this Lilia, right? And then you look at Basic, playing that Brody, one of those marksmen that's able to slowly poke you from afar to then burst you down with that torn apart memories, right? But then you also have to worry about Rescue with this glue just dropping these bombs and slapping you in your face, right? So you have to work around a lot of things right now. And like we saw this glue, he's able to be so dominant on the map, and there's not really an answer for him, right? He did go up against Joy in this EXP lane, but the Joy hasn't really had any major impact right now. As we're seeing, there's no team fight participation coming in from that Joy yet, and it's not looking good. They're definitely lost out on that EXP laner, right? So usually, but speaking of EXP laner here, Yurishi continuing to be an annoyance.
Definitely taking the 1v5 with no challenge, still full HP right now. And like you said, inside of the draft, a couple things were not checked off for the side of Shinigami. No answer to the glue, and also no answer to this Fanny outside of the Valentina. But LG Ken rushing in is going to go ahead and pick up some grass with this Fatal Links, and now hit with the Iron Hook. Basic going to take him down on that assist, and you are seeing Basic take the inhibitor for the bottom side, get a double, take out Jolie Don't Care, get a triple, take out, you are not that guy. Down goes Martis, leaving only 2 members of the side of Shinigami to defend. Joy Afnan and who is Peter, and getting a Maniac. Basic is going to find his his way and take down Joy Afnan. And look at who is Peter, trapped in the base. Torn apart memories doing some serious damage. Not where you want to be. The Iron Hook pulling him out. And ladies and gentlemen, best player is going to take down who is Peter. LG getting back inside of the game, but not in time as the Valley claims game 1.
Beautiful game coming in from the side of the Valley here, right? The executions were clean, the rotations were clean. We saw the gangs coming in. We saw the pressure being applied from Uveshi here, and then best player dashing around the map, being able to secure these kills, right? Then the Lily as well, roaming with Super Shock on this Franco and being able to help Uveshi in that EXP lane there, be a nuisance and secure that MVP, right? Looking at the statistics coming in here, a lot of damage to the tower coming in from basic, right? He's sitting at 54% right now, and he's leading the kill total damage dealt on the team there by 1%. You know, that Lily is right behind him there with that 25% where she wants to be, right? It never scaled into that late game where the mages would be able to burst and do some more damage here, right? But looking at the overall team fight participation coming in from the side of the Valley, right? We do see Super Shock, his presence was known. He made his presence known across the map, right? Because everywhere you turn, there was a potential for you to be hooked with that iron hook, right? But looking at the side of Shinigami here, Jolie don't care, being able to get some tower damage to her side, but not fully being able to execute this draft, right? There was a lot of things working against them, and I'd like to see them improve upon the draft in that next game, as this is just a best of three, right? So they do have a chance to respond to some of the things that they didn't have an answer for in this game.
Like you said, definitely a best of 3, and right now the Valley wasting no time is gonna go ahead and clear that game out in 12 minutes. Definitely a hard team to go up against, as they are competing for the top 8 position and already having an advantage right now. They have match point. If they do take game 2, you will see a sweep over there on Shinigami. So I think the big question of the day is a little bit smarter in the drafting. If you're gonna allow something to walk, have some proper answers for it, and don't allow some comfort picks, because best player's Fanny is a little insane. But speaking of insane, first match of the day, and we already seen a Maniac into the hands of Basic. If that's not top players, I don't know what is. But I'm excited to see how Shinigami responds, right? This is not just your average team. They are a really good team, and I want to see going forward what they do to kind of counteract what they had problems with for game 1. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3, and currently we are watching the Valley go up against Shinigami, and the question is, like we said, Shinigami needing a response in the draft to be able to get an easier time for the early games. That's where we kind of seen the Valley dominate. So definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks. We'll be right back with you guys for match 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn after that little brief intermission. An insane match for game 1 as we are seeing the Valley go up against Shinigami, able to close it out in 12 minutes. And that's going to give them a little bit of that momentum boost moving forward as we are officially inside of the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We have officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams the chance to compete for that #1 spot of $700 cash prize and also an amazing prize pool provided by Moonton, with first place receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. We have lots of events coming throughout the year of 2023, so make sure you guys register in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy if you guys do want to go ahead and participate and go up against some of these teams you see today. But speaking of today, a little bit of that sneak peek at the bracket so far. All of these teams competing to take their spot inside of the semifinals, the top 4 positions, as we are looking at the schedule moving forward. The Valley right now going up against Shinigami, taking game 1. And now Shinigami needing some answers in the draft to come alive in the early game and not give the Valley an easy time to close it out with a fast finish. After that, we will be seeing Series 2, Ackerman up against Zoomers, and then Series 3, Bloodhounds against Beat the Odds, and to close out today with the final series, Idyllics versus Huevo. All of these teams competing for the top 4 spots, and they all are going to be a best of 3. And like we said, currently, the Valley up against Shinigami. Game 2. Who are you guys voting on? I know you've seen Game 1. It was very dominant, but can't count Shinigami out yet, and I want to see how they respond as they are now first pick in this draft. Joined on the desk with me, I have the one, the only on-point analyst breaking down these keys to victory and items, Master Rim. I will be your play-by-play, so definitely enjoy, and let's see what these teams have to do as we embark inside of this draft. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great, right? And it's good that you mentioned having some answers for the side of Shinigami here, right? But looking at the draft so far, they still allowed that Fanny to walk, right? And then they prioritize this Yves there on who is Peter in the mid lane, right? And I'm questioning it a bit, right? Because the carry is free, which was locked in, as well as this Lapu there in the EXP lane, right? He's one of those EXP laners that's able to dive straight for that backline and have the amount of sustainability as well as the damage to go and survive and not really be afraid to be bursted down, right? But like I said, locking in that Yves, one of those mages that, yes, she has that high ground zoning potential. She has the utility there coming in with the slows and that extra mobility coming in with that first skill, right? They still left the Fanny open, but I understand why now. They went ahead and they locked it in, and that Fanny could be flexed, right? She could go in the EXP lane, she could go in the jungle, right? But also Joy Afnan on this rock could also be a flex pick. He's one of those tanks that can go in the EXP laner and go up against that Lapu and hold his own in that lane, or he can also be slotted in as the roamer, right? Not only that, he does have that engage potential and that zoning potential to help against who is Peter there, right? So I like the draft coming in from the side of Shinigami so far. Instead of allowing them to get the Fanny pick, they denied it by picking it up themselves, which is a good read from them so far.
Speaking of what we're seeing so far, right? The Fanny on board and nothing really to check her, right? You have Super Shark picking up this Cho, so possibly the way of the dragon to keep her in her place may be a possible answer for the side of the Valley. But the interesting thing, right? First, we've seen the Valley take up Fanny into the hands of best player, and now you're going to see Jolie Don't Care as a little bit of revenge to try and make them pay. But one thing that did walk through this time, right, is Basic picking up this carry, a strong marksman, and we need to see a counter to go up against this. We know if the Valley gets online nice and early, Basic is going to tear the side of Shinigami apart, so they need to go ahead and use Jolie Don't Care, this Fanny, to rush in and give some presence in the gold lane nice and early, and that's what Fanny does, right? Paves the way for the early game and needs to kind of put a little bit of stoppage into Basic getting online for the gold side. Now, looking at Super Shark picking up this Cho, I like it, right? It can definitely rush in, use the G Kundo, go into who is Peter, and also use the Way of the Dragon on him, especially when he uses that manipulation to drop down for that AoE damage. But Joy Afnan picking up this Grok, kind of like Rim mentioned, that is a flex pick. It could still be the roam. It can also be positioned in the XP lane, as we do know one thing is certain. Yureshi is going to run this Lapu Lapu in the XP position. Now, Lapu up against the Grok. Grok can get the job done, but needs to be a little careful as once that Lapu gets level 4, he is a monster when it comes to up-close engagements. But they definitely have CC for the side of Shinigami. Looking at the side of the Valley, single target CC so far over there by Super Shark. Yes, he has the G Kundo that can get, more of a multiple knockup, but that's not something to really bank on for a group set. So maybe needing to see something slotted into the XP lane to give him some additional CC, or something in the jungle position, as those are the two options left for the side of Valley to solidify their draft.
Absolutely, right? And looking at the side of Shinigami here, they still need something to go up against by basic on that carry, right? When we've seen her slotted, team's usual response, either slotting that Harith or that Lunox in the gold lane. And I definitely think that the side of Shinigami should go in for that Lunox, right? She's going to be able to provide that burst, as well as be able to tear down the front line that's going to be coming in from Super Shark as well as Yureshi, right? So when they dive the back line, because they're going to be trying to apply as much pressure to who is Peter to make those real world manipulations not count, and she's going to be a good answer to that, right? She also has the brilliance at her disposal to be able to get out of some sticky situation or the ganks that's going to be coming in from the Valley, right? We've seen Super Shark on this child before, and the way that he roams with the mid laner, they're coming in from the side of the Valley, they're definitely going to be focused on that gank. Looking back at the last game, he had the most team fight participation, so he's the one that's going to be looking for these engages. So if they decide to go in for that route for the side of Shinigami, that's definitely going to try and potentially disrupt the rhythm coming in from the side of the Valley here.
Now, looking at this draft, right, best player picking up this Martis for the jungle on the side of the Valley. This is like a mirror image of what we've seen in game 1, but on the opposing sides. Now, something that's still left is the mage for the side of the Valley. And I'm thinking with the Cho, you could possibly see a little bit of C meta. Oh, actually, no, because Kadita was taken out. So I really want to see what they slot in as the mage position. But LG Kin is going to go ahead and pick up this Atlas again and maybe have a little bit more of an easier time, as he did have a little bit of a struggle getting those Fatal Links in that upscale battle for match 1. And looking at who he's going up against now, right? He can rush into basic, who does have Purify, so we need to kind of bait that out before he does use that utility at his disposal. Then Yureshi can kind of go in and be a little bit of immobilized or invulnerable when he does use the Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash. So that is something LG Kin is going to have to watch out for as well. And then not to mention Super Shark on this Cho, who can also use the Way of the Dragon to displace Atlas before he can even pull out the Fatal Links. Not to mention best player on this Martis with the Mortar Coils, who can also be anti-CC and completely get out of the Fatal Links for free. So you need to be careful on that. Milo picking up this Lilia again, and that is going to solidify the draft for both sides. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely let us know who you guys are voting for in match 2, as the Valley currently up by 1 and could be a possible match point to get a sweep for the first series of the day, or we're going to see Shinigami have some answers, figure out their way through the early game, and take a possible finish to lead us to a game 3.
And they definitely have to take the early game, right? Looking at their composition, it favors the early game. The side of the Valley, they're looking at their composition, right? Their EXP laner, Yureshi, on this Lapu Lapu, he's tanky, he has sustainability, he has the damage, he scales into the late game, right? Looking at basic, we all know that carry there, she's gonna scale once she picks up that trifecta of the items that we've been seeing with the marksman route so far, right? So they definitely have to take note of that. If Shinigami is not able to get that early snowball potential with this Fanny there, they're gonna fall off, right? Because we do know locking in that assassin jungler, going up against these tankier compositions, you kind of lose out in that late game, right? And looking at the side of Shinigami, they have Jolie Don't Care on that Brody. He's a scaling marksman as well, but I feel like in that lane and what Carry is able to offer in that late game overpowers the poke that he's capable of doing.
Yeah, you make up some very valid points. They need to kind of take advantage of the early game. Yes, they have this Fanny who's going to be required to get that blue buff, get that Blade of Heft this season, pretty much go to town on the side lanes to get some possible pickoffs, as you are seeing Yureshi up against Joy Afnan. You are seeing the Grok and the Lapu Lapu, some dominant XP laners, and right now, Joy Afnan doing some serious damage over to Yureshi. And the question is, who will be able to pick up the kill? You are seeing Yureshi use his flicker to get out of Grok over there as he was winding up to take him down. But looking on the bottom side, Basic picking up this carry, definitely deadly if you let him get online for the early phase. But speaking of early phase, you are seeing You Are Not That Guy over there on this Fanny, already picking up that blue buff, not able to get a kill on those steel cables, and now gonna shift focus over to his red buff.
They have to play for level 4 on the side of Shinigami, right? They'll have that ultimate coming in from Grok as well as LG can with the Fatalities, right? And then you have who is Peter on the Skeeve. So I want to see them play very safe in this early game, even though they have the Fanny. Wait for your team to be able to participate in some team fights before y'all fully engage. And speaking of engages,
You are seeing You Are Not That Guy trying to rush in, trying to take out Super Shark with the steel cables, using a lot of energy. Best player with Martis is in this fight. Maybe a little bit of an overextension. It's going to get bursted down. You Are Not That Guy picking up first blood for the side of Shinigami.
now that was some good responses, right? We did see Jolie Don't Care on that rotation to be able to apply that stun so the rest of the team can go ahead and burst him down to finish that kill, right? But at the same time, allowing Carrie to be able to chip at that tower is going to help her scale into that early to mid phases of the match, right? So it's at what cost? We do see Joy stalling the minions there in the top side. It's going to delay Yureshi a little bit, right? So it's going to give the side of Shinigami an advantage for this turtle fight. But we already see best player there starting to deal some damage to it. Not really worried about a contest coming in from the side of Shinigami.
As you are seeing You Are Not That Guy go for that blue buff to get a little bit more of that energy, and now you are seeing Super Shark trying to overextend and contest it, but You're Not That Guy gonna burst him down on the over aggression, and that is 2 kills so far for the side of Shinigami, leading for the early game. Looking on the bottom side, you are seeing Basic rush in with this comfort pick of Carry, bursting down Brody, but You're Not That Guy to respond back is gonna take down Basic.
That is a good trade, right? A marksman for a marksman, both of them falling. So it's a beautiful response coming back in there from You're Not That Guy on that Fanny there, right? But speaking of responses again, the pressure from Super Shark here might put him in a bad position.
You are seeing engagement on the way. You are seeing who is Peter trying to give a little bit of pill for LG Ken. He has to go back. He's very low right now. But looking on the bottom side, look at Super Shark in the bush. G-Kondo going in with the flicker and the way of the dragon to set up a possible kill for Basic. Going in with the speedy wheels, but a double set over there by LG Ken into the tier 1 turret. Jolie gonna pick up a kill, take down Super Shark. It does not stop there. Basic taking down Jolie Don't Care. And now gonna pick up a double and take down LG Ken. But You Are Not That Guy again is gonna find his way over to the gold lane to take down Basic. You are seeing a recall, but best player wasting no time is gonna rush in with the motor coils, take down Who is Peter before he can get out of there. And what a good read to go ahead and backdoor and pick up a kill. But Yureshi on the top side is gonna go ahead and take down Joy Afnan over there on this Grok, and that is gonna be more of a better stance for the XP side of things for the side of the valley.
And they were also able to secure that gold lead right now. It's 1K ahead, but 1K is a lot in terms of economy, right? But speaking of economy,
the way the Dragon connecting, best player is going to take down Fanny. They have a heavy contest over this blue buff as well, which will kind of limit her energy, and you are going to see best player pick that up. But wait a minute, Joy Afnan taking some damage. Looks like Super Shark going to go ahead and ramp up some energy with these recalls right now, and you are seeing the XP lane getting taken down for the tier 1 turret with no contest.
but a lot of things were being taken up, right? We did see some items as we're going into this 5-minute mark of the game, right? Basic already being able to secure that corrosion site, right? Right behind him is Milo there on this Lilia being able to secure that enchanted talisman. She's going the cooldown reduction route, and she's going to build into that ice queen wand next to be able to add some sustain and utility. But speaking of sustain and utility,
you are seeing the rush into basic, but he does have that purify. Too overly aggressive. Super Shark going to take down LG Kin on that invasion, but it does not stop there. The Valley responding. 4-man on the bottom side. Milo picking up a kill, taking down who is Peter. And you are seeing Milo use the black shoes on that heavy aggressive push on the tier 1 turret for the bottom side. But look at Super Shark Gonna go ahead and proc a possible G Kundo. He does has used 2 of the kicks so far. Now rushing in, gets the knock up. Milo gonna secure the kill. Take down Jolie Don't Care. Basic gonna go ahead and take down the tier 1 turret for the gold lane. But look at Joy Afnan trying to give some vision. Super Shark rushing in. Valley on the aggressive push for the early phase. The way the Dragon connecting for the stun. You are seeing best player rush in. Decimation takes down Joy Afnan. And right now, the Valley leading by 5 kills in the early phase.
Now, even though you are playing this Quack, right, you're not building him the tank you vouch, so you have to be careful with your positioning here. And speaking of positioning, we saw who was Peter not being able to quite find the right angle to be able to layer down that real world manipulation, right? But again, it's like I said, Shinigami has the early game draft, and right now they're not being able to execute it. But speaking of execution here, a play in the mid lane.
You are seeing the motor coils by best player to get out of that tricky situation. Super Shark gonna bait out a flicker. He does have that show, the G Kundo, the mobility, and also the set potential. And you have to watch out for the side of Shinigami, as you are seeing some pressure, maybe proxy on the minions for the mid lane. But LG Kin gonna go ahead and push them out and allow these minions to prevail on to the mid river.
Now, they definitely have to depend on LG Ken there on this Atlas to provide an opening for his team, right? They need a good set coming in from him. Try to bait out those purifies on the side of the Valley, right? Be able to put some pressure on this carry or catch Super Shark out of position, right? If he's checking these bushes alone, it's okay to burst him down if he's out of position. But speaking of things being bursted down here, the Valley.
You are seeing LG Kin rush in, but Basic shutting him down and gonna go ahead and take the tier 2 for the bottom side. Manipulation popping down. Milo picking up a kill, taking out Jolie Don't Care. 2 members off the board for the side of Shinigami, who's Peter gonna take down Shark. And it does not stop there as you are looking at the mid lane. Milo rushing in, giving some glooms, some damage over there to Joy Afnan, and you are seeing another turret fall. And right now, the Valley taking a lot of the real estate, a lot of the map from the side of Shinigami as they are continuing this aggressive play, and they also pick up the turtle. LG Kin is going to go ahead and use a Fatal Links, not able to get the set onto Milo, and that is some huge utility wasted for the side of Shinigami. Basic rushing in with the Speedy Light will hit with the stun up Brody. 20 part members going down. Who is Peter picking up the kill? Down goes Basic. But look at Jolie Don't Care, barely any HP. Milo not able to hit the mark with the gloom, and Jolie's gonna go ahead and escape out of that engagement.
That's the power of that ice green wand, right? Coming in from who is Peter there, he was able to apply some slows there to be able to help Jolie escape that bad position. But speaking of escaping bad positions, Lapu Lapu gonna go ahead and dash his way to safety there, as Fanny was trying to find an opening there to be able to secure that kill, right? But looking at things to be secured, just Martyrs being able to build in that antique to be able to lower some of that physical damage when a skill is dealt to you, right? But again, I have to put some light on Basic. Even though he's 4, 3, and 4 right now, he is building into that Demon Hunter sword, right? And that's the last item he needs to secure that powerful trifecta that we've seen, right? Looking at Milo on the Lilia, right? She has the Ice Cream Wand. She can either go in for that Glowing Wand or Genius Wand. Good items to be able to deal some more damage, to make them last in these fights a little longer, right? But looking at Joy on this Grok, right? Potentially looking for a set here. Conceal was wasted there, and I'm not quite sure what the plan was. Like, we have to see some more communication and some more syncage coming in from the side of Shinigami if they want to stand a chance against the pressure that Valley is applying right now.
And right now, you're seeing LG Kin have another hard time with this Atlas, and I'm wondering if this is more of a comfort pick for the side of Shinigami. Is right now, with the Atlas, there's a lot working against him, right? You have the Purify over there by Basic, you have Purify by Milo to top that off, and then also Milo having the black shoes to get out. You have Cho into the hands of Shark to be able to use the Way of the Dragon, and also the Shampoo to negate the CC. But speaking of CC, a dive into the turret, the Way of the Dragon connecting, Basic gonna take down Who is Peter off of that set. And now, with Who is Peter down, that is the mid lane for the side of Shinigami, and maybe another aggressive push for the side of the Valley, as they are now going to kind of shift focus over to the First Lord, with Milo, Basic, and Super Shark providing some zonage, and also taking down the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, and that is going to leave Shinigami down to their inhibitor turrets before the 10-minute mark of match 2.
Now, that was some beautiful micros coming in from Lilia there, right? Being able to tank some of that tower damage to then pop the black shoes to enable the Valley to successfully take that tower, right? And it's like I said in the last game, the Valley, the way they play, they're able to apply pressure so much on the map because Shinigami has a lot to worry about right now. They have to, speaking of things to worry about here, Afnan in a bad position, baiting out that ultimate.
You are seeing the black shoes just in time as you're not that guy rushing in with the steel cables in the cutthroat, taking him down to 1 HP, but able to regen all of that back. And now with the Lord on the side of Valley, they are going to take, try and take another push for some possible inhibitors right now, as they are going to go ahead and have to sync these lanes. And man, I gotta say, Shinigami having a hard time in the early phase. They need to kind of rely on getting Brody online. He's currently 1, 4, and 5, and he is gonna be the one to take them the extra mile. So needing some protection on him and needing to play a little bit safer right now. Wait for the Lord to crash in, defend what you can as the Valley is going for an aggressive push and a possible early finish.
Right, we are seeing a team fight.
Down goes the Fatal Links, but Basic bursting down LG Ken inside of the manipulation provided by Who is Peter, and that will be the roam for the side of Shinigami taken down, but also the Lord is not in play anymore, and right now the Valley with the conceal, possibly rushing in. You are seeing Yureshi go in with the Mortal Coils, the wild charge for the double knockup. A little bit of a misplay by the Valley. You are seeing Immortality be procced over there by Super Shark, but no, actually not even a misplay. They take the inhibitor for the mid lane on that trade, and still having all members in. They are going to have to push out now. You are seeing You're Not That Guy rushing with the fan. He's going to go ahead and do a little bit of chip damage, but not much. And right now, with the Valley at such an advantage, they have cracked open the base, and that is going to be a hard time for the Shinigami to defend.
Absolutely right, and it's like you said, we have to see some protection coming in here. The win conditions right now for Shinigami is for this Grok to be able to find an opening as well as LG can, right? He has to play it patient. Looking at his items right now, he has literally nothing. He has the dominance ice, right? But that is not enough to help him sustain the damage coming in. And with your frontline roamer not being able to fully be online, and your other option is for frontline building that full physical damage, right? Even though that Grok's passive does help him sustain, it's not enough, right? And even then, Basic being able to secure a kill there on the Fanny in the top side. But speaking of kills,
picking up another one, best player is going to find his way into Joy Afnan. 2 members off of the board for the side of Shinigami, and now Conceal on the way. They are going to try and take down Super Shark, but he is not worried about it. Going to go ahead and use the Shampoo to get out of the base, and now the Valley does have the numbers. They are going to go in for a possible clash and a finish, but you are seeing You're Not That Guy possibly spawning in 2 seconds, and Joy Afnan looks like they are going to make some work on an inhibitor. Double set by Kin for 2 members of the Valley into the base, but You're Not That Guy picking up a kill, taking down Shark. Basic taking down the inhibitor for the top side, and now getting a mega kill from Basic. He's gonna go ahead and take down Who is Peter. Milo unstoppable, taking down Atlas. Basic picking up a double, taking down You're Not That Guy on this Fanny. Wild charge by Joy Afnan, but Basic's gonna find a triple kill and take him down, leaving only Jolie Don't Coy by himself in a shutdown. Milo, you are seeing best player take down Jolie in that response. Now with the wipeout, the Valley is gonna go ahead and secure Series 1 with a sweep against Shinigami.
now, beautiful game again coming in from the side of the Valley here, but we were hoping that Shinigami would have a response for them in the draft, but no, they locked in that Who is Peter. Even though I understood the game plan by trying to not deny the Valley from picking up this Fanny and securing it for themselves, we did see that it was not able to be fully executed. It was right on paper, but in terms of practicality, it just was not able to hit the mark here. But speaking of things that was able to hit the mark, right? Basic being able to secure that MVP and probably being one of the most outstanding players and definitely setting the tone for the matches of tonight, right? We are seeing again that 62% tower damage coming in and leading in second place for overall team fight damage going in, right? Looking at the team fight participation, again, Shark and the Mage being able to match up on that with that 59% to be able to find these openings, these engages, and continuously apply that pressure, right? And again, Basic as well, beating them out, being present for 68% of the team fight participations, right? EXP leaders often overlooked, right? Even though he's not that high there in terms of numbers, he was able to apply pressure in every single lane of the map to keep Choi Afghan on this clock busy, right? So beautiful game, beautiful drafting, and beautiful execution of the draft coming in from the side of the Valley.
Look at him trying to throw those bees in the chat. Yeah, definitely some beautiful game indeed. The Valley able to close it out, take down Shinigami with a sweep. First series of the day with some early finishes, a 13-minute game. The other one was a 12-minute game, and definitely was a difference in drafting. I think a little bit too much prior on the Atlas over there for the side of Shinigami, and too much answers against it for the side of the Valley to be able to dominate pretty much throughout the early game, which kind of snowballed through the mid phase for them to be able to close out that match. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, as we close the doors for Season 1 and open up the doors for Season 2. We have officially partnered up with Raz to allow 16 teams to compete for a total cash prize for first place, receiving $700 US. The prize pool provided by Moonton, with first place receiving 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. Currently, we are on day 2 as we are looking at the bracket. The top 8 teams competing for their spot in the semifinals, the 4 remaining spots as we do prevail through today. In the Valley, already securing 1 over up against Shinigami. Looking at the schedule moving forward, we are going to be seeing Ackerman go up against Zoomers next for Series 2. After that, we will be seeing Bloodhounds versus Beat the Odds, and then to finish off the day, Idyllics going up against Huevo. All of these will be a match of 3, best of 3. So definitely tune in and vote for your favorite teams as they prevail on in the Land of the Dawn and try and get that spot for the semifinals. We, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, appreciate everybody tuning in, and hopefully you're enjoying today's show. But it does not stop here, as we are going to be seeing 2 amazing teams get ready to embark back into the Land of the Dawn and go on to a Series 2. Definitely don't go anywhere, and get ready as we will be embarking for the next series slowly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my vision. gotta give, cause these streets just built, I made it now. You can't ever break us down. These beats are for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it, cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa, can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Valentine for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm MLBB, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down. Don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop. You're a man of seven good. Don't you stop. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it on the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and then we are strong. Even though we know we're backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Leighton for the Valley. Let's go.
You see
my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm MLBB, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We've officially finished with Series 1 and now on the way for Series 2 as we are hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, as we are partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US going to first place. On top of that, we do have a prize pool provided by Moonton of first place, also receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. All live from February 2nd through February 5th, as today is the official top 8 teams competing for their spot in the semifinals. That's right, only 4 teams will prevail today, and the Valley, already taking down Shinigami, is one of those 4. As we are going to look at the schedule so far, we are now on Series 2. Ackerman going up against Zoomers. After that, we will be seeing Bloodhounds versus Beat the Odds, and then to finish off today, Idyllics up against Huevo. All of these teams competing in a best of 3, as currently they are sitting in top 8, competing for that top 4 position. And now we are moving on to Ackerman going up against Zoomers, and I can't wait to see what both of these two teams do for Series 2. Speaking about the match, we do have 2 amazing casters on the desk to paint the perfect picture. We have Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, on the play-by-play, and joined for the on-point analysts and breakdowns to keys to victory and also items, we have Eunice. How you guys doing today?
We're doing okay. I'm kind of happy that I get to co-cast with Coach Deku here, one of my very good friends here casting with me today, but I'm actually pretty excited to see what these 2 teams have in stock. We do have both 2 high elo teams here, Ackerman versus Zoomers, right? So we do see a lot of really good players on the roster here. As you can see, Gals QT, Bumble Clot, Shiki, Mark QT, and Lord T. In the side of Ackerman and the side of Zoomers, we have Merciless, Jules QT, Nicolette, Poggy, and Noob. Okay, so I do see a Lapu getting first ban, and Lapu has been a good harassment in the Land of the Dawn in our current meta, so looks like typical bans to me, not too much going on yet, but we do have to see how the ban phases go. But speaking of ban phases, Deku, I know that some of these people you know on this roster here, you know them, you know what roles they play, how they play, so what do you think of this matchup that we're about to see happening in Land of the Dawn?
I think this is one of those matchups where you don't need too many introductions, right? We got Team Ackerman up here for Series 2 facing up against Nicolette's Death Squad here. And this is going to be an amazing series. I mean, we just coming off a match, right, with Valley in there, taking that 2-0 sweep, right? But now I'm looking to see a little more action here in between Ackerman and Zoomers, and these teams are some hard hitters. I mean, you can't get a more stacked two rosters in here tonight right now. This is going to be an exciting match. I mean, we're seeing these bands, they're not even going for the traditional, right? These guys are going straight at each other. You're seeing comforts being taken off the board. You're seeing some of those hard pryos, things like the Frederick being taken off as well from the side of Zoomers. And I'm looking to see a clash of titans here. If there's any match I'm looking to see go the distance and get some crazy amount of highlights, it's definitely the series with Ackerman and Zoomers.
Yeah, you can definitely tell by the band faces, right? Like usually you'd see like more typical bands like a Yves, Joy, like Carrie, Glue, but they're letting all of those walk, all specifically because of these comfort picks, and that's how you know like these teams are kind of neck and neck at each other. It's an eye for an eye at this point. So at this point they are banning out both sides comfort picks. So I do see Haya getting banned in that process here, and I do see Joy, right? I mean, we've seen both of these teams play in yesterday in the qualifiers actually of the Valentine's Dash tournament, so definitely have to see what they have in stock yet. But I can't say too much about draft yet. It is too early to say too much yet, but I do know that these bans though might be both teams' advantages at this point, because once comfort picks are banned out, it kind of puts you in a tight spot, right? Because now once you have your comfort spot picked out, you kind of have to open up your hero pool, right? You kind of have to kind of scout out what hero you kind of want to use and what your team is going to respond to that. But speaking of a team responding, I do see a 1-1 band. 1-1's a good marksman, good late scaling hero, but she is one expensive hero to scale and get her items in. And we did talk about this last night with Trex on one of those matches, right? But we're definitely gonna have to see. But these are two like really hard hitting teams up against each other, Deku. And speaking about that, I see Kaja getting banned. So what do you think about these bans so far? And like you said, there were comfort picks on each side. So what are your thoughts so far right now on the draft pick?
I mean, we got some picks right now on the board that are in play for both of these teams. Glue is available. Carry is also wide open. And there it goes right into the hands of Mark Huey here. Gold lane for A77 up here with the side of Ackerman tonight. And that's going to be an amazing pickup for them. But again, Glue is on board. There is an option to go ahead and take that in response as well. Things like Farsa, we know very well, goes well into the matchup right up against Carry, very short range marksman. There's a lot of options right now. On the red side, you do get those two response picks. I'm looking to see some very nice answers to that Carry. And we're seeing a Grok, we're seeing the Eve be locked in by Nicolette. And that is dangerous. We were talking about comforts. And Eve onto the hands of Nicolette there. It's going to be looking very nice and comfy in the mid lane. And we know how strong it's been, how prio it has been in the mid lane. It's going to be a lot to answer for the side of Ackerman. They're going to have to find something to match up against it. And that's why I think maybe the Farsa would come into play. Would be a little sketchy here, right? There is a Grok, the wild charge. It's hard to play Farsa when you have that kind of dive. But as far as the best matchups, I do think that is one. But there's a Valentina. They can go for this, right, with the IMU. And Eunice, what are you thinking? Do you feel like that could be the proper response here?
I mean, I don't think it's a bad pickup at all. I mean, they picked up Glue and Valentina, and knowing that Glue and Carry right now is currently in the meta right now, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, they do have these three really solid picks. And like you said with the IMU, able to copy Eve's ult, the real one manipulation coming in from Shiki on that Valentina. So we're gonna have to see what's in stock. And I mean, it all depends on team fights, right? These two teams really heavily focus on those team fights, more so 5v5. So you'll definitely see a lot of clashing happen. But I don't know about the Glue. I mean, good pick, but I just need Team Zoomers up on the red side. Need to respond to that Glue. Maybe pick up something that can lane pretty well. But the thing is, Lapu's already banned, and Lapu is one of the good EXP laners to fight up against a Glue. But speaking about Glue, I do see a Baratz getting drafted in. Good heavy fighter tank jungler coming in from the side of Zoomers. But looking at this right now, draft-wise, I mean, I honestly am favoring Ackerman's side right now because they do have the Eve to be able to terrify, right? Being able to lane pretty well up against that Eve, but as soon as she copies the real world manipulation or even the wild charge coming in from Grok, it might be a little bit of trouble for the side of Zoomers.
It could indeed, but I still like Zoomer's composition as well. I do feel like giving up the carry and glue is it's definitely a lot to handle, right? Them speedy light wheels, we know once the carry gets online, and especially in the hands of someone like Mark Cutie, it could spell disaster, right, for the side of Zoomers. And then glue, we've seen him make his way through this scene in this tournament, and not just here, but in M4, right? Both of those picks very, very profitable once they're slotted. But I can't sleep on Zoomers, right? They have Grok, the Barat, and the Eve. You have a lot of front line. You have that high ground mage. You have the utility in play. You have the wild charge. You have the Tona's Welcome, rural manipulation. Like you pointed out, there's a lot going for them in as far as a team fight composition. If they go ahead and complete their side right in the second half of the draft, they can find picks to complement what they have right now. Both of these teams have great responses, right? Great first 3 picks. You have a carry, Blue, and Valentina. I think anyone will be content walking away with that. And the same with Zoomer's picks. There's a lot of utility for both sides. There's a lot of counterplay in both of these compositions, and there's a lot of way to handle this. But we'll definitely be looking forward to see what they'll be taking in that second half. And while we're here on this ban phase, while they're starting to work up, it'll definitely be important to note, right? We talked about the Ackerman and the Zoomers matchup. It's going to be incredible, but there's one more matchup that we haven't talked about, right? And that's Jules Cutie up against his brother Gal's Cutie over here on the side of Ackerman. So we got 2 powerful teams, but it doesn't stop there. It's a little bit of rivalry, right? The brothers are going to be out here fighting against each other to advance to the next day of this tournament. So someone's going to be sleeping a little upset. There's going to be some sibling beef after tonight, one way or the other. So I'm looking very forward to see how this is going to play out and affect this matchup. Is they're going to look to one up each other all throughout this event.
Like you said, someone's gonna be having a hard time sleeping tonight and probably wake up at the wrong side of the bed depending on who takes this win tonight. But too early yet. I do see Lunox getting banned out by side of Ackerman, and we know that Lunox has been a very big flex pick, right? So Lunox can be drafted in the gold lane or the mid lane, and even in M4 we've seen Lunox in the jungle area. So very huge flex pick, but that did get banned out from the side of Ackerman. I think they're working their way around the carry, right? So I do see the bans are in favor for the carry. So backline marksman is banned out, but looks like Zoomers did ban out pretty heavy set tanks, the Atlas and the Akai, and I think they banned that out because earlier I'm pretty sure one of them was hovering over the Akai actually to pick it up and draft into the Land of the Dawn on their side, but looks like they banned it out. I do wonder what they're gonna pick for their marksmen. They do need to be very careful here, right? Because we do know that the early game is a little bit of an issue now with the carry and whoever is landing up against, but Noob locking in that Brody, and oh my goodness, Ackerman did lock in a Chow with the D, but looks like it's a Chow jungle. Very interesting pick, and looks like a Franco is getting picked up into the side of Zoomers, maybe hovering over it. So we'll see how. Looks like it is a Franco that might get locked in, and it is. So draft is complete, and we do need to talk about the late game though. Deca, we both know that carry now, right, with those speed light wheels is able to melt down pretty much anybody on the side of Zoomers once she hits the 3 item pickup with that power spike towards the mid and late game. So I don't know what the response is coming in from the side of red. We do have the Desma's Welcome coming in from the Barats, being able to eat up pretty much anybody, but we do see carry locking in with the Purify instead of the Flicker coming in from the Marksman. So if you had to pick a draft, Deku, book wise, we're gonna play book. If you had to pick a draft here, Ackerman versus Zoomers draft, right? Who are you favoring?
Okay, now I was feeling Ackerman's draft right until the Cho jungle. Now I definitely love when it gets creative at the draft. I love to see the pocket picks. I love to see teams really throw some curveballs in this match, but Cho jungle comes with a level of execution that I'm just not sure Ackerman might be able to pull off here in this first match. But speaking of things pulling off, look at the Diggy. Gal's taking a lot of damage leading up from Jules there. We're already seeing the brothers go at it early on in this match, and that's what I want to see. But back to those compositions. I just feel like Zoomers has a more clear and complete draft right. You can see exactly what they want to go for here in these team fights, and a little bit of pick off with that Franco as well. It's a good matchup into that Diggy if they can find the Bloody Hunt too. But speaking of finding things here, a little damage going between both the marksmen. Mark Cutie dropped low, Zoomers marksman as well is low. A lot of trading going in between both of these teams. But I'm going to have to go with the Zoomers if I'm going to pick a draft here. I just feel like it's a little more clear. I feel like that Cho Jungle is very risky, high risk, high reward. I just think Zoomers has a more safe bet here in this match.
Like, we can't sleep on these lanes, right? Speaking about the gold lane, we do see Mark QT up against Noob. Two very good marksman players up against each other neck to neck and being able to kind of go through the lane phases here, right? And speaking of the what's it called, gold lane, we do see the EXP lane. Two really good EXP laners as well. Lord T on that glue, and right up there in the alleyway is Merciless on that grok, and being able to hold it. Hold on, looks like something's going on.
Jules Cutie is going to be taken down by his brother, First Blood for Gals, and you can definitely bet he's screaming to the higher room. He wants him to feel that brother taking down brother, and I couldn't have wanted a better First Blood there. What better way to start this off than for a brother to slay his own in the mid lane of all places? We're going to be in store for a great match. And speaking of greatness going on, Mark Cutie and Noob up here on the top side, they've been trading it out. It looks like Brody might be forced to back. No, he's going to save it. Look at Jules Cutie with the hook. He's going to be stepping the rule manipulation, but on the top side, we're seeing the 1v1. Mark Cutie's going to take down Noob. Cares going to find the kill. Now Jules finds his revenge, takes down Gals. A return real world manipulation from Shiki, courtesy of the IMU, not going to lead to much. And going Gal spawning back in. A good berry wall and a wild charge. Going to first force the time journey here. That's major utility. Wasted from the side of Ackerman. He is low. Merciless is going to find the kill. Not showing mercy. Bloody Hunt. And the Tom's welcome. Stacking over here and next to the turtle. Valentina going to find the kill on Jules Cutie. The fight's not over though. Way to dragon from Bubba. Oh, he's going to take down T. And now they're working on Merciless. A double kill into the mid laner for the side of Ackerman. But the turtle will fall into the hand of Zoomers. And there's a lot of action here. Break it down. What are we seeing right now?
Oh no, that was a good kind of a 4v5 clash going on. Marksman to get solo killed up there in the top lane. But speaking of that, good execution coming in from Ackerman. But in response to that, right, 4-3 right now. But the turtle did go into the hands of Zoomers, right? We had that Barat's kind of focusing on that turtle, but being able to kind of zone out the entire backline was a good play coming in from Zoomers. But they did lose some members, so we can't speak too much. Looks like about a 1k gold lead is about to head into the side of Ackerman. Looks like they're going to put a little bit of pressure up in this top lane to kind of start being like here, but hold on.
There's the flicker, Bloody Hunt coming in from Jules, locking on his brother with the as well. Nicholas gonna find the kill on one way. The dragon to stack up, trying to trade out. Mark Cutie's gonna find a kill on Jules Cutie. Real world manipulation is dropped down. Shiki trying to dash, trying to get out of the fight. Brody stacking on damage, but the return with the IMU killing spree for the mid laner from Ackerman. Shiki will shut down Noob there. That is another kill. He's now 2 deaths into this match, but hang on, Ackerman not looking to let Nicolette go. They have the number 3 on 1 advantage. Here comes Carrie stacking in. Mark Cutie looking to pick it up here. Will they be able to find it? One more touch. Bumba is going to head and find the kill there. Ackerman imposing their will in the top side clash early on in this game.
Yeah, good focus coming in from Zoomers and Ackerman. Both sides are respectfully trying to punish both marksmen here, right? Noob on that birdie and Mark Cutie on that carry, but hold on, you're still not done, Deku.
Mark Cutie may have been caught out, torn apart memories, but he's still gonna lose the 2v1. Mark Cutie! He's gonna win the 1v2, and he is online. The gold laner for Ackerman will not be denied right now, as they're looking to take over in this early game.
Beautiful double kill coming from Mark QT on that carry, being able to kind of shove their lane like, this is carry, this is what I came for, and I'm going to show what I came for. So good double kill coming in from that carry. A lot of focusing, a lot of harassment coming in from Ackerman, but hold on, we're not done yet.
We've seen the reverse time, and then the way a dragon stacking on the Merciless. They're going to force the flicker. G Kundu not going to find the knockup. CC immunity coming in from him, but look at Shiki here looking in the background. Lord T going to find the kill on Merciless. They have the number advantage for this turtle here. The setup is in the favor of Ackerman. Bumba charging up to G Kundu here. He's looking for Pogi, looking for another stack here. They find the wild charge. He's being dropped low. Pogi will be taken up by Bumba Turtle. Is going to still be taken by Pogi, though, as he's going to the grave. Joel Cutie finding a kill on Shiki as well. Somehow Zoom was able to find the objective of Bloody Hunt beneath the tower. But a knock up and away the dragon. Cho's trying to save the team. They're dropping the low. Mark Cutie is here. He's going to find a member as well as Cho. He's on a killing spree, but in the mid side, Brody trying to find a response for the side of Zoomers. Takes down a mid tower that's very important on the map. But Ackerman looking to find another tower as well. They're going to look to take the bot side, bump and drop low. He's going to be able to disengage. And now Mark Cutie looking to stack with the damage on Mercy. With Speedy Light Wheels is in play. Mercy has to be careful here. Barry, he's trying to find the last bit of damage, but no, Mark Cutie, true to the announcer there, he is unstoppable. That man is 5-0-4. This is an uncomfortable spot to be up against when you're facing a carry, but we have a bit of a pause request here. But Eunice, with this little lull in the action, what are we seeing right now from Ackerman, and what can Zoomers do to staunch the snowball coming in from the opposing side?
And they do have that carry coming in with a 502 KDA, so a little bit of an issue coming in from Zoomers, right? We do have that carry coming online, and Brody was able to kind of lane pretty good in that stage, but falling a little bit behind. And now with that being said, carry's now allowed to run around the entire map and push all these turrets down, but in response to that, Brody is doing the same. But the thing is, they do need to start hyper focusing that carry, right? She needs a shutdown. She needs to get shut down. She needs to get picked off by any side of the members of Zoomers, right? Maybe the real world manipulation can catch the carry in the midst of her using her speedy light wheels to kill all those frontline players, or maybe even the Grok might have to come online, and with that wild charge, being able to CC that carry might just have to be their key to victory, or maybe that Franco being able to just flicker in and use the suppression to just make sure carry just stays there. So I feel like the most pressure right now is up on the walls of Nicolette, Jules QT, and Merciless, because they're the ones with the biggest CCs, right? Even though Barats have the Decimation Welcome, right? Carry has Purify. So it's kind of tricky, but with Carry having Purify, right? The thing is, she lacks mobility because she has no flicker. Yes, she has a dash. She's able to get out of these tricky situations every once in a while. But once the sustain starts to happen, might be a little bit difficult for that carry. So, but the thing is, like you said, Deku, Zoomers does have to come online. They need to shut down that carry. The carry is sitting at 504, Mars QT on that carry, and Noob is sitting at 031. And look at these items, a little bit of a gold gap coming in between that, especially that carry and that Brody, coming in at like at least almost like a 1.5, almost 2k gold gap coming in from both members. Carry is already swapping lanes, pushing up all these turrets, but hold on, looks like a possible clash coming in the mid lane.
There's a wild charge from Mercy here. Daytona's welcome. They're looking to find a pick off nice and early. Not going to find the kill just yet on Bumba here. He just dropped low Tona Park memory. Not going to get it done. Zoomers has not found the kill. They haven't found the pick off. Ackerman able to disengage, able to stay alive here. Nobody's going to drop in that mid lane clash, but you can feel the tension. You can see both of these teams are looking to assert dominance, and now Ackerman does have position on this turtle here. It may go uncontested. We are seeing a little bit of movement from the side of Zoomers. It looks like they might try to contest Merciless, trying to find a little bit of position, trying to find some vision here. Pogies moving up right behind him. We have the bombs here. We're looking at Mark Cutie, turned on the speedy light wheels. He's on line. He can shred this front line. There goes the way of the dragon on Pogi here. They're going to look to take him down, but he's going to take the turtle one more time, just like last time, but hang on down. The fight's not over. T with Glue facilitating a kill over to the hands of Shiki on the Valentine. They're going to find a trade as Brody's going to take down a tower on the top side. Keep an eye on him. There's no one there to stop him. He's going to look to find a tier 2 as well. He's been trying to find towers for his team as they've been losing these fights, keeping that macro alive. It is even on the board for towers, 2-2, but the scoreboard unit tells a different story.
16-6 coming in from the favor of Ackerman, and I mean, the Brody did push down that top turret for the side of Ackerman, but in response to that carry, did take another turret down in the bot side for Zoomers, and now Zoomers is left with their inhibitor turret on that bot side, but they do have their mid lane turret up. And like the thing is, especially with this type of game, right, you do want to keep up the turret that gives the most vision. So we do have that mid lane up. They're still standing good, pretty strong, but still on the lower side for the side of Zoomers. But we do see they need to start capitalizing. They need to take everything that they can at this point to try and peel off that carry. Maybe that Franco has to come online, grab a hook on that carry. She did burn her Purify right now, so she is at a high risk of getting CC'd, and maybe if they do come online and be able to grab that carry from the backside, they might be able to secure probably a possible snowball for the side of Zoomers. But Brody did come online and was able to push those sides and turrets. Noob coming in with 2 turret steals, so it looks like something. Oh, good, that could go ahead.
A two-man knock-up there from Bumba on the Cho is going to lead to a kill over here from Mark. Cuties going to take down the marksman. Brody already out of the fight for Zoomers. They have lost the ADC, and Sheik is going to find a kill on Jules Cutie here. Now they're looking to get out Merciless. He is low. Mark Cutie doing a lot of damage to the front line still. He has not been contained. Sheiky trying to pick up another. That's a double kill on Merciless. Not going to show mercy to him. But now they're trying to find the kill, trying to find the trade. Pulls him back. Pogi is going to shut down the mid lane for Ackerman, but T's looking to take him out. Glue, he's spamming right now. This is like watching someone play Mortal Kombat. He's using the same button time and time again, but he's going to get shut down. Yves is going to be able to take him out, but Ackerman wisely going to back off now. They're going to go ahead and focus on this Lord, but look in the jungle, look at Zoomers. They're not going to let this go. They're already moving up. They're going to look to take position. Looks like Ackerman is wise to not try to start this. They are low. Hang on. A hook from Jules Cutie, though. He does connect. Not going to use that bloody hunt. He's going to let Bumba walk here. Didn't have the follow-up just there in time, but the side of Zoomers is going to take advantage of this as many members of Ackerman took the recall. Lord is being dropped left, then half HP, but look at Bumba being stacked on by the bloody hunt. Daytona's welcome as well. Mark Cutie's going to take out Jules Cutie, but the Lord is still at 4 HP. Anyone can have this, but no, Bumba has been taken out. Jungler down from the side of Ackerman. Shiki's going to take down Brody, but Pogi once again coming up huge on the neutrals. Will find the Lord, and he's looking to take down this Dicky. Sheiky's going to pick up a double kill here. Pogi is not going to be able to find the kill. Time Journey's been activated. Now he's left all alone at 1v4 as Mark Cute is going to take him down. The extinction of the dinosaur is in play. Mark Cute is 8-0-8. A flawless game from him as he's looking to lead Ackerman to a win.
Yeah, good coming and good position coming, that carry, being able to kind of zone out and being in the back line, not really showing herself on that map. And Mark Cutie was able to kind of knock down every single person on the side of Zoomers. Good zoning in coming in from Jules Cutie on that Franco, but wasn't enough. It wasn't in stock for the side of Zoomers. But before we get too crazy here, let's take a look at items. Carry's almost sitting at 10k gold. 3 core items have been locked in by the side of Ackerman on that marksman, but looks like in response to that, Brody's still trying to come online. 7k gold sitting in, not even barely just built in 2 core items. So we're gonna have to see what's in stock for the side of Zoomers. I mean, Yves does have her 2 core items, the Enchanted Talisman and the Ice Queen wand, but in response to that, Valentina locking in 3 core items right now. So damage is in favor of Ackerman, but like we just saw, right, Ackerman was really aggressive in that Lord fight and did end up losing some members. A shutdown coming in from the Valentina and the Glue for the side of Zoomers. So maybe if they start picking up these little small mistakes, they might be able to snowball and kind of hold their ground for a little bit and maybe pick up on some economy, get some single pickoffs here, right? Can't really do 5v5s unless that carry is not there. Kind of risky team fights for the side of Zoomers. What do you think, Deku?
I definitely agree. This is risky for the side of Zoomers, and now that we are crossing over this 12-minute mark, these fights are really starting to count. Anything can happen at this point. The next objective obviously going to be that lore for these teams. It's going to be about a minute left until that enhance does drop onto the map. And you can see Ackerman is just looking to keep these lanes kind of managed. They're looking to keep them neutral, looking to slowly work away to go ahead and secure that next objective, but they need to be careful. Hang on, an iron hook into the bush in a bloody hunt, and that is going to be Lord T taken out. And that is unfortunate for the side of Ackerman. Zoomers now has the numbers. They can look to force a fight. They only use that bloody hunt there from Jules Cutie and a wild charge. They still have plenty of utility. You have the Daytona's welcome, 20-part memories, and real-world manipulation from Nicolette there. They can still take a 5v5. Look at the slows being applied. Gal's Cutie, he's going to be in trouble. He's going to have to use the flicker as barrier comes out, and that's a good utility used by the side of Zoomers now. Eunice, this could be a lot of trouble for the side of Ackerman if Zoomers can find the right angle.
Yeah, and being, like I said earlier, right, Zoomers need to go for these pickoffs. They can't really engage too deep here with Mark Cutie on that carry. A little bit fed on the side of the marksman side, so really have to be careful. But I feel like if Zoomers is able to capitalize these marksmen, just to focus there. But hold on, looks like a little bit of a clash coming in.
Wild charge is going to go on a wide miss. That is, again, utility being used in a return and a connection. Shiki showed him how to get it done as he does use the IMU to go ahead and secure a kill. Real manipulation from Nicolette, but there's no one in the box. It's not going to do anything. Time journey out from Diggy. He's going to be taken down by Brody, but look at Ackerman. Mark Cutie going to take out Merciless. They're going to look to go ahead and focus in on this Lord. They have found a 2-for-1 trade. They have the number advantage, but they don't have Diggy. They don't have that CC immunity. It is still risky. So Marquis is going to have to rely on the Purify and good positioning. If Zoomers looks to go ahead and contest, Bumba is low. Keep an eye on him. They don't have a lot of HP if they do look to take this fight. Marquis maybe going for the ambush here. Wait, he's been revealed. Speedy Light Wills has been popped now. He can be collapsed on. Nicolette applying the slow. They're trying to close the distance. Going to be able to get out the way. Lord T going for the backside, but a bloody hunt. Keep an eye. Look at Valentina. He's been shut down by Nicolette. That's a mid laner down from the side of Ackerman. Real manipulation. Reality setting in as Ackerman is losing members here. Look at the way the Dragon. They're trying to stack, trying to find something on Pogi here, but there's no members to stack on top of him. Reverse time coming out from Gals. Cutie trying to give some assistance to Boba. Pogi is getting dropped low. G can do double knockup. Retribution has been used. They're going to find the kill on him, but look at Mark Cutie over here in the mid lane. He's working on the inhibitor as he was taking the 1v1 up against this Brody. He will be shut down, but he has cracked open the base, but that is a member down. But no, an Iron Hook as well. Not going to have that bloody hunt to stack up on top of it, but Ackerman has lost their marksman, and I don't know, was that the right trade there? I mean, you do find an opening on the base, but it's really tough when you lose that Iron Hook. Now a bloody hunt comes into play, and now they have not only lost Carry, but they've lost Diggy. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Jules Cutie hooks, he says, as he's going to go ahead and take out an important member of Ackerman's composition.
Yeah, and with that being said, right, that shutdown on Carry gave 4 members on the side of Zoomers another item. I don't know if you guys caught that, but the Nicolette on the Mage, Jules Cutie on Franco, Newbon with their Brody, and Poggy on their Barats all did slot in an extra item. So that big shutdown coming in from Zoomers did give them an advantage, right? They can't do Lord. So neutral objective Lord might be a little bit of a fight here coming on. Looks like they're gonna look for a fight here, but we can't be too sure. Zoomers still has to be careful. Carry is missing on the board. They do not have any vision on this marksman, but looks like Carry's gonna work her way around. Looks like a possible split push coming in from Carry, but looks like they're gonna go for the backline over there onto that barrage.
And there's the focus right there. Reverse timing away the Dragon. And Speedy Light Wolves are stacking up. Hoagie's going to be burst out. Immortality's been wasted. A flicker from Jules Cutie. He's going to land the bloody hunt, but at what cost is Mark Cutie is going to take out Jules here toward a part memory, but it's not going to turn anyone to a memory. It looks like Zoomers will be turned into a memory as Ackerman is winning this fight by a landslide, but no, Nicolette has taken down the marksman. That spells trouble. Shiki, though, finds a double kill, making a look at 3. He finds a Terrified, but not before Merciless can take out Gals here on the Diggy, but Ackerman has the numbers. It's just Nicolette left all alone up against a 3-man stampede from Ackerman. They're looking hot and ready like a hot Caesar's pizza to end this game. They're looking to close in on the Nexus. Real world manipulation, though. Nicolette doing anything to save this base. They're not going to let them end the game. Going to starve off this one more time. A great defense from the mid laner from Zoomers. Ackerman is going to turn their attention to the neutral, the major objective, the Enhanced Lord. They want to go ahead and look to get this game done.
All right, looks like a little bit of a battle. They're still going for it. Nicholas trying to get into space, but looks like Lord T is going to zone off that Yip, but I don't know if this is a fight they want to take. They need to be careful, right? They need these pickoffs, and they need to be able to capitalize on Ackerman's mistakes to be able to potentially even snowball just a little bit of this game. But we do have to know that these two teams are very high IQ teams, so they are going and they're making these plays for a reason, right? So we do have to see what the side of Zoomers has for them in the Land of Dawn to be able to kind of snowball on the side of Ackerman. Carry is down twice, so no more shutdown coming in from that Carry, but we do know Zoomers was able to capitalize another shutdown on that Valentina, right? But with that glue, I feel like glue is really body bagging. Lord T on that glue is really body bagging all that backline, and Carry is not really participating in those team fights, but is trying to pick off more towards the junglers and the backside. So Carry, Mark Hughes is hunting down Poggy right now.
Look at the setup here. Look at Ackerman. They're looking to try to play the macro, but have they made a mistake? Hang on. Look at Mark Hughes in the bush. He can look to burst out Merciless. There goes the Speedy Light Wolves. Merciless is all alone. Going to be forced to use the wild charge, but at what cost? Is going to be caught out. There is no buddy systems. Brody left them all alone, but look at Brody. They didn't even respond to him. He's pushing on to the inhibitors. He's found it. Now he's looking at the Nexus. Lord T on the response, going to force the flicker, and now the fight's being taken by Ackerman in the mid side. They found one thanks to Shiki, and now a double kill as well. Mark Hughes looking to win the fight. He's looking to push the pace up against Nicolette. Lord T still working on Brody. He's going to find the solo kill. Brody thinking he's Benny Cutie, but no, you are not him, as Bumba is finding a knockup onto Nicolette with that G-Kundu. Looking to starve some time, looking to get Shiki and Rain time journey. They're going for the turret dive. They're going to commit. Nicolette will be taken out, and Ackerman has found the Nexus. They're going to burst it down to take match 1 in Series 2.
Victory! Man, oh man, that is a very, very interesting. I don't know. I think that was a counterplay, right? We do see that that last fight was just honestly, that was I wouldn't have thought of that. The position coming in from both sides was very, very good, but unfortunately, Zoomers fell a little bit short in that positioning of both team fights. But we do see MVP getting locked in by that carry. 12 to 14, 36% damage with 72% team fight participation and 86% turret damage coming in from that marksman on the side of Ackerman. So like we said, Carry was capitalizing all of those turrets, being able to push these objectives, and was able to secure that MVP with that big range of damage coming in. But alongside Carry, we do have that Diggy locking in with that 86% damage being right next to Carry's hip, being able to save her. And since she was the main damage dealer, she was able to save her using the reverse time to be able to kind of give her that shield and be popped up. But alongside that, we do have that Chow being able to kind of zone out that backline. Same with Lord T on that glue, and Valentina being able to copy the real world manipulation coming in from Nicolette. So congratulations to the side of Ackerman. You guys did a very good job. I will see you guys in the next round.
Definitely going to see him in the next round. The Battle of Brothers. And right now we are seeing Mark Cutie be the big bro. So definitely a great game indeed. Or actually, Mark Cutie and Gals Cutie over there just kind of dominating. But honestly, it was a really close game, right? We've seen some strong picks. The Carry, the Valentina, the Glue, and then a little bit of a surprise pick with the Cho Jungle. And to be able to pull that off and take a victory is not the easiest thing to do. And definitely a great game for the side of Ackerman. But like we said, this is just one match of the total battle. Both these teams are competing in a series of 3. So we have to see the side of Zoomers pick it up for game 2 to take us to a game 3, or will we see the side of Ackerman close it out with a sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, partnered up with Raz to allow 16 teams to compete for the first place spot, receiving a total cash prize of $700 US. Also, Moonton pitching in with the amazing diamond prize pool of 25,000 diamonds going to first place. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it does not stop there. As we are looking at the bracket, all these teams are competing for their place inside of the semifinals, the remaining 4 spots, actually 3 spots, as the Valley was able to take down Shinigami and already secure their position for the semifinals. And now, looking at the schedule so far, we are looking at Ackerman up against Zoomers, and then we will be seeing Bloodhounds up against Beat the Odds, and then to finish off today, Idyllics versus Huevo. So definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to jump back into the land of the Dawn. The Battle of Brothers will continue with Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, what a match we've seen so far. Series 1, we were able to see the Valley prevail over Shinigami and claim their spots inside of the semifinals. And now, seeing Ackerman versus Zoomers, the battle of brothers, and Ackerman able to prevail, taking match 1 and having a slight momentum boost going into the second match, as both of these teams are competing in a series of 3. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Valentine Dash, and we are officially on day 2, as these teams are embarking on their way, trying to claim a spot from top 16 to, or top 8 to the top 4. For a place for the semifinals. We've officially partnered up with Raz to give the first place team for this entire tournament a total cash prize of $700 US. And on top of that, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Moonton has provided an insane cash pool for a lot of these teams competing. First place taking home 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place taking home 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place taking a total prize pool of 10,000 diamonds. And it doesn't just stop there. A little bit of that sneak peek at the bracket, right? The Valley prevailing, already the first team moving on to the semifinals, and now Ackerman going up against Zoomers for match 2, as we are officially on series 2. Also speaking about the match, the 2 perfect casters to paint this insane picture, the battle of the brothers. We have the play-by-play Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe? Joined by MLSA seasoned veteran when it comes to casting on the analyst for the keys to victory and breakdowns of the items, Eunice. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, Weezy. We're heading into the second match in Series 2, right? And we saw an explosive first match from the side of Ackerman, not just from the gameplay, but the draft. Cho Jungle, right? Made me eat my words. I definitely didn't expect them to execute the pick the way they did, but I mean, that's just what it comes down to when you have a top team in North America. They're able to do some of the things you just don't expect from teams, and that's exactly what happened. They put up an amazing match, and we seen right in that brothers rivalry, Gals Cutie able to strike first blood literally not only in the match but in the series. They did take game 1, but enough for me. Eunice, how are you doing? What are you expecting as we're heading into game 2 of the series?
I'm doing fine myself, but man, I'm on the edge of my seat looking at these 2 teams play currently in the Land of the Dawn in our second day, in our second current match right now versus Ackerman and Zoomers. So we definitely have to see what's up. But looks like for this match, I mean, I'm pretty sure with these new bands coming in and this new draft, probably they do have to do something about that carry. We do see carry dominate that last game, coming in with a very high KDA, especially in like halfway through the match. That carry was definitely dominating, but they are still going for those comfort pick bands. Joy coming in with the Haya, so definitely gonna have to see what they're trying to do, right? They do want to read the draft, and you want to do that as much as possible, but you also have to think about with these high elo draft teams, you usually want to ban out their comfort picks because they do know each other pretty well. I mean, you have brother up against a brother at this point, so there's no way that you wouldn't know the draft. But I know that Jules QT on the side of Ackerman's probably gonna be a little pissed off, so we're gonna have to see what they have in stock for the side of Zoomers. But I don't know, this brother rivalry coming in from Jules QT and Gals QT, right? Might be a little bit of a little tussle, right? Coming in from the second match, but they do have to pay attention still. They do have to pay attention to the drafts that are going to get drafted in and slotted. They do have to also think about late game. So I feel like in that early game stage, the Zoomers side actually favored the early pickoff teams with the Yves and the Franco being able to get any hooks. Pretty much was a guaranteed kill for the side of Zoomers, but with that carry coming online, was able to unfortunately snowball down to the side of Ackerman. So definitely have to see what they are planning on doing, but I do see Akaja getting banned out by the side of Zoomers and alongside that glue. So good bans coming in, and they did end up banning carry on the side of Ackerman. So we're gonna have to see what they first draft. We do see a couple junglers getting actually walked off here on the board. We still see a Frederick still wide open. We still Yves and Nicola being able to lock in her comfort pick, which was Yves. She actually managed to do pretty well in that last game, but we can't deny Shiki on the Valentina was able to copy her ult, the real manipulation using I Am You, and being able to kind of use a two-face kind of Uno reverse card on the side of Ackerman. But Deku, enough of me. I do see a Frederick locked in. How do you think they're going to work around this draft?
I mean, I love to see Frederick get unleashed, right? It's one of my favorite picks in the game personally, not just watching it, but actively using it. We've talked about it before, man. He's a walking petrify. He's a CC stunning machine, and he's not playing around every time he gets picked up. One of the highest performing picks that we saw in M4. But speaking of high performance, the response picks, though, from the red side, Ackerman, Lapu Lapu, and that Valentina. Those are some great picks to go ahead and match up against that core pick right from the side of Zoomers here, as they did lock in that Fredrin for the first pick into the hands of Pogi here. And I'm not going to lie, I'm expecting great things from Pogi. He had an amazing game on the Brats. Yes, they didn't end up winning that match, but he was absolutely taking out Bumba on those neutrals, even when he was being isolated by the members of Ackerman with the Cho, with the Way of the Dragon, still able to secure those neutrals on his way out of there. And with a Fredrin now in his hand, I can only imagine what this could mean for the side of Ackerman as those turtles and those lords come into play.
Yeah, and speaking about that, I do see a Kufra locked in by Jules QT and Lunox getting locked in by Noob there. So it looks like it's going to be possibly a Lunox gold lane. I do wonder how Ackerman is going to decide. They do probably have a read that Lunox can possibly be slotted in the gold lane, but Lunox can also very easily be slotted in the mid lane coming in from Nicolette. But it looks like they're going to pick up a Diggy, and I mean, the taunt coming in from the Fredrin and the ult coming in from Kufra might be a little bit of an issue coming in from Jules QT and Poggy with that Diggy locked in by Gals QT. Looks like both sides, both brothers locked in that roam spot. So this might be a very interesting brother to brother. Same rotations going, walking around everywhere next to each other, neck to neck. So I don't know. This brother rival is really it's climbing up my skin, Deku.
Absolutely, and I'm really liking Zoomer's comp, and I like what they did here, right? Carry was taken off the board from the side of Ackerman because they were the second pick, right? They didn't want to give that up to the first pick. They seen what they did with when they gave it to Mark Cutie. You don't want to see it if Zoomers can get their hands on it, but it does open up for the side of Zoomers to go for their composition again. They took a lot of those frontline picks, but were getting shredded down by Mark Cutie on the carry. And it definitely didn't help that he got online nice and early in the lanes, winning those 1v2s, the 1v1s, and getting fed. He was like 5-0-4 during the laning phase. So the frontal pieces from the side of Zoomers suffered at that. But now that they've got rid of carry, thanks to Ackerman, and now they have secured that Lumix in that first phase to pick, a lot of the burst to get rid of their little composition style that they like to aim for is off the board, right? Off the playing chess pieces for the side of Ackerman. So it really enables them to go for what they want to in the second phase of the draft, which is definitely going to look to stack on some more engages, some more pieces to work around for that gold lane, whoever they're going to go ahead and take it into the phase lane. I guess it could be the Lunix, but then even for their mage as well. So I'm liking the setup that they have right now in this draft.
Looks like Ackerman is banning out Nicolette's comfort picks. I do see Eve and Lilia getting drafted out, but we also need to remember those two mages are backline mages, right? Looks like they have a read that Lunox might possibly get slotted into the goal lane, leaving Nicolette with a very tight mage pool, right? I mean, I still see a Farsa still open. I still see a lot open, but they do have that Lapu for that backline dive. Lord T is a very, very aggressive EXP laner, being able to kind of dive all of these comms, not pretty scared, just, you know, making his way down to the bag, being able to harass the entire back line of Zoomer. So we have to see what Nicolette has in her mind to be able to slot, but we can't say two things too fast. We see Merciless still kind of has some lanes open for some EXP picks here. We still see a Grok still wide open, and I see a lot of hovers coming over from Merciless there. Good EXP laner as well, and putting two EXP laners up against each other, really good EXP laners, kind of puts them to the test, right? It's all about the mechanics, the team fights, the participation when it comes to the back line harassment coming in from both Merciless and Lord T. So I feel like Merciless is kind of drafting around to the point where they need the peel, right? They need the peel to get to the Diggy and the Valentina, but I do see a Ruby possibly hovered over by Merciless, and he ends up locking that Ruby, and a Farsa getting drafted in by Nicolette. But we do also have to remember there is Valentina, and I can't say this enough. Once Valentina is drafted, there is a lot of draft pressure. So you kind of have to be careful with what you kind of want to do. But it looks like both sides are going for a mage to mage composition in the gold lane. So it looks like Harith might possibly be slotted up against that Lunox. And looks like they're not going for too much of a marksman game this game. It's pretty much all mage versus mage in each lane. So the gold lane and the mid lane. So I'm seeing this comp right now. Both teams have a very good stacked 5 with some very good hero picks, but I'm just kind of worried for the side of Zoomers here. They do have a very strong cut, but we need to realize that Diggy is locked in, so it kind of prevents a lot of CC being able to be chained to the side of Zoomers, and I do see Alice being their final slot for the side of Ackerman, being able to lane up against that Lunox possibly in the goal lane phase. So I don't know. You might be on the same page as me, Deku, but honestly, I might be... I don't know. I can't even pick a draft, right? Because early game, I feel like Zoomers has the upper advantage with that Lunox and Farsa being able to shove waves pretty fast. Ruby is able to sustain with a lot of CC in the early game stages, but we do also have to note that the late game, we do not Lapu becomes an issue, and once both roams hit that level 4, right? Kind of the CC just starts to kind of go away, you know, in a sense. So I don't know what draft you're favoring, Deku, but I honestly can't put a finger right now on both of these drafts.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about late game, you can't just stop there on Ackerman without mentioning Mark Cutie, right? Did pick up the Alice for the gold lane, and I actually like this pick. I'm sure something like a Harris could have worked as well, but I feel like that Alice really does work with the style they have, right? You have a Ling, you know you're going to have dive, you know you're going to have some engages going on, and Alice, I think, really fits extremely well into that, and it pairs up on the opposite side as well with Lord T on that Lapu Lapu. That's going to make Nicolette very uncomfortable. I don't know if you ever try to play a Farsa against a Ling alone, and it's already pretty difficult. When you got to play Nicolette on this Farsa, you have to go for those feathered airstrikes on that immobile positioning, and you're going up against Mark Cutie with the Alice, right, with the orbs, and then you have Ling hopping around on walls all over, and then a Brave Fighter stands out of nowhere on a side flank here from Lord T. It can get very dangerous, and speaking of dangerous, Nicolette already being dropped kind of low in the 1v1 up against Shiki here, and this could be a very tough match. I'm going to have to give it to the side of potentially Ackerman here. I just think their comp just goes very well because there's no marksman from the side of Zoomers, right? The backline presence is really going to be on that Farsa, and they just have a lot of answers to it.
Yeah, and speaking of my answers to it, Nicolette did get dropped down pretty low, so she's going to have to go back and recall, but currently in the lane stage phases, right, we do see Noob and Mark QT mage to mage, Lunox versus Alice. So I do want to see how this matchup might possibly work, right? In the early game stages, looks like Mark QT is having a little bit of a trouble getting his minions. We do see Lunox being able to kind of capitalize with minions with the what's it called, poking in the early game stages, but we do see Lord T and Mercy's kind of fighting out in the EXP lanes here, but we do see a little bit of possible clash coming in from this side of Ackerman.
Absolutely, right. Potential there. Merciless does have 3 members around him. He needs to be careful here. Does have 4. You also have to be wary of him. And you know what? I feel like we got to harp on that as well. The Ruby is actually an interesting pick. There's a Diggy from the side of Ackerman, but I feel like a Ruby can find the right place, find the right armor defendants, can definitely force some untimely time journeys, right? A little bit of a bar there, if you will, accidentally rhyming on the mic, but there's a lot of potential to be able to waste out Diggy here. But speaking of waste them out, look at Mark Jules going for the knockup. They're not going to connect. The Zoomers is working on this turtle diligently. It is low. Not much contest coming from the side of Ackerman as Ling is top side on that red buff. So Pogi is going to be able to find the first neutral, the first bit of action in this match first for the side of Zoomers, taking a little bit of an early lead. But hang on here, Pogi working on Lord T. He needs to be careful. He's going to be able to disengage, and that's going to be a split there down the middle on the river as Zoomers does, like I said, walk away with the trade.
Yeah, coming out with the trade, right? We do see a lot of these early game core items being locked in by every single member from both Zoomers and Ackerman. So I do see Elegant Gem getting locked in by the Lunox and the Farsa. So early game pickoffs happening in the mid lane. So a little bit kind of a brawl going on here between the Kufra and the Farsa. But like we said, Farsa has to be really careful. Ling is able to dive that backline and kind of puts Nicolette, like you said, in a very uncomfortable position. Once she ults, she cannot move, and once she cannot move, Ling can capitalize capitalize that and be able to kill the backline. But I do see marksman's kind of being okay right now. Lunox and Alice. Alice did lock in that clock first. Looks like Lunox finished building shoes first over that. So a little bit of a damage up coming in from that Alice being able to lock in the clock, being able to step up. Hold on, looks like a possible clash down here.
Merciless is being dropped low, rating splash, and trying to find the stun from Wop, who is going to be able to strike the first blood. Lord T is going to make his presence known in that XP lane, but look at the mid. The fight's not over. Gal's Cutie going to be forced to use the flicker as Zoomers was looking to find the trade in the mid lane, but Ackerman going to go ahead and walk away with the 1-0 advantage in between those two skirmishes on the map.
Yeah, so pickoffs are definitely very important, right? For the first 8 minutes before the neutral objective lore comes up. And it's all about the team fights because they do need to capitalize these objectives, the turtles, the team fights. So the small pickups coming in from the goal lane or the EXP lane. And looks like a little bit of a clash potentially here up in the top lane.
Gal's Cutie has been isolated, has been found. They're going to go ahead and take him down. Zoomer is taking a quick 1-0 advantage there. As Valentina is going to take that feather airstrike, though, into the hands of Shiki. Charge up from Kufa here, but there's no one there. Looks like Zoomers is going to go ahead and take their attention over to this Turtle Pogi, looking to pick up the second neutral objective here, where we'll see a response from Ackerman. Looks like Lord T has his hands full over here on Merciless. Brave Fighter stance and Raging Slash has been unleashed. Merciless is less than half HP. He's going to be forced on the back. And Pogi is going to pick up a second neutral objective. And I don't think he's missed too many neutrals in these two matches. And that's going to be huge for the side of Zoomers as this game goes on.
Yeah, I feel like Zoomers really likes to... Oh, hold on, we're not done yet.
Gal's Cutie is being punished again. Going to be taken out by the last mark in that feather airstrike, and Nicolette going to be able to disengage from the Timbers of Blades coming in from Bumba here. Not going to be able to find the kill, but look at Mark Cutie into the backside with that blood ode as Pogi goes over the wall to shut down Bumba there. He's still working on the backside. Now 3 members looking to stack up on Jules Cutie. Mar trying to find a kill. Not going to be able to get it done just yet. A praise just wrap. A big one from Pogi, almost taking out Mark Cutie, but look at Lord T. He's entered into the fight with the Brave Fighter stance. He's looking to find anybody here. Finds the stun on to Merciless, and here comes a Raging Slash. But the I'm offended, offering a little bit of sustain, a little bit of life steal, but it's not going to be enough as Lord T is going to spill blood in the mid side. He's going to go ahead and take down his opposing XP laner. Looks like the minions are playing the macro game right now. So they're going to take down the top side. But hang on here, fight not over. Chaos Assault coming in from Noob here. He's going to come shut down Lord T. Tim's of Blade being forced out by Ling, but it's not going to lead to much. Zoomers finding answers right now in these fights. And hang on, the clash is still going on. Is this Valentine trying to find the Terrified, but he's going to be met by some stun. Going to use that light old courtesy of Lullux there that was stolen. Pogi layering in that CC. He's going to be able to assist and facilitate a kill to the hands of Jules Cutie. Flicker being forced by Shiki, but with no mana, no HP. Will he be able to escape? He does disengage across that jungle there. Ackerman is being pressured early in this match by Zoomers.
Long was that gank? Like a minute or two long? Oh my goodness, that was a crazy gank, but it looks like there's still a clash going on in the mid lane, Deku.
Lapu does find the mid laner. You're right, Eunice. There's so much action right now. Neither one of these teams are looking to stop. Mid lane has been an action-packed area right now. Look, there's a setup still right now from the side of Ackerman. They're looking to ambush someone here. Noob needs to be careful with his rotation as well as Jules, because any of them can be bursted out. Reverse time. Slivers, they're starting to make the rotation. There goes the ambush. They're going to find Merciless here. Ooh, but the flicker comes into play. They use a lot of utility. They're not going to be able to find the kill, but they are honestly animals right now in the mid. But hang on, Jules Cutie gonna find the knock up on Gal's gonna force the flicker. Brother we love going on, but hang on, Pogi has found his way into the mix again. Energy Eruption finds one to taunt here, but look at Linking. Oh, the knockup is coming into play. He's getting dropped down low. Tundra is gonna be forced out, and now CC can be layered by the side of Zoomers. But look at the feather airstrike. Look at Nicolette with the positioning here. Pogi's being worked on by Lord T. He's gonna be taken down as Lord T has found his way to the backside of the fight. Now here comes the stun. Jules Cutie is low. He needs to be careful here as Ackerman is looking to push up the advantage that they have right now with the numbers. They can go ahead and look to maybe pick up this first neutral into the hands of Bumba here on this Ling, and that looks like that is exactly what they're going to do right now.
These fights are just going on and on and on. That ambush coming in from the side of Ackerman was a good capitalization over the neutral objective turtle coming in, but we do see first core really big items getting locked in. Ruby with the Hawk's Claws, Lunox finally locking in. That clock, same with that Valentina and that Alice. I do see a core item locked in by Ling, and the same thing going here with that Kufra being able to lock in Radiant for his item. So we do know that this is a mage honestly, this is a mage versus mage composition. Gold lanes have mages, mid lanes also mage. I feel like the only physical damage coming out here is that Lapu versus the Ruby, but hold on, looks like a potential clash, but looks like nothing too much going on. Lots of pressure coming in towards the side of Ackerman, trying to capitalize that Lunox to be making sure that she doesn't get too fed and to be able to kill that Alice, but hold on.
There is a forced Tempest of Blade there on the Bumba. On Ling here is going to be able to have to use that ultimate. But hang on here on the top side. Alice trying to find the mark here with the Blood Ult. A Tyrant range coming out. Time Journey to go ahead and help disengage. A Flicker as well coming into play there on the side of Marcuti. I don't think they needed both. The Time Journey was already there, but hang on, Togi into the backside with the Fredrin, the Walking Petrify. We talked about this. He's layering it in. He's trying to build up that Appraiser's Wrath damage. Look at the Lunux here. They're trying to stack up Cooper Fonz and knock him on the Lord T. And a big Appraiser's Wrath from Pogi. We just talked about it. He's going to take down Lord T. XP laner down from the side of Ackerman. But look at Bumba here playing the Ling to his advantage, playing that cross-map potential. There is no one to respond to him. He has just cleaned up a tier 2. And he's going to look to burn out the passive on that inhibitor on the top side for the airstrike, taking down Gals very low. They're not going to find the kill. But Ackerman is doing well. They're losing some of these fights, but they're still finding towers right now, so they have kept it even 2-2.
Yeah, with that being said, Ling is able to capitalize with split push. Hold on, we're still not done, Deku.
Zia on this Ling is being forced back, but that's going to be all it is. Was almost picked off. He's playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse right now on the map. But hang on, now we're seeing a fight. Pogi trying to flex his muscle, reverse time on him. 3 members looking to stack up, but he still has that dash to be able to work away. Look at Merciless, always threatening in the front side. That I'm Offended is available for knock up here. He's finding a target. He's looking to lock down on Gals. Cutie Feather airstrike comes out, but there's no one to use, as Merciless is actually going to pick up that Lord there from the side of Zoomers. It's like anyone from the side of Zoomers is able to secure these neutrals, as they have had an overwhelming amount of them. It looks like Bumba is not going to be able to pick these up for Ackerman when they need him. But look at Jules Cutie with a Tyrant's Rage. He does find one. Now Merciless trying to help him, but there's no damage right now. They might have made a forced error. A Time Journey has been popped, but Merciless is being stacked on now in the mid side. I'm Offended going to come out a little too late. Tempest of Blade. And here comes the re-engage from the side of Zoomer. But will they be able to find the trade? Marcuti taking a lot of damage to the tower. Lunux going to be able to find that kill. Pogi working on the Dicky here. He's going to take down Gals. Pogi has been leading the way in some of these team fights for the side of Zoomers. They find some response and find some trades after losing 2 members up to Ackerman.
Yeah, it looks like Ling is really capitalizing these objectives while these team fights are happening, because he knows that he can't really dive too deep with that Fredrin there in the presence of the side of Zoomers. We do know that his taunt is pretty much skill blocking anything that he can possibly do potentially in a team fight, and kind of puts Ling in a chokehold, not able to cast his skills mechanically. So he looks like he's trying to split push, get these turrets down as much as they can. But hold on, looks like another possible clash coming in the mid lane.
Definitely some potential. A forced light bulb there from the Valentina, as Ling is going to find a kill on the Nicolette. That's a huge pick off there, as Marcuti is now in the fray with the Blood Ult. But Pogi looking to lock down a target. The Walking Petrify, as Merciless is going to facilitate that kill. He's going to be able to take him down. Marcuti now being forced in an uncomfortable position. Will those orbs be able to save him? No. Lunux is going to take him down. A mega kill into the gold lane from the side of Zoomers. Lord Chi trying to do all that he can as he shuts down Lunux. Now trying to work on to the remaining members of Zoomers. But here comes Cooper trying to find the knockup. But the Time Journey was well placed, well timed, and this might be the end of time for the side of Zoomers. They're looking to stack up all these members. Merciless doing a good job of trying to secure that disengage. That sustain coming in clutch for the side of Rubies. They're looking to push onto the mid tower, though. But keep an eye on Jules. Not going to be able to find the knockup. Ashiki is going to take down Merciless, and now they're going to punish Jules for the missed knockup, as Lord T is doing, like we said, all that he can, but Pogi's going to shut him down. Now he's looking for one more. Shiki with the good mobility, good dash, looking to disengage, but Appraiser's Wrap going to miss the Marcus. Galcuti is going to find the flicker. These teams are clashing, and this is exactly what we wanted to see, a lovely back and forth. Is it's 11-11 on the scoreboard, 3-4 as far as towers, Eunice.
Looks like the clash is neck to neck. They do not want to give this win up. Zoomers really wants to capitalize on this snowball potentially happening, and then Lunox did unfortunately get shut down and during that team fight. So Lunox is going to definitely have to come back online and be able to melt down the entire side of Ackerman. But speaking about Ackerman, let's take a look at these this gold here, right? Looks like Lunox is sitting in right second up under Fredrin. We do see Alice coming online as well. Lapu sitting at that gold. Same with that Ling. Ling does very close to 10k gold. Being able to kind of walk around and farm around like this, being able to split push just gives Ackerman the advantage, right? They do have a Ling at their advantage, and Ling is very, very mobile tactical assassin. So being able to run around the map, get turrets when the team fight is not in their advantage, kind of forces the pressure for them to go back, right? If you guys aren't fighting this, I'm gonna go take a turret. But hold on, looks like a possible clash coming into the Lord.
Hoagie's gonna find another neutral objective, but looks like Ackerman's looking to find the fight. Ling is into the backside trying to take out Nicolette, but it's gonna be bursted down. He's gonna be taken out. Lord T's gonna find one, and Pogie's gonna find another. A 1-for-1 trade so far, but a Lord has been picked up by Zoomers. They have won the trade so far, as long as no one else gets taken out, but Ackerman is clumped up into the bush. That's 4 members there. They need to be careful. Commercial is gonna go for the bush check here. He's gonna clear out that mid river. He's gonna go ahead and force Ackerman back on the retreat, back on the disengage, but look at Pogie. He's going to focus over here onto the blue buff. He's looking to command a lot of attention and enhance Lord of the bot side right now. Pushing up. Now they're looking to maybe push onto the mid tower as well. Keep an eye on Nicolette. Feather airstrike coming in, stacking up. Time Journey will be forced. They won't be able to beat out the CC now when the Lord comes down to the bot side.
Yeah, it looks like Nicolette was able to very nicely zone out the members of her team to be able to capitalize a mid lane turn. But hold on, looks like Poggy wants to keep going for the team fight.
Looks like the clash is happening now. Lord is being dropped low. Will it be able to find the charge passive? Is able to hop in, able to knock out a majority of that inhibitor, but it will not fall, as Ackerman will be able to defend that, but they do lose that tier 2, as Lord T is trying to go ahead and defend with the Wapu Wapu. Brave Fighter stands in the Raging Slash, but he's getting pushed back. Pogie's looking to focus down on it. Marcuti doing what he can to defend the mid inhibitor, but hang on, Pogie wasn't able to find the inhibitor, now gets shut down by Lord T. That's a good pick off for the side of Ackerman here. They could maybe look to push the tempo. They do have the advantage. Maybe find a pick off. It looks like they might just play this slow. Zoomers is disengaging, but no, wait. Zoomers with the ambush, Gals Cutie. If he forced on the flicker here, Time Journey has came into play, and Zoomers might have made a mistake as the recounter has came from Ackerman. The onslaught is happening. They're turning the fight. This could be a wipeout. More Cutie. Can he find the last? Double kill. They wiped him out. Now Ackerman can claim real estate. And what a fight. Zoomers had the setup, but Ackerman had the answer. They had the counter. And this may be disaster for the side of Zoomers, as those death counters are ticking, but they're not going fast enough. Ackerman, the 5-man push. They found the tier 2. They're knocking down the inhibitor. And now at the door of the Nexus is just Pogie all alone. You found the neutrals, but can you find the defense? No, as Ackerman will take the sweep in Series 2 up against Zoomers.
Looks like a unfortunate clash coming up from the mid lane. So we do see that Zoomers did have that setup ready, but looks like Ackerman did come in with the answer. Shaky locking in with the MVP 2-0-12 coming in from the Valentina. Very good plays coming in by both teams. We do see Lord T coming online with that Lapu and that Diggy, and looks like this was a very intense match. Looks like brawl happening in the middle, the mid lane, being able to start clashing 2-minute long fights, right? But we do see Valentina coming in 32% damage, and New right next to Valentina, almost 35% damage there. Pretty even, very close with damage, but we do see Valentina up next. Up there on the board is Lord T Lapu, being able to body bag the entire backline and being helping the Alice, being able to pull in and take that damage. I mean, look at the damage taken, right? 25% to 30%. Looks like the Lapu and Alice did a very good job peeling the Lunox, peeling the Farsa, and be able to use their utility to let Diggy pop the reverse time and prevent Kufra and Poggy from being able to CC. But congratulations, Ackerman, you are the champions of this match. I will see you in the next series.
Man, what an insane game to close it out with a sweep into the favor of Ackerman. And I guess we'll know who the big brother is between Gals Cutie and Jules Cutie, as Gals Cutie definitely was able to claim a victory and move on to the semifinals. But an intense game indeed. It was just a battle of synergy, right? Both of the teams were high elo, knew where to rotate at, but it was just a little bit of a mistake putting all their eggs in one basket, trying to take down that Diggy. Diggy was able to get out of that, but all their utility was wasted, and that is when you see the side of Ackerman kind of burst them down in the mid lane to be able to take out that wipeout a little prematurely on their ultimates, and that's what costed them in that engagement. But Ackerman, congratulations. They've officially made their way into the semifinals. As ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, as we close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We are given first place a total cash prize of $700. The 16 teams are currently competing, and right now, as we are in the top 8 and they're fighting for the semifinalist positions, just insane all across the board. Moonton offering a crazy diamond prize pool. First place receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds. And fifth through eighth place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. And speaking of the matches so far, a little bit of a sneak peek at the bracket. Like we said, only 4 positions, and now currently only 2 positions left as the Valley was able to, remain victorious over Shinigami, take them down, and claim their spot in the semifinals. And now, Ackerman and Zoomers, an insane match, the battle of brothers, but you are seeing Gals Cutie prevail and Ackerman leading the way, and just some crazy gameplay. You definitely have to be a little careful on those engagements, especially when it comes to late game using that utility, and that is going to be Ackerman prevailing. And so that's going to be the Valley up against Ackerman for the semifinals. And now moving on, looking at the schedule going forward, we are moving to Series 3. Bloodhounds, led by Boca Roscoe, and you also have Pika Pika on there. Some familiar names across the land of the Dawn, going up against Beat the Odds. I can't wait to see what these two teams do inside of this next series, as they are competing in a best of 3, as there's only 2 spots remaining for the top 4 positions, and it's just been insane already. Definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to compete it out for Series 3.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Call me show me what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so it down to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down. Don't let it all. I've been on the road. I got the start on my goals and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop. You're a man of seven good. Don't you stop. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will make us strong. Even though we know we're backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. That's, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Leighton for the Valley. Let's go.
see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm MLBB, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these bitches for the stars, wanna show me what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
Travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Call me, show me what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Sharp. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm MLBB, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We've officially seen two teams prevail on to the semifinals as these teams, these top 8 teams, are competing for the remaining 4 positions. Speaking of today, that's right, Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially hosting their first ever tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the doors for Season 2, the Valentine Dash. Partnered up with Raz to provide the opportunity for 16 teams to compete for that #1 spot to get a total cash prize of $700 US. An amazing prize pool sponsored over there by Moonton, for first place receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through 4th place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. But it does not stop there, as we are looking at the bracket. We are looking at 8 teams compete for the semi-finalist positions, the 4 remaining spots, and now only the 2 remaining spots, as we've seen the Valley take down Shinigami and also Ackerman take out Zoomers in the Battle of Brothers. And now, moving forward, 2 spots left for the top 4 positions. Beat the odds, Bloodhounds and Idyllics versus Huevo. I can't wait to see what these teams do bring to the table, as they are competing in a best of 3, and we have some amazing news joined on the desk to paint the picture on this crazy match all the way across the world. You've seen him in the M Series tournament. Gideon is in the building. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Steph Weezy. Man, you gassing me up for no reason. We're just in 8th place region. Don't worry about it too much. I'm glad to be here and casting for the MLSA. And this, honestly, I do want to see what, well, in Malaysia, we call it semi-professional tier 2 teams actually make it. And, you know, considering the NA has been doing such a good job in the world tournaments and slowly getting that respect, everybody has got their eyes on NA. So I'm excited to see how this draft is going to progress.
Yeah, I know you're going to probably see things a little differently than what you typically see over there, you know, across the waters. As NA, you know, they say every server kind of has, and every region has their own meta. So I'm definitely going to be interested in your opinions as we do kind of go through the draft. We are looking at Bloodhounds go up against Beat the Odds. Bloodhounds is a team with 2 kind of content creators on their side. They have Boca Roscoe, who's a very big Twitch streamer, and also they have Pika Pika, who's currently looks like he is not going to be slotted in here, and they're going to go for their sub. So this is going to be an interesting match indeed. And then also they're going up against Beat the Odds. Beat the Odds has Sir Bossy. He is a YouTuber. They got Easy Peasy over there. Some really dominant names that have been kind of playing together for a while. Not to mention, Beat the Odds took down Team Gosu to claim their position in the top 8 yesterday. So definitely a lot on the line, but already seeing some of these bands on the way for the first phase. Martis being taken out for the side of Bloodhounds, and then the Kaja for the side of Beat the Odds.
Okay, relatively standard bands so far, nothing too out of the ordinary. We are expecting to at least see one of the top 3 bands get taken away at some point, whether it be the Yves, the Glue, arguably even the Carry as well. Really depends on what the team wants to play here, but the fact that they've already banned out the Martis, they don't want that early game pressure. So I would assume that Bloodhounds, most likely, if they wanted to make sure that they have like an early game secure, they're going to leave the Glue up for as long as possible, probably target the Carry, probably even the Yves as well at this stage. Depends on what their first pick is going to look like. But Grok instead, all right, looks like they have a completely different plan.
Yeah, you are looking at some interesting things already. You are seeing, like you said, that Martis, that early game pressure, the Mortal Coils to be able to go in with the anti-CC, the Decimation to be able to pick up some possible early kills on those neutral objectives. Something that they're kind of worried about, right? Now, something that we have to mention, right? Boca Roscoe, he is a Sicilian main. So usually, typically we see him slot that when it is available, that late game menace. But you know, with Sicilian, it kind of takes a little bit of time for him to rev up. So I'm wondering if they're going to go for this in the draft. But something also taken off that Grok, right? We've been kind of seeing it flexed early in the draft. You can put it as the roam, you can put it as the XP, keep the team guessing where that hero is going to go. So definitely a lot on the table, but talking about meta, right? Something we see here in North America kind of favoring over what was seen in the M Series is the carry walking. And right now that is still on the table. And I'm wondering if the side of Beat the Odds is going to ban it out, or are they going to go for more something else we've seen, you know, over there overseas. I've seen it in the Seabowl games, the men's division. We've seen the counters up against the carry, right? A lot of people are starting to slot in that Harith or that Lunox. And it looks like carry's going to go ahead and walk in this draft.
Okay, that's great, because now we see the options. Like I mentioned before, we were expecting to see some of the top bands get taken out very, very quickly here, but the fact is that Bloodhounds definitely wanted to pick up either Yves, ideally limit it down to Yves or maybe even Carry, giving that sort of priority over to Beat the Odds. Give them that choice of what menace do you want to deal with, and I think Beat the Odds did a significantly good job here. Ban out the 1-1, open up the draft even more. So no matter what we see from Bloodhounds, expect to see a strong response coming out from Beat the Odds. They're locking the carry, that's totally fine here. I'm expecting to see Lapu, Yves as well, both of which who can actually try to threaten the carry until she gets that Winds of Nature for the most part here. If they don't pick Yves, I'm thinking of what else is on the table that's as of worth it. I don't think they want to get anything too crazy. Fredrin's not that bad, but I'm pretty sure that there are other better options out there.
Yeah, the Fredrin's kind of something we've been seeing a lot, at least on the NA side of things. That walking petrified pretty much over there with the energy eruption. I think it's a pretty solid jungler, but that's going to guarantee one thing for the side of Beat the Odds: frontline presence. Now, we do know Sleep over there has this carry, kind of burst down the beefiest composition, so we're going to have to see something that's going to carry them to the late game, right? That late game damage dealer. But with the carry being slotted, the Fredrin being in the jungle for the side of Beat the Odds, and since Sarbasi did pick up that Lapu, that is going to guarantee Lapu in the XP lane and Fredrin as a possible jungle, but I guess they could flex it, swap it around, but you don't typically see the Lapu in the jungle, so we can kind of bank on that for Beat the Odds, easy peasy running this Fredrin.
Yeah, with the Fredrin, as you mentioned before, they've got that strong front line that can help them gain space over the map, and more importantly, just lock down as many targets as possible for as long as possible for the rest of the team to completely wipe them. The question is scaling right now, because we know for a fact that no matter how strong Fredrin's going to be, Carry's going to completely melt him down. So therefore, what is their damage output? What is their damage dealer that they're setting up for within maybe the first phase of this draft? But coming back to Bloodhounds, right? We see the Yve get locked in, we see the Kufra as well. I'm a little interested about the Kufra, very high risk, high reward. As soon as you miss that engagement, you're in a lot of trouble, and I love the response from BTO, locking in the Atlas to make sure, hey, even if we are going to set up for these neutral objective fights, we have one big ultimate, the perfect links, in making sure that they have a way to actually try and dominate that team fight. For a counter engage, maybe less for an engagement tool. They probably want to use Lapu Lapu and throw him in first to maybe find out where that Kufra is.
Yeah, you make some excellent points right there. We are seeing some continued frontline from the side of Beat the Odds. Now, when they slot that Atlas in the first phase, yes, that's guaranteed Fatal Links, but that still opens some room to possibly counter it. I do like the Atlas in favor. They can rush into the Eve over there on that manipulation. You have the group CC. It's definitely something checked off of the board, but with that Kaja that was currently banned out from the side of Beat the Odds, I'm wondering with how that's going to kind of work for them is they could still technically pick up an assassin, right? For the side of Bloodhounds, with that Kaja being out, you know Atlas is the roam. I don't see them slotting a Franco, and if they pick something like, you know, the Fanny, that could be definitely a deadly force that the side of Beat the Odds would have to go up against, with not really a counter, but a frontline presence to go up against it. So I see maybe an assassin having a little bit of an easier time getting by.
No, your call is absolutely correct here. And we look at the draft so far, the fact that they're banning out the fact that we see that Bloodhounds locked in the Kufra pretty much with no real reason. The most that we saw off of that draft was the Fredrin as well as the Lapu Lapu, two of which have dashes. And yes, the bouncing ball can control the space, but it's not exactly the hardest counter in the world, and not typically what you would imagine when you think of hard counter against these types of heroes. But then you start thinking about the Fanny as well. So they're trying to set something up for the second half of the draft, right? And same exact storyline coming out from BTO. The fact that they're banning out instead of the Fanny, knowing that their opponents have the Kufra, hey, Karina's really, really annoying. Maybe we can opt to look for a strong marksman. I'm thinking along the lines of Beatrix at this point of time. Great wave clear, has decent burst, and more importantly, just a way to threaten their opponents in case they fail their engagements.
And it looks like they are going to go ahead and hover over some of these marksmen now. Gina is going to go ahead and lock in this Claude, that late game menace over there with the blazing duets. Does have the mobility, especially when he is going to try and get to the back line. Bocarasco running this Eve, not the Sicilian that we've been typically seeing. But with that Claude pick, right? Claude has Dexter, the mirror image effect. He can get over there to Eve when you do see that manipulation going down. And also, he has a little bit of vision at his disposal with his skills in case the team does try and rush in and get the gank. But now, the big question of the day is, what are they going to run for the jungle for the side of Bloodhounds? And it looks like no, they're not going to opt in for the assassin. They're going to opt in on this Akai for the jungle.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like the Akai, a lot of good displacement, because the biggest issue when you're dealing with tank junglers is securing those neutral objectives, right? If you can't even, like in previous metas, we all remember the Balmon meta. Nobody really liked dealing with it. You had almost no way to stop Balmon from using his ult into the Retribution to secure any objective he wanted, but cutting back over to the draft itself, now we can see the full lineups from both sides. We have a very clear idea of what they want to do, and right now I'm leaning more towards Bloodhounds. They have a lot more priority. They've got some great late game scaling, and most importantly, those neutral objective fights feel like it's going to be more in their favor.
Yeah, definitely some excellent points. With that Akai, it's going to have that heavy spin go in, especially with the frontline composition, the tank, the Atlas to try and rush in and get a possible Fatal Links. But now, with the denial of that heavy spin, it may be some easier pickups for these objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially on Series 3 watching Bloodhounds go up against Beat the Odds for the remaining third spot in the top 4, the semifinalist positions for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, Valentine Dash. And joined on the desk with us, we have the one, the only, you've seen him on the M4 and also M Series castings. We have Gideon in the building. Man, I gotta say, I appreciate you being here, seeing our teams compete, as we do have NACT right around the corner, and currently this is our first tournament for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So I would love to see you kind of give your input on these teams, the way they rotate, maybe some things typically you might see over in your region compared to North America as well.
Oh, we don't talk about our region. We're just, you know, a lowly 8th placed region. We didn't place that high. Our drafts were kind of weird. We had some strong ideas, but it didn't look as executable. But obviously, I'm very thankful for you guys for actually having me on board. But immediately, we're seeing the first couple of engagements here towards the Little Wanderers side. And as expected, Beat the Odds are in a much better position at this point of time. There's no real reason for Akai to put himself in any form of danger for the time being. In mid lane, it's generally going to be 50-50 as long as it's 2v2. Okay, please don't die here. Please don't die.
You already see the magic ball going by Reckless, and now Faramis trying to respond to get a kill. A lot of early aggression over that Lethal Wonder, but surprisingly, nobody fell in that trade. Now, like you said, a couple of things, keys to victory as we are moving forward. That Atlas, he's fighting a little bit of an upscale battle with this Fatal Links. Like you stated over there, the Akai that he's going against with the heavy spin, you know, kind of off place, and the Kufra with the magic ball, possibly rushing in, trying to get a little bit of denial. It's going to give him a harder time. So I think for the side of Beat the Odds, Atlas is definitely going to have to be careful on his placement over there for his ultimates.
I think that's not the only thing, right? Yes, it is already difficult to find the placement as an Atlas, but with Flicker it becomes a little bit easier. But let's also take into consideration that that Dino is playing this Benedetta, and in a lot, like 9 out of 10 situations, Benedetta will have control over the lane against Sir Bossy. So it's all about who's going to make that first move, who has priority, because if Dino is able to Electro Final Bolo into the Petrify as Totnak goes for the engagement, then he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, mid lane.
We do see the heavy spin on a possible engagement. Alex gonna go ahead and pick up the Retribution, take the turtle for the side to Beat the Odds, but the Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash. Electro Final Blow going in, Co-Alter activated by Faramis, trying to give some sustainability, but wait a minute, Justice Blades by Lafu. Lafu going out, trying to secure a kill, but it looks like every member of Beat the Odds able to escape, but they did lose the first turtle.
It's not the worst in things for the world. It's not the worst in the world for Beat the Odds. They still have time to scale, and so far, based on what we're seeing, at least Instinct is in a good position in lane. He's not falling behind, and most importantly, he is getting his resets off. He's able to get back into base, top himself up full health, get back into the lane, and try maybe to get something off here.
Speaking of getting something off, Fatal Links going down over there by Totnak on this Atlas, but look at the heavy spin. You are seeing Alec over there on the jungle. Akai gonna go ahead and try and battle over this Lethal Wonder. A little bit of that awkward engagement with the Retribution, but easy peasy, a little bit faster on that trigger finger.
They probably could have put more pressure there off of from Reckless. They could have secured a kill as well with the Farmist if he was able to get the pullback, but I think for the most part, Beat the Odds playing it safe. They know they don't have the ultimates to actually do that, and most of their battle spells are down.
Speaking of down, Sleep's gonna pick up a kill, take down the Claude, and a beautiful set by Reckless with that Tyrant's Rage into the tier 1 turret for the bottom or top side, and that is Sleep's on this carry, already getting a little bit of farm and an advantage over the marksman for the side of Beat the Odds. But wait a minute, perfect match over there by Atlas for the slow. The taunt has been activated. Sleep sliding out of there is gonna go ahead and escape of that in that engagement, and right now you're just seeing a really good early phase for the side of Bloodhounds. But wait a minute, Petrify on the bottom side, not over indeed. Boca Roscoe is gonna drop the manipulation down and get a kill. Down goes Foe on the Faramis.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see from both of these teams, right? A lot of back and forth, and I think right now Bloodhounds understand that they don't necessarily need to make that first move. I think in most Kufra positions, like Reckless, if I was Reckless, I would have gone in so much earlier just to make something happen. No, he doesn't die here, right? Oh god, he might die here.
That was a little risky. That was a good placement over there by Reckless, kind of waiting for the mirror image effect to go into that bush, able to get the set, the magic ball, does some serious damage and dashes in, but the recall is a saving grace, and you are going to see Claude get out of there, but the engagement over on this turtle again, but this time going to the side of Beat the Odds. The heavy spin was not enough to kind of deny them, and they did maintain that pressure, and that is one turtle for both sides of the board today.
All right. Okay. So really good movements from both sides. They noticed how many people were on the top side. They immediately made the call to take turtle instantly on the opposite side of the map. Both teams know exactly what they are doing. And as we slowly build up to the mid game, and we look at the gold lead so far, carry is still a full item. Is going to be about a full item ahead. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong person, not Lapu, but instead Claude. But yeah, it's all about taking control. It's all about building up that gold lead for your side laners at this stage of the game, and especially amongst the marksmen. Easy peasy, and as well as, oh, the engagement though.
You are seeing the manipulation go down, but canceled out. Sir Bossy rushing in with the brave side of Raging Slash. Down goes the Co-Alter. You are seeing Gina get a kill, taking down Akai, the jungler for the side, beat the odds, but the fight does not stop here. Reckless taken dangerously low. Easy peasy gonna pick up that kill and take down the roam for the side of Bloodhounds, and that is a 2-for-none trade. Beat the odds, leading the way, trying to even up the scoreboard in terms of kills. But wait a minute, perfect match by Totnak, not able to get the slow onto Sleeps, onto Boca Roscoe, but you are seeing that tier 1 turret take some serious damage. Gina trying to burst it down, but some proper defense to hold him off from losing that turret for the side of Bloodhounds.
I think for the time being, as long as they don't lose that turret, it's totally fine. Turtle's about to spawn in about 30 seconds on the top side of the map anyways. I'm just glad to see that Beat the Odds are, again, not hesitant with their cooldowns. As soon as they get their ultimates back up, they're looking for plays to be made across the map, whether it's in lane or just before the tier 1.
Yeah, definitely some good points made indeed. And right now, 3-2, but wait a minute. Tyrant's Rage rushing in for the set. Fatal Link's going down. You are seeing the Blazing Duet go in with the Co-Alter. Foe gonna pick up a kill, take down Reckless, down goes Kufra. You aren't gonna see the Shadow Stampede able to get a set though. Alex rushing in on the Sakai, Turtle spawning in, and now the conceal play over there by Totnak. A little bit of wasted utility, but he is gonna go in with the perfect match, try and get some slow. Alex is gonna go ahead and use the heavy spin to stop Sir Bossy, and easy peasy pushing in the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, but wait a minute. Easy peasy not backing down. Is going to go ahead and do some additional damage. Sir Bossy rushing in with the bravest fighter. Is going to go ahead and possibly get a stun, but going to go ahead and shift focus over to this turtle. Get out of that engagement as he did not have the numbers in his favor. But now, evening up the scoreboard, even up the playing field, you are going to see Reckless get a kill. Take down Foe. Kufra taking down the Faramis. Easy peasy picking up the Retribution. Takes the turtle for the side of Beat the Odds, but it's not over. Boca Roscoe taking down Atlas. Fight still going on. Raging Slash connecting. Stun onto Alex, but you are seeing Sir Bossy pick up the kill. Take down Boca Roscoe. It is not over though. Magic Ball activated by Reckless, and the heavy presence from Beat the Odds contesting over the blue buff for the side of Bloodhounds now, not putting their foot off of the gas, but continuing to engage and possibly take this tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Really nicely done. I mean, Beat the Odds, they've got some good foresight here. Wait, hold on, Bossy. Bossy, get out of there, Bossy!
Gonna get saved by the Co-Alter. Now rushing in with the bravest fighter, Raging Slash, not able to take down Reckless, but they do take the tier 1 turret. But wait a minute, Benedetta Dino with the Electro final blow, not able to connect on to Bossy. He is gonna be able to slide out of there, but it is not done. Perfect match by Atlas to get the stun, to get the frozen, and you are seeing the Fatal Links to respond. Foe taking down the carry, but look at Dino on the chase, trying to get Totnak. Realize he is very low on HP on the prowl, trying to take him down, but he is low himself. Gonna pick up the kill. Down goes Totnak, but Dino needs to get out of there. Easy peasy on the chase, and with the mobility, he is able to escape, but Boca Roscoe gonna go ahead and use the manipulation, take down Faramis, and now you are seeing Sir Bossy rush in. Tyrant's Rage for the set by Reckless for the save on that Raging Slash, and now the Magic Ball activated for some additional CC. Sir Bossy taking dangerously low. Raging Slash going in. Gina gonna pick up a kill, take down Reckless. Blazing Duet going out onto Alex, onto Boca Roscoe, but it is not done. Alex trying to get away. Easy peasy on the chase, gonna try and burst him down. You are seeing Boca Roscoe, same situation, but Sir Bossy gonna go ahead and take him out. Down goes even on the bottom side. Alex able to get away from Easy Peasy, but Sir Bossy taken down by Dino on the Benedetta. Some heavy engagement right now, nice and early for this game.
I'm seeing a lot of MPO MY vibes here, like it's just fight after fight after fight, but unfortunately the resources can't fund this war for too long. Like Foe, unfortunately for him, he's playing Farmis, and he's got a decently long cooldown on that Co-Alter. He can only save some people sometimes. He can't save everybody all the time in a lot of these tight fights.
You know what they say, you can't save them all. And here we go, another engagement in the mid-river. You are seeing Totnak with the double set for the Fatal Links into the Blazing Duet. Gina online, trying to get some kills with AoE damage, but you are seeing the Retribution be used by Alex and the mirror image effect over there by Gina to escape back to the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. And right now, Beat the Odds on the aggressive stance, trying to claim this first Lord.
Rather surprising that we didn't see Sir Bossy actually wanting to commit with his ultimate there. I think that was a very good angle for it at the very least, because if they are going to, you know, utilize a Blazing Duet, hold on, the fight's gonna break out though.
Easy peasy using the retribution, picking up this Lord for the side of Beat the Odds, a neutral objective in their favor. But wait a minute, you are seeing, what was that, the Wind of Nature over there by Gina to escape. And now, with the Lord in their favor, they are going to possibly try and take some more of these turrets.
Yeah, it feels the worst. They change carry so much to a point where it almost feels unplayable for most marksmen, especially when it comes down to, should I face check this bush? I don't know. I might live, I might die. Do I have Winds of Nature? I might have to expand this. And all the resources are out for Gina as they look for the rest of Bloodhounds look to actually clean up their lanes with Lord pushing from Beat the Odds sides. Their defense should technically be fine with Bosco. Oh no.
Gonna go in for the fatal links, but you see the eye for an eye from Benedetta. Dino able to escape, and that is Totenak down of an ultimate to be able to take a potential clash, but Sir Bossy wasting no time is gonna take the tier 2 for the top side, and now shifting focus over to the mid lane, gonna take the tier 2. Beat the Odds claiming a lot of real estate right now, still having Lord at their back. They are gonna try and close this out with some inhibitors as well, but the question is, can the side of Bloodhounds hold them off? Can they save their inhibitors from being pushed in? Down goes the Lord, but Beat the Odds doesn't even care, still heavy foot on the gas, maintaining that pressure on the side of Bloodhound's jungle. Is that a mistake? We may see some possible members be taken down, but no, they are going to kind of disengage now, and I like that decision. But wait a minute, Reckless now being the aggressive one, rushing in, and Sir Bossy to respond with the bravest fighter, Raging Slash. And right now, just a crazy bloodbath inside of the jungle right now, as both teams being very aggressive. It's not even like Bloodhounds is feeling like they're even down right now. They are taking this fight, even though they do not have these turrets in their favor.
I think they understand. Just sacrifice what you need to sacrifice. We can scale towards the later stages of the game. If this fight goes on long enough and we're able to get an early pick on Claude, Sleeps is going to do the rest of the work. Let's relax for the moment. There's nothing to do for the next 60 seconds or so. Yes, it's a bit unfortunate that we did lose a lot of economy through our jungle, but hey, it's not the end of the world for the time being. But I want to see what Beat the Odds wants to push the envelope here.
Speaking of pushing the envelope, you are seeing a little bit of that manipulation go down by Boca Roscoe, forcing out the co-alter by Foe. And man, just some crazy battling going down on the bottom side. And with that co-alter activated and the manipulation, both sides kind of down on utility right now. And that's going to force both of them to kind of disengage for now.
Really good ideas coming in from Beat the Odds. They were hoping that the rest of the team would walk through the lane rather than such narrow jungle pathways, which could be really devastating if Reckless tries to make a flicker play later on. So really good foresight there for Beat the Odds. Bloodhounds, they got to keep up with the way that they're playing. Play defensively. There's nothing wrong, no harm in doing so. Eventually you will come to a point where you can actually contest for these neutral objectives. Now, Alex is down a level, so Easy Peasy should technically be able to get this Lord a lot more efficiently, or secure it at a higher percentage in comparison to Alex. So let's see. Maybe they're going to look for a backline attack. Maybe Dino could look for an engagement.
And Totenak, with that same idea, is going to possibly go in with the Fatal Links and going to get a set only onto one member of Bloodhounds. And down goes the manipulation to respond. Co-alter being activated. Blazing Duet over there by Gina. But wait a minute. Gina picking up a kill, taking down Boca Roscoe on that manipulation. That is the mage down for the side of Bloodhounds. Man down. But the fight is not over, as you are seeing Gina on the aggressive play. Easy Peasy taking the Lord, now rushing in to join the fight. But Reckless gonna take down Gina, and you see the double kill by Faramus taking out Sleeps. That is 3 members off the board for the side of Bloodhounds, and now a good push for the side of Beat the Odds, trying to close out Electo. Final blow over there by Benedetta, trying to clear these minions, not able to clear them out though. And now with this heavy push, Sir Bossy's gonna take the inhibitor for the top side, and ladies and gentlemen, Beat the Odds full foot on the gas, trying to close it out, but members are starting to spawn in for the side of Bloodhounds, which is gonna force them out of their base.
Oh boy, it could have been so much better, but Dino already finds his first initial trade onto the Faunus, which is great. He's already found one, but can he capitalize on this even more? I doubt it with the Luminous Lord walking down the mid lane as well, and the rest of Beat the Odds coming on through. Bloodhounds are running out of time.
Definitely running out of time, and Alex is gonna go ahead and hit the heavy spin, get the pin onto the wall, let the final blow to combo with it, and down goes Easy Peasy. Fatal Links for the double set, but Lord is gonna push into the inhibitor. Co-alter being activated by Faramus. Raging Slash gonna find Sleeps and take him down. Carry is off of the match and into the caster's desk, but look at the Lord still in effect. Boca Roscoe with manipulation, taking down Foe. Down goes Faramus. 1 member off the board for each side, and it looks like they are still gonna maintain that presence. Looking at Gina doing some damage over there on this Claude. Gonna use that mirror image effect. They do have a couple of minions, but there's still a 4-man team of Bloodhounds to defend, and it looks like they are not done. Raging Slash activated over there with the bravest fighter, Sir Bossy, trying to get out. The slow from Eve may be too much, and yes, he was able to escape with half HP.
All right. So finally, they've pushed them back. The lore push is done for. Bloodhounds can actually recuperate for another 80 seconds or so until the next lord spawns against Beat the Odds. In the time being, if you look at the gold lead, it hasn't really moved away from that 4K, which is not something that you want to see from Beat the Odds. Ideally, they want to be in the 10K position, which they almost guarantee to win this round, but Bloodhounds are still holding strong, still with a 12 to 11 kill score. Ideally for me, I mean, based on the items that we're seeing so far, we will see that Eve will start to be extremely relevant with the utility that she has in her ult as well, plus the Ice Queen Swan, but the catch has already begun.
We're seeing Reckless Hughes trying to get a set. Tonak gonna go ahead and use the Fatal Links. Reckless trying to get away, the full team on his back. Immortality has been proc, but now having a little bit of reassurance from the team joining the fight. But look at their HP. Alex and Reckless very low. Perfect match and the Blazing Duet on the chase, on the prowl. And that is Gina picking up a kill, taking down Sleeps. Not done. Foe gonna rush in. Co-Alter being activated, trying to burst them down, but Dino responding, trying to slash out Foe on this over-aggressive push. And right now, you are seeing Beat the Odds trying to find a way to close this game out, as they do have a lot of insurance, right? They're still holding on to a lot of their turrets. And right now, the side of Bloodhounds only down to their last inhibitor for the bottom side.
Yeah, it's starting to boil down to time here. Bloodhounds can just hold on for another 2 minutes. This could easily flip onto Beat the Odds. If they steal this Lord, that guarantees another 3 minutes on their side to keep on playing. So let's see how they play it out.
You are seeing Sir Bossy check a bush with 4 members of Bloodhounds in it, and the question is who will prevail. Sir Bossy fighting the backline, takes out Boko Roscoe. Electo final blow with the Blazing Duet on the chase, trying to get a kill. Foe taking down Reckless. That is the roam for the side of Bloodhounds. 2 members out. Fatal Links picking grass. Tonak not able to get a set, but it looks like they do have the numbers as they are down their maze, they are down their roam, and now looking like the side of Beat the Odds is going to shift focus on to this Luminous Lord.
Luminous Lord pretty much going to get taken without much contestation for the most part, unless Dino and Alex can do something about it. But you can see Foe, Tonak, even Bossy making sure that they have the space, knowing exactly all the Bloodhounds' moves, so they won't be able to steal it at all. So really nicely played, really good security, and great protocols coming in from Beat the Odds.
Yeah, definitely some good synergy, some great rotations, right? 17 minutes in, we have gotten into the late game, and now the battle over the last inhibitor turret for the bottom side. Manipulation going down by Boko Roscoe into the co-alter by Faramis. A little bit of the silence. Alex picking up a kill. Down goes Sir Bossy on the Lapu Lapu. Electo final blow does go in to clear some of these minions, and right now their backs are against the wall as Beat the Odds has grabbed up this Luminous Lord, and now they're going to probably sink these lanes and go for a potential finish.
Let's see. They've only got mid and bottom currently in stink as of right now, but even then, Bloodhounds are trying to delay it as much as they can.
And you do see the delay on the way. Fatal Links not being able to get a set as the eye for an eye goes up by Benedetta. Boko Roscoe with the manipulation. Lord crashing into the Nexus. Possibly Boko Roscoe taking out Tonak. But look at Gina rushing in with the Blazing Duet, trying to get some kills with AoE damage. You are seeing Foe take down Reckless. Lord gets bursted down by the side of Bloodhounds. And 2 members out of the board for the side to Beat the Odds. Some good defense, even though they're still holding on to the bottom inhibitor turret as well. And now on the chase, you are seeing Dino trying to pick up some kills on the prowl, smelling blood on Easy Peasy and Foe, but they are able to get out of that engagement.
All right, this is the most ideal outcome for the Bloodhounds. Now they basically get to play the game up till the world just doesn't even matter anymore. And Beat the Odds, on the other hand, this is starting to become really, really difficult. Boko Roscoe is starting to become a huge pain. Every single time they look for these engagements, they get slowed down, which sets things up for Dino to attack the backline, maybe even threaten Gina out of position. So Easy Peasy, Sir Boss, and Tonak have to play a little bit more defensively. They want Bloodhounds to make that first move. As soon as Reckless loses his gap closer, he can immediately start jumping in because he'll be too far apart from the rest of his team to actually utilize that magic ball or bouncing ball, whichever you want to call it, for backline engagement. Because if Sleeps dies, this entire team will start to crumble.
Yeah, and you definitely got to watch out as we are creeping into that late game, almost that 20-minute mark, right? There's a big cooldown timer when you do fall in these engagements. And speaking of falling, Dino, you do see the heavy push from Beat the Odds, trying to get a pick off, not able to take him down. But wait a minute, Alex getting pulled in by the Shadow Stampede, and now possible engagement on the way. He is getting taunted. Alex getting hit from every direction, gonna use the heavy spin to push them off, and that is the power of Akai in its finest. When all the odds are against you, just heavy spin it out. But Sir Bossy's gonna take take down Alex, and now the manipulation going down. Fatal Links inside of it. Go all to being activated to try and heal the team inside of that manipulation, but is it enough? Immortality being procced over there, but wait a minute. Cooper with Times Race takes down Totenak. Foe's gonna take down Dino. Killing Spree activated, but it is not over as you are seeing Foe pick up another kill, finding his way into sleeps, leaving only Reckless and Boca Roscoe to defend against 4 members of the side of BTS, but they are very low on HP. Cooper rushing in, gonna go ahead and get the magic ball, proc the immortality on the Gina and pick up the kill. Look at easy peasy though. Look at the team. They are rushing into the Nexus, gonna go ahead and try and take it down. Boca Roscoe with a hope and a dream and a manipulation, not able to fend them off. And ladies and gentlemen, Beat the Odds takes game 1.
Whoa. Oh, great game coming out from Beat the Odds. Overall, they just have much better protocols for neutral Lord pits, turtle pit situations. And I think, you know, Foe definitely deserves the MVP medal because he's saving his teammates from really uncomfortable situations. But throughout the game, you can see them slowly adapting to what some of the habits we are seeing from the Bloodhounds, and especially from Reckless. Is it telegraphed that you can see him trying to make certain plays? Yes and no, but they understand one thing. As soon as he runs out, reveals his position, they have a lot of power to play with because the only other person they have to really worry about is going to be Alex pinning them against the wall. If Boca Roscoe drops down his real world manipulation, he needs some form of setup to group them together because the overall dynamic of the team is understood. Hey, there's a Yve on the enemy side. We don't want to be too close together to get maximum impact from Reckless as well as Alex, but at the same time, we cannot be too far apart, so we isolate ourselves so that people like Sleep and as well as Dino are able to start taking out our backline before we can start dishing out the damage. So understanding this dynamic from the side of BTO really sets them apart in this game, and especially for Boca Roscoe, who is supposed to be the one that actually helps out the rest of the team. He should have been using his ults a little bit more aggressively at times to bait out some of the bigger ultimates coming in from the side of BTO, but instead you're always following for the more reliable supports or even junglers who have hard CC that can actually secure it a lot easier than you can, and especially since you are just gambling with such a powerful ultimate here. I don't know about you, Steph Weezy, but like that mid game definitely looked like MPL MY, but as soon as we got into the later stages of the game, BTO, they grew up really fast and they were like, okay, we got to end this now before this keeps on going on for too long.
Perfectly said over there by Gideon, looking like MPL MY, and you are going to see Beat the Odds lead the way, able to take down Bloodhounds in match 1. But that's just it, ladies and gentlemen. That is only match 1. An insane game, crazy turnout, but now Beat the Odds having one match at their disposal, a little bit of that momentum boost to go up against Bloodhounds for game 2, as if Bloodhounds does lose another one, they will be swept. But the big question of the day is, will Bloodhounds be able to come back, find some answers, and take us to a game 3? Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever MLSA tournament, as we close the gates for season 1 and open up the gates for season 2. We are giving a total cash prize of $700 to the number 1 team for this event, not to mention 16 teams competing for it, and now we are on 8 teams competing for the top 4 positions, the semi-finalist positions for day 2. Looking at the prize pool provided by Moonton as well. First place also receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through 4th place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. Not just that, but ladies and gentlemen, we have some of the top teams for North America currently competing. As you do look at the bracket, right? The Valley able to prevail, take down Shinigami, now has claimed their spot in the semifinalist position, going up against Ackerman, who took down Zoomers. And now the match of the day so far, Beat the Odds with 1 win at their disposal up against Bloodhounds, having a little bit of a possible match point on the way, and we've got to see how Bloodhounds responds as they're battling for that 3rd position in the top 4. And then to close out today, we will be seeing Idyllics go up against Huevo. We appreciate everybody tuning in as we are the MLSA, our first ever tournament, and I hope you guys are enjoying. Special shout out to Gideon leading the way on these matches as well, but definitely don't go anywhere as both of these teams are getting ready to embark in for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, one of the best matches of the day so far, as we are seeing Beat the Odds go up against Bloodhounds. Beat the Odds able to take game one with a crazy finish, and definitely not over yet, as Bloodhounds still has a chance to remain in here and claim their spot for the remaining third position as we are on Series 3. And right now, I gotta say, definitely these teams are competing. Gideon's on the desk. He's been mentioning, reminding him of MPL MY, and definitely that's definitely props over there for North America as we are growing as a region as well. But speaking of today, this is the Valentine Dash. We are hosting our first ever tournament for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. 16 teams competing for the #1 spot. $700 going to the winning team. Hosted from February 2nd through February 5th. Moonton pitching in an amazing prize pool. 25,000 diamonds to the first place winners. 2nd through 4th place getting 15,000 diamonds. And 5th through 8th place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. Not to mention, with the amazing prize pool, we have officially partnered with Raz, who has given a lot of that toward the MLBB NA community. So make sure you guys thank him for that as we do prevail through today's matches. But speaking of today's matches, looking at the bracket, like we said, these teams are competing for the semifinalist position. The Valley claiming one spot, Ackerman claiming the other, and now the third spot, Beat the Odds versus Bloodhounds. Beat the Odds having the slight advantage and trying to take them down with a possible sweep, but we have to see how Bloodhounds will respond. Joined on the desk, you've seen him in the M Series, you've seen him in M4, you've seen the flashy suits. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gideon on the play-by-play.
Man, I really need to get you on some of these international events. You are gassing me up like no one has ever done so in my life. This is a different level of gas that I'm tasting here. There's some of that NA gas, and I'm loving it. It's kind of pricey, but hey, don't worry about it. We'll see how the rest of the year is going to go. Now, draft has already begun. Immediately, we're seeing from BTO, they're taking out the Walmart, they're taking out the Kaja, and as well as the Joy. Pretty much the same setup that Bloodhounds was actually trying to opt for in game #1. Some of the priority picks here, and the main two that haven't been touched just yet, Yves and as well as Glue, haven't been touched. Now, one of these is going to get let through, and there's nothing they can really do about this, so I want to see how Bloodhounds actually responds on the red side.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of these bans being taken out, and there goes the Glue. Carry has been bound out this time, but we're wondering what the first pick is going to be. Usually a lot of teams like to go for that flex position, maybe even taking in something very strong for the first pick. I know Grok is available, can definitely work in the XP lane, and it opens opportunity for the side of Beat the Odds to either slot him in the Roam or the XP. But speaking of XP, they're going to go ahead and opt in for something else, right? Something we commonly see nowadays being slotted for the XP lane. Sir Bossy picking up this Lapu Lapu.
I mean, Lapu Lapu is just a really stable laner. He has options of just not interacting with the lane, just slow pushing, freezing the lanes until he hits 4, depending on the matchup. Other times, if he has a really good matchup, he can dominate this lane. So Lapu, very staple pick. I'm curious to see, because one of my favorite matchups to watch in the EXP lane is Lapu Lapu into a Yuzong matchup. And I think if Bloodhounds want to take a Yuzong into a Yve, that opens up a lot of options. Yes, it becomes a little bit more of a readable draft overall, but I think with 2 power picks on their side and a great way to set up, they could opt to do it. But instead, 4 more seconds, 3 more seconds, Grok and as well as the Valentina going to be the options instead. I like the flex pick of the Grok as you mentioned before, but the Valentina more so as a response of having some versatility in and out of team fights. If they, let's say, get an artillery mage, they can do stuff, but at the very least you have the Bravest Warrior, which gives you all of Lapu Lapu's abilities in and out of the fight.
Yeah, like you said, versatility is definitely key, and Boca Rosca with a strong pickup. But now, speaking of strong pickups, easy peasy picking up the Martis. Good on the neutral objectives, not even having to worry about some CC with the Mortal Coils. And also, one of the kings for the early game in terms of the neutral objectives, because he definitely comes online. He has the decimation, he picks up attack speed, he also picks up speed as well. He looks like a full linebacker if he is able to get that last hit with the decimation. And speaking of linebackers, Totenak is going to go ahead and pick up this Hilda.
Now that's interesting because usually you would expect to see the Hilda once you have confirmed that your opponent, okay. Once your opponent is confirmed to go for the assassin, I'm surprised that Bloodhounds are willing to go into this assassin into Hilda. I'm guessing they're going to have an early leash with the support as well as the mid lane, maybe most likely going to be the marksman in most situations. But without the carry, that does mean that there's only very few marksmen that have relevant damage against the Hilda, especially when she's jumping in and out of bushes to break that initial shield. So, I don't know, it could require a 3-man leash here to ensure that Hilda doesn't mess around with that purple buff. But we'll see,
Yeah, definitely some good points indeed, but something that the side of Beat the Odds is lacking, right, is the CC department. Yes, they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of front line, but they don't have the set potential, and I'm wondering what they're going to slot in for the mid lane, right? Yes, they have the front line checked off, Martis, a little bit of CC in his disposal with the Mortal Coils, but is it enough? And not to mention, against that Fanny, you do have Totenak on the Hilda. That definitely works against Alex's. Hilda's one of those nuisances that rushes in, invades the jungle, and can pretty much just jump in a bush and proc that passive and heal up, so you are going to have to watch out over there on Totenak. But we know one thing for sure, Totenak is definitely going to be the roam, as Sir Bossy did lock in that Lapu. So I think it's a good read for them to still be able to pick up something that can work against it. But right now, Alex on the Fanny, right? Going to be a very hard time. Is he going up against 3 frontline fighters that he's going to try and burst down? And not to mention Hilda trying to harass over there on that blue buff. But one thing they do have, you can't count out the Valentina. Being able to use that Terrify, one of those basically anti-invade mages, right? She can rush in and pretty much terrify the Hilda when he does try and invade over on Alex for the blue buff.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing about Valentina. She is a jack of all trades, master of none, and sometimes can be the master of all, which is rather crazy if you compare her to the true anti-invade mage, which is supposed to be, especially against melee heroes, the Valir. Valir, obviously, some people love it, some people hate it. I'm one of the haters for sure. Definitely because I'm an EXP laner. I generally play melee heroes, so it's really annoying getting hit by the Searing Torrents all the time. But based on the draft that we're seeing so far, we can see that the Bloodhounds are targeting hard on lane bullies, specifically in the gold lane. And if we cut back over to BTO, it's going to be Atlas and as well as Franco both getting taken out. Franco, definitely understandable. They don't want a support that could slow down the overall farm of Martis. And Atlas, I mean, they played it last game. You can see how effective it can be, especially if your composition is designed to be very engage heavy. Just the risk of getting fatal links for a counter engagement is threat enough, so getting rid of it, totally understandable.
Oh, but speaking of pickups, Sleep's going to go ahead and take up this Moskov. We've seen how deadly Moskov can be in M4, right? Onik over there, you see in the CW, attack speed route, maybe on the way, but looks like Gina hovering over this Cloud. We're wondering what their backlines are going to be, right? They need some closers, some late game damage dealers, and right now, Xavier being hovered over, does have the Dawning Light, can definitely pick up in damage, but he is going to have to play from afar. His issue is when heroes get up close and personal, but he does have some good CC, but you have to watch out for Alex on this Fanny. Alex, who's going to definitely try and pave the way for the early game and rotate and get some possible pickups, only really needing the blue buff and also Blade of Heptases to get the job done. But Foe gonna go ahead and pick up some artillery, locking in this Farza, and looks like Gina's gonna lock in the Clint, and that is gonna finalize the draft for the side of Beat the Odds.
I mean, beat the odds. They want to bully the gold lane. I mean, that's the idea. The fact is, if they had access to Brody, they would absolutely pick it. I think, you know, Bloodhounds had a really good read overall of what BTO's overall game plan is, or at least their drafting style when it comes down to specifically the gold lane. Locking in the Moskov, personally for me, yes, Moskov scales really well into the later stages of the game, but he does kind of struggle if you make that one mistake. To be fair, that could be said about all marksmen, but for Moskov, he gets punished way harder compared to most marksmen. I think that Clint in this matchup, especially for the early game, should do relatively well, but as soon as the winds of nature start coming out, that's where we're going to see some problems. And if Clint is able to get at least a 2k gold lead against the Moskov in lane, it's just impossible. Like, what can Moskov really do until he gets that winds of nature to actually deal with the rather large burst coming in from Clint?
And now with the drafts finalized, something interesting that got swapped out. Alex picking up this Barats and switching Fanny to be the jungler. And now Fanny is going to be a possible XP laner inside this position. And I'm expecting Grok to be the roam. Now, with that being said, you mentioned the Valentina earlier, right? Able to use a lot of the ultimates against the enemy team with that IMU. And now going to have the feathered airstrike over there by Fars that'll work in her favor. So you are going to have to watch out for that. But I'm going to be keeping my eyes over on Dino, right? He is the XP lane, Fanny, and we've got to see how this works. Like, Fanny definitely needs a little bit of that blue buff to get online with that energy, but when you are in the XP lane, you can kind of recall and negate having to worry about that energy so much. But ladies and gentlemen, we are officially on match 2 of Series 3 for the top 8 teams in the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, and we are joined on the desk with the amazing caster from the M Series, Gideon, to lead the way on the play-by-play. Man, I gotta say, how you feeling about match 1 so far from both of these teams?
Look, game number 1 was great. Game number 2, I got so many questions here. What is happening right now? Like, Alex, he's allowed to do whatever he basically wants because they didn't want Fanny to go into the jungle. But what does this mean for Fanny up in the EXP lane, right? It's a rather odd situation to be in.
Now, is this something you see in Myanmar a lot? Do you ever see the Fannies in the XP lane?
No,
or Malaysia?
Never.
Yeah.
The most we've seen from Fanny is from Todak, and that was Yumski playing it as a support. And even then, there are its benefits. But as an EXP laner, if you know the matchup, I don't know. But let's see how this purple buff goes. A.
Now, you are seeing the engagement on the way, but wait a minute. As Alex can go ahead and pick up that kill. That was first blood for who was it? That was Alex over there on the Brats, able to pick that up. Definitely a good start right now for Bloodhounds. They are down by 1 game, so they definitely need to kind of even out the odds and take this to a game 3. Because if the side of Beat the Odds is able to close this out with their aggressive composition, you are going to see them pick up the sweep and claim their spot in the top 4.
Well, we say that, but Easy Peasy actually already hit level 4 in the meantime, so Alex may be up slightly in gold because of that kill, but look at this, Easy Peasy just walking into their jungle, disrespecting them. He might just die here. I could be wrong.
Oh, what? Engagement on the way. You are seeing Easy Peasy take down by Reckless, and that is 2 kills to the side of Bloodhounds, nice and early, and surprisingly not picked up by Dino on the Fanny, but also picked up by the rest of their team. But down goes the Feather Airstrike, the AoE damage. Reckless taken dangerously low, able to get out of that last mark, but not the same for Alex, as he is taken down by the Raging Slash of Sir Bossy on this Lapu Lapu.
Are they not going to dive him? Are they not going to dive him? Oh, Bossy, he tries for it and ends up getting punished instead. You'd hate to see it. Man, they got to communicate quick about these decisions.
Yeah, definitely need to kind of focus a little bit more on being careful. So if you do get bursted down too much in the early game, you're going to allow the snowball to happen. Already seeing another kill as Valentina is going to take down Totnak on this Hilda. We talked about it, that anti-invade at its finest.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now, but as you can see, Beat the Odds, this is part of the plan. You can sacrifice as many kills as you want at this stage of the game, especially if it is going to be that Hilda, who will devalue over time every single time that she dies. And you can tell by the gold lead, it's the margins are so very, very small.
Speaking of margins, an interesting matchup on the top side. Dino on this Fanny versus Sir Bossy over on this Lapu Lapu. But look at the bottom side, the wild charge for the knockup, the stun. Sleep's trying to take him down as Reckless is taking the turret damage, but is it enough? No, it's not. It's Tonak joining the fight, trying to burst him down with the Power Wilderness, and Gina is going to pick up that kill, take down Sleeps, who was the early aggressor, but now being penalized. Easy Peasy picking up the Decimation, rushing in. The linebacker's going to find Grok, and now go for a possible double kill. Decimation picking up the double. Down goes Boca Roscoe on this Valentina, and right now Easy Peasy showing you the power of 3,000 worlds for this Martis, using a Decimation. Feathered airstrike the combo with it, but Deton's Welcome grabbing it up for the double stun into the turret, and you are seeing Alex fighting a 1v4. Tonak rushing in, gonna burst him down, but Sleep's taking down Easy Peasy. Alex taking down Tonak, and wow, what a crazy engagement for the bottom side. And that is currently 5-6. Bloodhounds still leading in terms of kills, but look at Reckless trying to get the wall. Guardian's Barrier going in. Wild charge, connecting, strike, you're out.
I love it. I love these games. It's chaotic. And when you see a play like that, Alex just dancing his happy feet, dealing with a 1v4 situation where he should have died way earlier. He bought so much time to allow the rest of the Bloodhounds to come back and actually punish them really heavily for this. So now we do see that Easy Peasy, yes, he's getting further and further ahead, but his side laners, and especially for his support, it's starting to bleed out. And the question is, how much gold can you bleed out before it becomes unbearable? We're about to find out here, because Bloodhounds, if they want to maintain some odds of getting back tempo, and more importantly so, focusing down on the big picture of the... No, Reckless is gonna die.
Decimation finding him. Let's go ahead and take him down, but Dino a little hungry, hitting the Deton's Welcome onto Easy Peasy, but rushing back in with the Mortar Coils, trying to take down Alex, but he is too beefy. This is like Thanos with all the Infinity Stones right now, trying to fight it out against the side of Beat the Odds, but look at Dino rushing in. Cutthroat gonna find foe in the backline, taking out Farza. Tonak with Power Wilderness, taking down Dino in response, and Sir Bossy gonna pick up a kill, taking down Boca Roscoe on this Valentina, and now opening up a way to possibly take the mid inhibitor turret. Reckless trying to stop, or mid turret. Reckless trying to stop him. You are seeing Sir Bossy able to take that, but wait a minute, Tonak taking some serious damage. 1v3, trying to rush out. Easy Peasy gonna take the turtle, but it's not done yet. Justice Blade connecting, Sleeps taking down Tonak, but look at Easy Peasy rushing in. Mortar Coils on the way. Flicker with the Raging Slash, finding Sleeps. Sir Bossy picking up that kill, but Dino on the top side gonna take down the marksman. Down goes Clint. And right now, you are seeing a crazy turn of events from both sides. Down goes the Guardian's Barrier. They are not done fighting it out today. They are out for blood. And right now, Bloodhounds on the chase, smelling Easy Peasy's low HP. They are going to try and take him down. Reckless rushing in, getting the kill. Down goes Easy Peasy, but now Sir Bossy, Justice Blades, bravest fighter, Raging Slash, unable to get the stun because you are seeing Reckless hug onto this wall to be no CC going to work against him right there. Definitely a smart move indeed, and some good micro.
Oh man, Easy Peasy should have just used this ultimate onto Reckless and get some kind of true damage to allow Sir Bossy to actually come in. I wouldn't say it's anybody's fault in that situation. Most people are looking at it and it's just like, yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna get this or not. But Sir Bossy could have just called, hey, my ultimate's coming up in about 4 seconds. Even if you're gonna die, just dish out as much damage as you possibly can.
Speaking of damage, Dino almost taken down. Definitely showing you his mastery of cables right there with the 1 HP escape. But Reckless, Tonak, Fanny rushing back in. Is going to go ahead and do some damage. But look at the damage over there by Clint, bursting him down. He is going to have to go ahead and recall again. And that is going to open up the tier 1 turret for the top side. And Gina's going to go ahead and pick that up as Reckless, using the wild charge to be able to escape that engagement.
Yeah, Beat the Odds, they're playing it well. They've hit their first item power spike. They're going into their second, especially for Clint, but now they can actually play halfway across the map. 2 and 3 right now is the perfect way to play their composition, because the Bloodhounds, unfortunately, need all of their members together in one place to actually feel the relevance. Well, other than Dino, of course, but then again, how many people expect to see a high and dry Fanny come out of nowhere?
Speaking of coming out of nowhere, you are seeing Fanny rushing with the cables, but Sir Bossy picking up a kill, taking down Boca Roscoe again over there on this Lapu. Lapu has a bounty on his head, and now the stun and the Feather Airstrike to combo with him. This Welcome connecting over there by Baratch, trying to get the stun, and he is going to get a 2-man stun. Sleep's picking up a kill, down goes Sir Bossy, but look at Moskov trying to show the power of CW. Sleep's going to possibly pick up a kill, but no, Baratch is going to find it and take down Totenak. But man, some heavy engagement for the mid lane right now as Lord has spawned in, and you definitely have the numbers and the aggro for the side of Bloodhounds to take it.
A beautiful recovery from Sleeps. Like, he got hit by that stun, and he should have died off of that stun, but luckily was able to dash out of it and even gets a good knockback on Sir Bossy. If they lose the Lord here, that's going to be such a feels bad. They have the numbers, they've got all the tools possible.
Speaking of tools, you are seeing Valentina use the IMU to take the Feather Airstrike and take down Foe. And look at the Lord. Sleep's going to go ahead and pick that up on the Moskov. Deton is welcome by Alex. Going to go ahead and try and grab up Sir Bossy, but he's going to use the Bravest Fighter, the anti-CC it, and down he goes into the hands of Clint, the marksman for the side of Beat the Odds. But you did see Bloodhounds pick up that Lord.
Huge for Bloodhounds. They're going to accelerate off of this. Ideally, they should be able to get the tier 1 turrets across all 3 of these lanes, which technically puts them at a 1.5k lead, but we'll see how much more they get off of this. This is not inclusive of the waves that they get to farm, the creeps that they get to farm, and especially the enemy jungle, which is coming up, especially that purple buff. It's coming up in about 5 seconds, so if Bloodhounds are able to kind of clean up these lanes off of the second empowered wave, they should be able to extend their gold lead even further, or at the very least equalize it against Beat the Odds.
Yeah, definitely having to be a little careful, right? This Fanny in the XP lane, high and dry, yes, it works, but when this game gets a little later and they're down to, down to the wire, down to their last inhibitors, Fanny is going to possibly fall off, and you have to kind of watch out for that, especially as this game does progress. But Dino taking the advantage of having the mobility is going to go ahead and find some of these turrets with the steel cables, but speaking of mobility, Totenak rushing in, and now in a 2v1 situation, getting terrified by the Valentina. Wild Charge activated, then Fanny rushing in. Boca Roscoe's gonna get that kill, and man, do I feel bad for Totenak right there for the side of Beat the Odds.
Yeah, while all of this was happening, we do see that Lapu Lapu went for an all-in against the Moskov and actually got his Inspire out of him, so he might not have an in-time. Oh, Sebastian's still alive!
Is alive, and now Easy Peasy does have that decimation, gonna rush in, use the retribution, but the terrified by Boca Rosso is gonna go ahead and deny him that kill. And now Alex, the frontline Thanos, has joined the fight. The big dinosaur is in play, and you are seeing the engagement on the way. Alex getting bursted pretty low, and you are seeing the Deton's Welcome being canceled. Boca Roscoe picking up a kill, taking down Martis. That is the jungler for the side of Beat the Odds, and now the aggression may be too costly as Dino picks up a kill, taking out Gina. Look at Reckless spear over there of destruction by the Moskov across the map from the mid lane. But speaking of the mid lane, mid-river, Sir Boss gonna pick up a kill onto Sleeps, taking down the Moskov. Wondering where that spear was going, is gonna quickly burst him down. But speaking of bursting, Feather Airstrike, Alex trying to rush out and doing a left, right, left. A little bit of a cheat code over there. What is he typing in right now? But look at Reckless on the chase, trying to use the Guardian's Barrier on the Totenak, but Foe gonna pick up a kill. Alex unable to escape, and that is Farza picking up the kill onto the jungler for the side of Bloodhounds.
Oh man, Reckless has got to be thanking his jungler Alex right now for getting a Sky Guardian's helmet, because if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have survived for that long and walk out for free. So overall, I think Beat the Odds need to wait, hold on, let's see how this fight breaks out first.
Looks like they are going to go in for a contest on the blue buff. A lot of engagement on the way, but the question is who will lean toward their favor? You are seeing Reckless wind up over there on this Grok, possibly try and get some AoE damage, but looks like they are going to go ahead and take this blue buff. No contest, and that is going to walk to the side of Beat the Odds. Feather Airstrike going down nice and early, but some huge utility off the board, but it looks like they do have the aggro and the zonage right now to possibly take this Lord.
Yep, and honestly, this is what I was talking about, right? Beat the Odds don't really need to do anything too crazy. They have Hilda, who basically opens up vision and gives them all the information they need. And they also have Sir Bossy, who really does not care.
I don't know, man, that was looking like an intergalactic battle right there, as all the damage that he was taking, and he does get bursted down by the full man team of Bloodhounds, but they did take that Lord, so he was definitely that distraction that paved the way for them to be able to take this objective. But speaking of distraction, Dino over there on this Fanny, gonna go ahead and make the most out of the separation and take the turret for the top side, but look at Gina rushing in, gonna go ahead and try and get him with the grenades bombardment, but Dino's gonna go ahead and rush out with the Fanny and not be taken down.
Oh, Feather Airstrike as well. Really out of position, too.
And Reckless picking up that kill. Down goes Foe, but maybe Costas. Martis with the decimation to respond. Down goes Valentina. And that is a kill. Eye for an eye, 1 for 1 on the board for both sides.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those put your phone down moments. I can't really get away from the decimate. You see him literally fly over a wall to make sure it connects, but Sleeps, he's got to do something here.
You are seeing the Petrify activated. Dino picking up a kill. Down goes Easy Peasy. No more decimation for you. Oh, but look at Alex the Dino running on that Barat's, taking a lot of damage and not really having too much of a problem now. The later this game goes, the beefier he will be. But we also got to look at Dino. It's funny because they have Dino on Fanny, and you would think the Dino player would be the Barat's. So, but yeah, right now, 14 to 20.
Yeah, it is a little ironic here. I do think, I don't know. I do feel like Beat the Odds, their overall composition, and especially with the power spikes that they have been getting ahead of Bloodhounds, at this stage of the game has been kind of wasted, right? Because we're seeing, like, every single time they want to go for these lords, every single time they want to go for these turtles, both sides have really clean and easy ways to clear up those waves without threatening their opponents, right? So the big nuclear buttons from either side is going to be this. Foe on that Feathered Airstrike. As soon as that Feathered Airstrike is gone, Bloodhounds are looking to engage. Same goes to the Bloodhounds, except it's on Reckless with that Wild Charge. Because the biggest issue for Beat the Odds is, yes, we have these huge engagers. We have great ways to get on top of them. But if we all get hit by a Wild Charge or with a simple simple Spear of Despair knocking us backwards into the rest of our teammates, it could cause a lot of problems.
Speaking of problems, down goes the Feather Airstrike by Foe. Used a little too early, but look at Dino! You are going to see Hilda pick up that kill, burst him down, and we said that Fanny's going to kind of fall off when we get a little bit closer to that late game. With that high and dry being slotted also, you know, when you run into the group of Beat the Odds, it's really not going to do anything. But speaking of these two teams, engagement on the way as they are trying to claim some real estate for these inhibitors. You are going to see Boca Roscoe use the IMU for the Feather Airstrike. Alex picking up the kill, taking down Farza. And now the push for the blue buff. They are going to try and contest the side to Beat the Odds, stealing their economy. And the engagement on the way. Motor coils over there by Martis. Activated the stun onto the wall. Guardian's Barrier being activated. No means of escape. But wait a minute. Easy peasy retribution onto Alex. A little bit of a wasted utility. Alex is going to be able to get out of there. And it looks like without that retribution, now I'm wondering how this is going to work for this Lord. If they do decide to rush in there, they can possibly get a still or backdoor play to take it away from Beat the Odds. But look how quickly it's getting bursted down. Looks like Beat the Odds is going to go in for it. And Totenak taking that spear over there from that Moskov to deny the steal. And easy peasy is going to take the Lord for the side of Beat the Odds. And now engagement on the way. Dino rushing in, taking out Gina. Easy peasy taking out Boca Roscoe. Decimation has been activated. Catching two. Down goes Dino. It's not over though. You are seeing the motor coils go out and pick up a triple with the power of the decimation at its finest. The power of 3,000 worlds securing a maniac. Down goes Grok, leaving only Alex to defend. A luminous Lord in favor for the side of Beat the Odds. And ladies and gentlemen, this might seal their fate as they have a little bit of a timer before they can spawn in. Luminous Lord crashing into the mid lane, and they have their full team minus their marksman, and down goes Alex, not to mention the mid inhibitor turret. And ladies and gentlemen, the power of Beat the Odds has done it. They do a little bit of that dance to try and boost some turret damage, and Lord is going to go ahead and crash into the Nexus, and that is it. Beat the Odds has taken Series 3 with the sweep.
Victory!
What a game this has been. One mistake really turning the tides overall. Beat the Odds. It seems that their overall game plan, they have a game plan. They want to stick to it, but you got people like Sir Bossy who's trying to become the next Stanford, trying to make those big plays, and the same goes for Foe as well. Both of whom are trying to gain space, trying to make that play for the rest of their team, but they have to understand their power spikes. And if you're looking at the overall build, specifically coming in from Farsa as well, Foe, personally for me, I definitely think that he could have just greeded out. He could have greeded out even more, saying, I don't care about the glowing wand. I want to go for raw damage. He could have instantly went for the glaive, the holy glaive. He could have instantly went for the holy crystal, the divine glaive, as well as the holy crystal. And more importantly, so I would have loved to see him actually get the Ice Queen's wand to actually help out with the rest of these teams, because Bossy was finding some really good engages all across the map. The biggest issue from the side of Bloodhounds is that they weren't very disciplined in their decisions. They made some good calls about certain fights and the angle of their fights. They get the first early couple of picks, but they have to understand that they are a very ultimate reliant team. If Valentina doesn't have a game-changing ultimate, if Grok doesn't have that wild charge, they're forced to back away in a lot of these situations and wait until their cooldowns are off before taking another engagement in. They were farming well off of Totenak for the most part of it, especially for Alex, who didn't really feel the brunt of the damage until Easy easy peasy decided, I don't need to be part of this. I can focus on vertical jungling. I can immediately start taking away side camps. And then with the lead developed by Gina Instinct, naturally bullying out the Moskov in the earlier stages of the game, we can get early objectives that we can transition later into the map. So ideally for both of these teams, if they're looking for ways of improvement, there are definitely ways to get better, and that has to come down to discipline. I know a lot of them want to be the next big player and want to make those big plays, which look really flashy and really cool, but they have to put a full stop to it so it doesn't hurt the rest of their team. Like Fo, for an example, he spawns, he comes back, he uses his ultimate, he dies, he spawns, he comes back to use the Feather Airstrike again, time after time after time. It feels like the team needed to coordinate from both sides just a little bit better, but obviously we can't forget about Bloodhounds coming up with some very bold picks. Moving that Fanny from jungle into EXP lane, I don't think a lot of teams would have made that decision. They had a lot of faith in Dino.
And definitely a lot of faith in Dino. You said, hold on, I'm getting my list together. You said discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, we had Gideon on the desk today. Man, I really appreciate you tuning in and casting these amazing games and seeing how North America is growing as a region. So definitely everybody drop # Gideon in the chat and give him a shout out, as he has been representing and helping us grow as a region. All of these M Series casters that you guys are seeing join the desk today, we really appreciate them. And Gideon, I appreciate you too as well, my man. Thank you so much for casting. And ladies and gentlemen, for the MLSA, this is our first ever tournament, by the way. That's right, we are hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever MLSA tournament, partnered up with Raz for 16 teams to have the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 going to first place. Not to mention Moonton giving an amazing prize pool of 25,000 diamonds to first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it doesn't stop there, as we have the top teams, some of the biggest teams in North America competing it out. I'm sure you'll see them in NACT, but right now you see them in the MLSA trying to go for that #1 spot, and right now trying to claim the spots inside of the top 4, the semifinals, as we are slowly embarking to the final days of this tournament. Like I said, it's been insane matches so far. We've seen Series 1, the Valley up against Shinigami. The Valley taking them down, claiming their spot. And then Ackerman taking down Zoomers. And then Series 3 was Bloodhounds versus Beat the Odds. And man, that was definitely a great game. Beat the Odds able to prevail over there with a sweep. But this is not over yet, as we are going to embark over to Series 4. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing Idyllics and Huevo go up against each other to close out today in a best of 3. Two teams that have been vetted and competing in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for a while now, and I can't wait to see how both of these teams perform. But like we said, we appreciate you guys over there across the land of the Dawn tuning in on the MLSA YouTube channel, and everybody who's registered for this event as well, as this is just one out of many tournaments that we will be hosting. So definitely, if you guys want to be up to date with ongoing events, make sure you guys register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy now, so that you can be up to date with new tournaments that are going to be coming out soon. As always, we appreciate you, but don't go anywhere, as we will be embarking for Series 4 momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver. Just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Gold laner for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, some insane series so far. 1, 2, and 3 have been completed, and now we are on to the final series 4, the Valentine Dash, the tournament, our first ever one, hosted by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to close out the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We have officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams the chance to compete for that first place and a total cash prize of $700 US. The amazing prize pool provided by Moonton to give first place 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through 8th place will get a total of 10,000 diamonds. Not to mention, we have some of the top teams in North America competing for that #1 spot. So far, we are on day 2. The top 8 bracket is right ahead of us as we've seen the Valley take down Shinigami and prevail for their spot. Ackerman able to take down Zoomers for the 2nd spot, and now BT Odds did take down Bloodhounds, able to prevail and secure their position. There's only 1 spot left, as we are going to be seeing 2 amazing teams competed out for that last position. Joined on the desk, we have the on-point play-by-play. You've seen him in the M Series. You know him across the Land of the Dawn overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, Jays is in the building. Not to mention, we have the on-point analyst to break down these items and keys to victory. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great, Wheezy, and this is going to be the final match of the night, right? And not just the final match, but whoever wins this will secure the final spot into the top 4. We already have 3, and now Idyllics and Huevo will be battling it out to go ahead and close out those 4 cornerstones, as we're going to be seeing who's going to be aiming in for that championship. But that's enough from me. Again, we have Jays here on the caster's desk with us all the way from Singapore. Jays, how are you doing tonight, man? And what are you expecting in this match?
Man, I'm expecting a lot of things. I was watching the match before, Beat the Odds that won, and I saw it's like a full-on brawl. You guys don't really care about the macro. It's all about micro. It's like so much fun. But speaking of which, I think we should take a look at the bans. I think something that kind of pops my eye a little bit, it's like that Fanny ban from right on the side on the red side. So it's kind of amazing the fact that the priority here is kind of shifted towards banning out the Fanny instead of like the glue, etc.
Absolutely. And I mean, in between these 2 teams, right, there definitely can be some homework that's been done. We saw what happened when Fanny got let through earlier on in the matches in between Ackerman and Zoomer, I believe, with the Fanny, right, able to absolutely shred teams down. If you don't respect Bandit, right? And I mean, that's true even through, an M4, a lot of teams having to offer up that Fanny ban just out of respect, right? Because the snowball potential that happens with the Fanny is extremely strong. But another ban that's catching my eye now is the Farsa, right, from the side of Huevo. That's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fact that, wow, you're just going to go ahead, right on ban away these artillery mages. So you kind of limit the pool a little bit, especially during this meta. A lot of priority is focusing mostly on these artillery mages. So what are you going to have left? Like the Lunox, perhaps, maybe it boils down to the Harry from the gold lane. That could also be one way to do it. You could also go for the Lilia, which is still wide open. So I think mages will be the hot commodity for both these two teams. Now the glue, the common suspects right here getting taken away by Idyllics. Now I think it's up to them. I think that what they can take the Joy, but nope, they're going to focus on the one set. Joy's open, the Faramis is open. I saw Faramis did quite a good solid work in the previous series, but let's take a look at what they prioritize first.
And they lock in that Fredgen for that first pick, but that Joy's still open, like you mentioned. And on top of that, as far as those mages that we were kind of harping on about, there was one more that we kind of left off that list, right? That Valentina, also able to be picked up as well. And it'll be very interesting to see what they do. But they're going to take the Kaja. They're going to take the suppression here, Jays, the answer into the Fredgen. And you know what? That's not a bad pick, because while there were other picks to be able to potentially slot it in, we know Joy is only really suspect to that suppression, right? CC immunity to everything else. Only 2 picks, which is that Franco and Kaja. And between the 2 evils, it's definitely a good way to deny a Kaja pick being used against you, to pick it at the same time as the Joy. But oh, Jay's the Valentina.
I'm not too sure what to feel about this Valentina. At the same time, it's like, this is the best mage that you can pick in this current meta, apart from, you know, what's already been banned. But I really like the fact that from the side of Huevo, they pick up the Kaja. Now, this Kaja is going to pose this big question. Is this Kaja going to go into the XP lane, or is it going to go into the mid row, or it could be the row? Because don't forget, Joy could be easily flexed towards the EXP and the jungle as well. Personally, I prefer the Joy in the EXP, but looking at the side of Idyllics, Khalid coming back into the meta, a massive lane bully, and huge engage. But which team that picks up the Valentina will usually take the whole draft, and all of a sudden, you know, whoever needs to pick up ultimates that it's not impactful. So I think they need to be a little bit more creative going down with the remaining 2 picks. But before that, let's take a look at the bans. The Kufra getting taken away.
Kufra is taking away, right? They want to try to limit any of that counter potential into Joy. They already slotted in a bit of a deny pick, right? Locking in that Kaja. Now you're getting rid of the Kufra. You don't want to let the magic ball get in the way of those dashes for Ree with this Joy. There's still a Franco, though, on board as well, but they're going to go ahead and focus in on Atlas. So those are going to be their 2 roam picks that they're going to go ahead and get rid of as they go ahead and complete their bans for the second phase of the draft. Now it's swung over to the other side to Idyllics. But speaking of Idyllics, something very interesting, right, is that Khalid, I think, kind of harped on a little bit about it. That's a very unique pick. I'm not sure if you see it over there in Singapore. I don't even get to see it over here in North America. They're definitely digging kind of deep into the pool of champs that MLBB has to offer, but will they be able to execute it in this tournament? And is it the pick you want to go for when you're trying to secure that top 4? Most teams try to opt in for those meta picks for the best chance of winning, but it seems like Idyllics may know something that we don't right now, as they're looking to go ahead and take this last ban. The timer's ticking down, and they're going to have to make a decision. They're going to take out the Claude.
I wasn't expecting the Claude ban right here, but I probably respect ban over to the side of Huevo. I was thinking they could go ahead and limit, you know, since we're on the theme of limiting mages in this particular series, ban away the Lilia, because the Lilia could pose a lot of trouble, especially when looking at the side of what Idyllics could be looking at. Even could be an Estes roam, because you've already got the jungler as a tank, so you got this massive solid front line, and Khalid with the Estes, you pack a lot of regen, you sustain like so much. You got this long range burst potential coming out from the Clint as well. That's got them pick up here. I just feel like Estes is really going to be an interesting draft coming out from Idyllics, but no, they're hovering around the Minotaur. Now Minotaur, I played it with a friend, right, and his Minotaur is insane, so I'm expecting a lot of good stuff coming out from Idyllics in terms of engages, because there's 2 ways of engages coming out from the side. Oh no, make it 3 ways of engages coming out from the side of Idyllics. You got the Fredgen to engage, you got a Raging Sandstorm to engage, and at the same time the Minotaur can come in with the engage as well. Now, not a lot of magic damage from the side of Huevo in my opinion, because you don't really have a long range mage. Everyone is very scrappy. I want to get up in your face and fight it out.
Absolutely, and those engages are kind of going to spell both teams kind of like ways to victory here. I love that you mentioned it, because even on the side of Huevo, right, they have a couple answers for those engagements. They have the Divine Judgment, they have the Daytona's Welcome, the Read on Sparats, and now they've locked in the Terizla with the penalty zone. So both teams picking in some pretty interesting drafts here. We're seeing a lot of picks that aren't normally utilized. But you know what? That's what makes these kind of matches fun, when teams pull out those pocket picks, the things you don't expect, to give you a match that you never believed was possible, Jason. For you, you're going to be able to talk about all this during the team fights, man. This is going to be an exciting match as we're getting underway. But with that being said, right, the drafts have been completed. The stage has been set for both of these teams in match one. Who are you feeling like right now that you would side with if you just look at the drafts all alone?
Looking at the drafts all alone, right, I'm actually leaning closer towards the side of Huevo, even though I said, okay, you don't really have a long-range mage, everyone's quite scrappy, but the fact is that you're gonna, from the side of Idyllics, that Valentina, which ultimate are you gonna take? The Torn Apart Memory or even the Terizla ultimate up at the penalty zone? Because apart from that Valentina doesn't really have a big ultimate to use against Huevo, so definitely leaning to the side of Huevo, but I'm very glad if I could prove it wrong, especially with this hard invade coming out right here from the side of Huevo.
Absolutely, and I feel like in this early game, the aggression, I mean, you can already see it, right, coming in from Huevo, making their presence be known. We could definitely see a lot of Nutions coming in from Kaja in this Joy, and then look at that Rito already, a little bit of action there. They're going to be able to just go ahead and maybe focus in on some other plays, some other avenues. But it'll be interesting to see how Huevo will commit. They're very, very pick-off almost, you know, when you have the Kaja and you have the Barats. But action here in the Jungle Jays.
A lot of disrespect coming out of Huevo. No respect for privacy at all. John, is actually getting some damage right here. But Hashira coming up from the XP lane, rotates all the way to mid. Not a lot of aggression, not a lot of damage coming out from both of these two teams as of yet. They need more items, but Hashira should be able to regen that off easily. Going in with the dash. Not a lot of damage for now. Just a touch and go. They're just gonna back off.
And you know what? It's actually very interesting that you mentioned the region. I don't even feel like we really got to talk about that a bit. There is actually quite a bit of region coming from the side of Idyllics when you have this Khalid and then the Fredrin as well with that passive. And then even from Minnow, right, with that S2, definitely providing some good heals to the team. Valentina, right, with that innate sustain as well, with those dashes. This team actually has quite a bit of sustain, and even with the side of Huevo, right, with Kaja able to spam that Ring of Order, able to find some sustain there as well, and then Rito the Daytona's Welcome, able to get some HP regen. Both these teams actually have quite a bit. Not only are they durable, but they can really outlast with each other in these fights. We can see some pretty extended clashes here between Huevo and Idyllics, and speaking of clashes, the first turtle on the board, we could see a contest here.
First turtle going to be our retribution coming from Huevo is on point. The Daytona's Welcome doesn't connect right here. Idyllics trying to look for an angle, but I really love the aggression coming out from Huevo as well. Idyllics playing on pure reactor mode right here, and that's not going to be enough because it's going to be the Fredrin going down for the first blood at the same time. Idyllics Fame will be following suit. That's the damage dealer from the side. Idyllics already gone. Hashira just standing down, trying to look for some more damage, but would not be able to survive and out-sustain Huevo's aggression.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, that early game aggression that Huevo is going to be able to enforce on them. And 3-0 on the board with a turtle as well in their hand, going exactly as planned, exactly as we stated. I mean, look at them now, even setting up in the gold lane. A lot of pressure on Faith here with this Clint up in that matchup up against Brody here. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Idyllics will answer. I mean, we already seen them kind of back off, right? Kind of stand down when Huevo applied the pressure. And at some point, you have to stand your ground. You can't just let Huevo have their way. You have to find a way to respond and answer, right? Even on the back end of the match.
Yeah, I really like that point, Deku, because looking at Idyllics draft, right, they've got 3 ways of engages, whereas Huevo on the other side, I think their engages is really straightforward. You're gonna have to rely on the Kaja with the Flicker, Divine Judgment. Apart from that, Huevo doesn't really have a very good engage, but Huevo on the other hand is just pressing on an advantage. Idyllics right now playing on full reaction mode with these 3 ways, but here we go. This is the engage I was looking out for. It's gonna be Johnny getting caught all the way out back. The penalty zone going in at the same time. Lots of knockouts coming in for the Minotaur, but not enough to sustain as well. Joy going on with the ultimate, melting down 2 members from Idyllics. This is not a very good start for Idyllics, as Huevo will be escalating towards the mid part of the game. The game is not over yet. At the bottom side, Ree dashing in at the right time, picks up Faith.
It's not over yet, but the snowball is starting. If you're looking from the side of Huevo, up 6-0 and up in a tremendous amount of gold now. They already have secured a 4K gold lead, and we just passed the 4-minute mark here, Jace. This is an insane matchup from them, as well as finding the first tower in the match. But here is the turtle contest between Huevo and Idyllics.
I think Idyllic should be able to take this turtle, but it's gonna be Rito. He's already here. He's chopping his Daytona's welcome. The Retribution landing true. It's taking the turtle away from Idyllics. This is not very good. Idyllics definitely desperately needs that turtle to be able to climb back up, especially with such a big gold deficit. Whoever, on the other hand, in the driver's seat in this particular game.
And we said this right, letting them have their way. They can't allow that. I mean, Rito just walked in uncontested on the barrage. There was no zoning. There was no pushback. They just let him come in there, stomp around a little bit, hit the Retribution, and then he just walks off for free. And if you're Idyllics right now, you're already down in gold. You can't just let Huevo proceed to snowball. But look at the setup here. They have the 2-on-2 in the top side, but look at Rito with the rotation. We could see a potential clash.
A potential clash is going to be Ree getting suppressed right underneath the tower. The benches would not be able to allow him to survive any longer. That would be a takedown coming off of the side of Idyllics. Whoever, on the other hand, because of putting so much pressure at the bottom side in the second in the turret, whoever has a lot of pushing power at the top, and that's exactly what whoever wants to do. Now, looking at this secondary engage right here, Jonya's already here. Rito getting called out, and the backline right here. The Daytona's going to come with Jonya right here, but nice CC immunity though, allowing him to get out of dodge. The rest of the members of Idyllics are here, and whoever knows how to back off.
And that's a great play, right? A great heads-up play from the Minotaur, using that Minoan Fury to his advantage. The tone is welcome, but we do know, right? Minnow had that adjustment earlier on, able to add some CC immunity into his ultimate, using it to go ahead and defeat the purpose of that engage. But hang on, speaking of engage in the top,
the stun going on. Hashira is getting chunked all the way down low. That's the region that Hashira needs to desperately going in. Raging Sandstorm, the outplay coming out from Hashira, turning it around against whoever, even though Idyllics is the one with the gold deficit. That is Yukinon taken down by Idyllics. It's a big pickoff for the side. Idyllics could be the resurgence all the way out the top side.
And that's exactly what they need, Jace. You have to have someone to make the call to say enough is enough. Now I'm going to take the fight to you, right? In the 1v2, able to find a trade there, and not even a trade, an unanswered trade. And that's exactly what they need to do. Is now the turtle contest is on again.
Rito, the Retribution has been going through. That's 3 turtles in the pockets of Huevo right here. Ree at the back line. Well, technically in the front line. Dishing out a lot of damage right here. Those are going down to land down the penalty zone, but he's all alone. It is going to be 2-3 members. Idyllics, I'm kind of surprised they don't really want to press an advantage. Durza, on the other hand, is the main bait. The Huevos, the main actions happening in the mid lane, and Idyllics know it. Suppression will be landing down on top of Wound, and that's the big Minotaur knockup that we're looking for the side of Idyllics to try to turn the tide as Faye pick up a double kill, and I think they can push it a little bit forward. Faye just needs a little bit more peel. Rito, on the other hand, this big chunking monster, but Ree dashes in, picks up the kill, and Assassin just try to equalize it out, turning it back in the favor of Huevo.
And this is a crazy fight, and Jays, you're right. I don't know why Idyllics didn't take the number. They were already going to lose the mid tower. They could have just taken the number advantage for the 3v1 they had in the jungle to go ahead and maybe burst out Durza to find a trade, but instead, not only did they lose the tower, they lost members going for the foolish fight there in the mid lane, and that's coming off a good play that they had from Khalid and kind of just giving it back. They had shaved down the gold lead by a solid 1K, but now it's right back 4K into the favor of Huevo, up 5 kills. And now with a little lull in the action, looking at the items here, Joy already has the Genius Wand. Brody's online with the Hefta Malefic Roar, but hang on here, potential for a setup maybe. No, they're going to be able to disengage. Oh, conceal play has been made though.
Wow, woo, concealed play going in. Jonya was the one that saved Faith's life, but now he's going to take a lot of damage coming up from Huevo as well. So much damage from the side of Huevo on top of this Minotaur, and Faith doesn't really have much pure anymore, and Huevo got so much pressure at the bottom lane. Faith positioning needs to be a little bit careful because he's obviously a little bit too, far ahead, and Jonya literally had to give up his life just to protect Faith.
Absolutely. I feel like Idyllics, man, they have to work on not even just the macro, right? But even in between those team fights, it feels like Huevo is just showing their experience in these 5v5 clashes of 4v4. And speaking of clash here,
Speaking of clash, here's the appraisal wrap going in. The suppression coming out from the side of Valentine Dash. Durza getting picked off. This is a numbers advantage in the favor of Idyllics, especially when Joy has shown himself all the way up top. Whoever right here has to back off. This Lord pickup is not a really good idea, especially because time is definitely in Huevo's favor. So much pressure on the top side. Literally playing cross map, and Idyllics needs every member on board if they really want to try to contest this Lord.
This is again another picture, right, of that number advantage where they did not take it. They could have pressured Huevo here and let Ree, but have that tower take the Lord fight, right? Maybe get a wipeout when you have the advantage. It just feels like Idyllics is a little too passive. Maybe they're scared. They have lost a lot of team fights and may not feel confident. Speaking of Fighting Stone!
Ooh, nice pickup right here, but Idyllics this time around is a 3v4 at about and the Lord Pit right here. Not in the favor of Idyllics as well. Torn apart memory test RG as Johnny are trying to look for the back line and on top of Yukinon as well, but the damage coming up from Huevo is a little bit too much. Yukinon just stomping all across. Hashira coming in for the flank as well, trying to look for Yukinon, but nice flicker will be able to save his life. Hashira needs to regen, but there's no one left. It's just Hashira. What can he do? Raging Sandstorm? Okay, maybe that's something that he can do as he takes down, slices down Huevo, but it's just a big trade, but not in the favor of Idyllics. Huevo has this Lord uncontested.
Uncontested, and what a wipeout from the side of Huevo. Jays, we've been seeing them take fight after fight up against Idyllics. They haven't lost a single one. Idyllics is in a very uncomfortable position now. That is a Lord, the first Lord of the match, falling into the hands of Huevo, and the gold lead now is sitting at 5k, and the tower advantage 4-1. Huevo winning out in more ways than one, as now Lord is pushing down the bot side. If you're looking at those items there, Brody has the 3 core items, has the Hepta, the percentage pin with the Malefic Roar, and not only that, now the Demon Hunter Sword, the chunk away at the front line that is Idyllics, right, with that Fredrin, with Khalid, and with Minotaur. And speaking of some items here, I find it very interesting. That is a Heptaseas as well on.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure about that, right? I kind of scratching my head.
I see. Deku, I've seen this in my server, right, Singapore server. Some of the cleanses that I've seen that's coming online, but before I actually talk about that point, Hashira using the big ultimate, that's one of the engaged tools gone for the side of Idyllics that could potentially turn them to fight. So whoever baited that out and then created a lot of pressure all across the map. But let's go back to the point I was mentioning, right? Faith on that blade of Hephaestus right here, I prefer that to be swapped into a Berserker's Fury, because right now Idyllics lack this consistent bursty damage. That's what Clint's really well known for. Blade of Hephaestus is like this initial big burst, and then after that, that's it. Your DPS will get reduced all the way down just a little bit. So I've seen this, but I'm still scratching my head over it, like what you said, Deku.
100%, but now what are we seeing here, Jays?
This is not a very good fight for the side of Idyllics right here, but it's going to be leading over to the side of Regent coming in for the side of Hashira is actually turning it around. Whoever loses two right here, but they're still pitching for a fight. A very strong numbers advantage from the side of Idyllics, but they're not pressing on the advantage.
And they've done this time and time again, but Hangon here is sort of maybe stepping up a little bit. Looks like he's trying to make the call for an engage. For the team, Idyllics just a little slow to respond, but it looks like maybe they're focusing in for the tower. They don't want the fight. They're trying to open up the map here, and here they go. They are. Now they're going to press the fight.
They're going to press on the fight indeed, but they have to back away. Rito just landing down the first skill, and Idyllics decide to back off. They pick up the main prize, which is the mid lane turret, and they crack open and they go around the map already. Whoever has been doing really well with this cross map plays. Idyllics, on the other hand, a little bit stronger right here because of the Faith is starting to pick up the item. The Clint will work wonders if you give him a tight corner, as Whoever will definitely stomp in towards, especially into a choke point because of their aggression. But Idyllics, I think they're starting to pick up the items right here. Jonya going down with a Minotaur, knocking out the Kaja. It's going to be a fight happening in the top side right here. Finally, Idyllics picking out the fight in Huevo's side of the map. But look at Ree getting bursted right all the way down. Faith, this is the damage from the side of Clint I'm looking out for. There's a coming in for the flank. Will not be able to find anything for now. Hashira, on the other hand, will Raging Sandstorm all the way to the side of Huevo's back line. As long as Faith is still alive, they should be able to take the fight. But hold on a second. It is going to be Rito splitting up the fight. Idyllics, the main damage dealer, but Faith flickers forward right into Hashira while he's trying to peel for him. That's a nice flicker to pick up that kill, and Huevo 4-man down just for 2.
And this is what Idyllics needed, Jays. This is what we've been waiting on all game. They finally said enough is enough. They put their foot down in the mid-river and said they've crossed the line too many times, and sends Huevo up to the castle just with us, as now they have a great opportunity to pick up this enhanced lore. This can completely flip the game around here, Jay. This would be a huge pickup for them, but it's looking like Huevo might not. Isn't going to let that go for free, right? Both junglers are down, and here comes Ree now.
Jonia needs to make a big play in order to protect about Faith. Look at the damage. Ree shuts down Faith. The Vengeance damage coming out, hurting himself. It's gonna be Huevo taking. No, it's gonna be Idyllics securing what they deserve, and they walk back off with the cost of their marksman.
They lose the marksman, but you open up the opportunity, right, to find more space on the map. We've seen them after they won that first fight, right, over in the mid side. After they found the 2 picks, they transitioned that into a mid tower, took down over there to the bot side, to the tier 3 tower as well. And now they have secured a lord for more potential to open up the map. And that's exactly what they need. They are still down 2 towers up against Huevo, but the gold gap is minimized, right? They were down 5K, but now it's closed down to within 1. The game is within reach now. This is playable for the side of Idyllics. And if you're looking at the items, most of the members of both teams have found those 3 core items. Some starting to build into the 4, so it's definitely an even match now. It's definitely not one-sided anymore as it once was. Huevo was the aggressor, and they're actually starting to look a little more on the back end. But hang on here, speaking of aggressors.
Aggressors going indeed. Jonia will be catching out the Fredger right here. No, it's not going to be Fredger. It's going to be Durza right here. That's got the cat out. Will drag Jonia right into the turret, but not enough damage from the side of Huevo for now. They lost a little bit too much, unfortunately. Idyllics, Deku, if you notice just now, Faith has already picked up 12K, but look at Hashira all the way to the back line, splitting the team fight for Huevo into half, splitting the front line and the back line of Huevo, and Idyllics dissects Huevo apart, and now they're going to stomp for the core. Torn apart memory to try to wave clear for now. It's going to be Idyllics focusing on the core instead, and Idyllics takes game number 1.
Victory!
Jays, what did we just see, man? What a turnaround by the side of Idyllics. This must have been they played for the long game, right? They gave up everything to the side of Huevo. They were completely confident in this. I don't know what happened. It feels like a switch turned on from the side of Idyllics, and not just a switch, but Faith proving us wrong there, putting on that Heptasis. He did end up building that Berserker Spirit. Kudos to him to making the right decision eventually, but they just completely turned around on Huevo, and it almost came out of nowhere once the mid-game transition after that first Lord. And look at Faith leading the way for this team's victory. 34% team damage, but not just that, 57% on the turret damage, getting 14K pumped out. He was there in 88% of the team fights. A major component, as he did pick up the MVP for the side of Idyllics, able to tear down Huevo after fighting from the back end over the majority of the match. And this is exactly what we were talking about, man. In between 2 teams like this, it can go either way, right? For one wrong mistake, one right call can completely change the match. And that's exactly what we saw happen. Idyllics taking game 1 up against Huevo in the final series for the night.
Definitely the final series indeed, and man, very impressive gameplay. I don't know, I was looking at Huevo looking very strong in the early phase, but a couple of mistakes was definitely costly, and like Coach Deku said, a little bit of a mistake can definitely turn the favor to the other side's advantage, and we did see Idyllics able to take the most out of it and take the game for match 1. But ladies and gentlemen, that's just it. That is only match 1, as this is the final series for the Valentine Dash, the official tournament, first ever tournament for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, when we were allowing 16 teams to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US for the number 1 spot, as we've officially partnered up with Raz for that amazing prize pool. Not to mention Moonton themselves with the big diamond prize pool, offering first place 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through 8th place a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it's just been insane so far. Like Deku kind of stated, the final series, looking at the schedule, right? Series 1, the Valley up against Shinigami. The Valley able to take them down and claim their spot in the semifinals. Then we've seen Ackerman go up against Zoomers. Ackerman able to prevail and take down Zoomers for their spot, the second spot out of the 4 positions that are currently being held. We have Bloodhounds, who did get taken down by Beat the Odds. And now the final series of the day, led by Jays and also Coach Deku. Idyllics taking game 1. And the question of the day is, how will Huevo respond? Huevo, A veteran team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy has been competing in multiple different NACTs. They definitely have the synergy. They have the high hero pool, but Idyllics, a similar story, definitely high in elo, and it kind of showed when a little bit of a mistake happened, they capitalized and were able to close it out and take game one, which means the side of Idyllics is definitely going to have an advantage. They have the momentum and possibly match point. If they take out Huevo in game two, that'll be another sweep, the second sweep of today, and that'll secure their spot in the top four. But same thing goes to Huevo. If they can take down Idyllics and take advantage like they did in the early game and be able to close it out, they will be able to drag this over to a game three. So definitely don't go nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for match two.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane turnout of events as we've officially progressed through 3 series today, and now on to the final series of the day, match 2, as we are going to be seeing Idyllics go up against Huevo, and match 1 was kind of insane, right? We've seen Huevo dominate in the early phase and made a slight mistake, and Idyllics was able to capitalize and close it out and take match 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, closing the doors to Season 1 and opening up the gates for Season 2. We've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for the total cash prize of $700 US for first place, not to mention Moonton with the amazing sponsorship, providing first place a prize pool of 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place, a total of 10,000 diamonds. This is only day 2, and we are currently looking at the bracket, all these amazing teams competing for the remaining positions, the semifinalist positions, and it's been an insane turnout of events as we did prevail through the schedule. We've seen the Valley take out Shinigami, we've seen Ackerman take down Zoomers, Bloodhounds taken down by Beat the Odds, and now Idyllics winning game 1 for the final series of the day up against Huevo, and now on to game 2. Idyllics with a possible match point, needing to try and close it out with another sweep to make it all sweeps today, or will we see the side of Huevo, known as the Kingslayers for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, taking down veteran teams, respond back and drag them to a game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 amazing casters on the desk. We have the one, the only Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, on the play-by-play, and then join for the on-point analysis on the color and also the breakdown of these items and keys to victory. We have Jays from the M series. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great today, Wheezy, and you already pointed out at what's at stake here. Match point in 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? A potential 4 schedules of sweeps here if Idyllics can close this out, but we're hoping to see Huevo fight back and take this to a game 3. But enough from me. Jays, you've seen game 1. You got to see these two teams. What are you expecting from Huevo to be able to close out here and maybe be able to take this up 1-1? And what can we expect a little bit maybe in the draft after some of these picks that we got to see?
I think Huevo is really good with the aggression, right? But it's gonna be. I'm just gonna quote Hidden here. It feels a little bit like MPL MY, where they really cannot, don't really know how to close out the game because Huevo is on the time, kind of like a timer, right? Their whole hero pool in game number 1 was just focusing mostly during the mid parts of the game, but once Clint comes online, comes with the Berserker's Fury, and when Huevo fights in a choke point, that is it. Especially when death timers gets a little bit too crazy towards the later parts of the game. Huevo, I think they need to try to end the game a little bit quickly. But enough of that. Taking a look at the bans, it's still common suspects right here. It's the same exact ban as game number 1. Will Joy get leaked out over the side of Ree? I feel like if I'm Idyllics coming up from game number 1, I don't think Joy is the biggest problem right here. I feel like it's mostly the Kaja with the sets up, and of course the fact that, it's a lot of micro decisions coming out from Huevo that allowed them to dominate in the early parts of the game. But Idyllics, on the other hand, they know how to turn it down, get the items, get Faith online, and then we start rolling down the mid lane.
Absolutely. And I mean, speaking of those bans, right, you are correct. We are seeing similar bans. We saw exactly this Fanny and Farsa setup, just the same as last game from Huevo. An Eve ban here as well from the side of Idyllics. I'd like to see maybe if we're going to see some priority bans, at least from what happened from the last match. I do agree with you, though, on the point about letting the Joy walk. Reed did find the Joy, able to pick that up for the side of Huevo, but it didn't really secure them anything. It didn't do too much. And the way Huevo played it, kind of sending him in on those solo suicide missions, as soon as Joy dashed in until about 3 or 4, the cluster of Idyllics getting immediately bursted out. I mean, I've never seen a champion drop faster. Looking at Huevo, they're obviously not confident using it against themselves, but they don't want to give it to Idyllics. So they're going to ban it out. And I think that's a wise choice because you would hate to see Idyllics show you how to utilize that Joy pick properly, especially at match point.
Yeah, the Kaja is still wide open for the side of Huevo to pick up first pick. And like I said, Huevo, oh no, they're not going to go for the Kaja. They're going to go straight for the Fredrin as well. Feels like Fredrin is the prized possession. And I think Idyllics could easily pick up this Kaja for themselves, right? But I like the fact, this reminds me back when I was doing solo queue back in my ranked games, right? I see a teammate hovering over the Joy, but I don't want him to play the Joy, so I ban the Joy away. That's exactly what Huevo did on this Joy ban.
Absolutely. And I mean, now we're going to get to see the response picks, right? You're on red side. You've already seen the core potentially locked in by the side of Huevo here. We know Fredrin is typically going to get put in that jungle. What are you going to respond with? And there it goes. That's the pick you were talking about, that Kaja. It does get picked up by Zonoff here. So now it looks like they're going to go ahead and show Huevo potentially maybe how to use this as well. And they also secure that Valentina. Not going to let that be the response pick for these next 2 phases from Huevo to be able to steal that divine judgment.
Yeah, feels like, like what I said in game number 1, whoever picks up the Valentina usually controls the most of the draft, because now whoever needs to think outside the box. Like the Clint was a good pick against the Valentina because of the fact that your ultimate doesn't really provide such a big, massive change. Even down to the Beatrix is also quite good. Very staple pick. You cannot nerf Beatrix because Beatrix is one of the best marksmen, very flexible in every single scenario. So I feel like, lock that in. It's a safe bet. But now the Xavier going in, that Dawning Light is going to be very good for the side of Idyllics to take away. That's one Omega global burst that it might be a little bit hard to dodge.
Absolutely. A major Kamehameha, if you will, inserted for the side of Huevo. We do know how strong Xavier can be once he's able to scale and get online. And, I feel like that's exactly what Huevo needed, because you pointed it out from the last match. They were kind of on a ticking time bomb. They had a timer above their heads, and unfortunately for them, it ran out and it expired. And Idyllics able to capitalize on that, flip the game around to be able to secure that win. But when you have the Xavier, now you have something to play with after you transition from that mid to late game, right? The scaling comes online, the Dawning Lights, you can use them to enter the fights, right? Now we're seeing a Claude response pick, though, from the side of Idyllics. That's interesting, Jace. What are you thinking about that?
The Claude's really good coming out from the side of Idyllics because you definitely will be building towards, you know, the Demon Hunter Sword. The Demon Hunter Sword really good against the Fredrin, can melt him down, shred him apart, and not only just that, when the timing is right, you go to the back line with the Blazing Duet on top of the Beatrix and the Xavier, but Xavier does have this AoE zone denial, so it's up to how this Claude plays towards the later parts of the game.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, right? There's definitely some potential here for Claude, but it has to be on how it's executed, right? After we get to that late game, there's answers for both these teams. I do feel like Claude is a great answer, though, because of the Xavier, right? We know he's pretty immobile, and Claude loves those type of mages. He loves those type of backlines. If he can get back there with that Blazing Duet, it can be a lot of pressure for a mage like Xavier. It could be a lot of pressure for Ree here, and that's definitely what you want. But there is a Fredrin, right, with that energy eruption, and as well with the knockup, there's a couple ways to be able to not only mitigate and make the damage from Faith focused on Torito, but also to cancel it entirely, right? So they have to be careful on how that goes, and you also have to make sure that Yukinon doesn't really get online before Claude can, because we know how Beatrix can completely take over a game if you allow her to get a couple kills, right, to snowball and get that Blade of Despair nice and early up against your composition. Speaking of compositions, now we're seeing those bans be finalized on the second phase there. We saw the Lapu Mathilda. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about the Mathilda and Lapu ban coming out from the side of Idyllics here?
Lapu ban is definitely a good idea because Lapu is, in this current meta, is like super strong. Could 1v4, 1v5 everybody and still come out unscathed. Like almost like a Thamus, but I would argue Lapu has better peeling against as compared to a Thamus, right? Mathilda is the one that kind of, you know, raised my eyebrows just a little bit. Mathilda getting nerfed recently. But I mean, it could be a respect ban over the side of Huevo, right? We don't really know what Idyllics is probably thinking about, but I really love what Huevo is going in. That last banning slot, they took a long time to decide. Bans away the Barats is something that Idyllics used in game number 1 to great success, and now they have to commit maybe to another tank jungler, like even like a Karina or something, right? Going in tank, but the Hayabusa could be very interesting for the side of Idyllics because you got a very squishy back line. The Shadow Kill will allow you to mitigate the damage coming out of the Beatrix, and also Xavier's the zone denial as well, so you can still do a lot of damage while being invulnerable and tap out, and then allow Claude to come in for the cleanup.
And this is interesting, right? We're seeing the side of Idyllics double down on that Khalid pick, and you know what, honestly, Hashira with the Khalid pick showed the most fight back for the entirety of the match, right? Even when they were behind, I think he found one of the earliest trades, right, in that 1v2, and able to find an unanswered pick off in that topside fight that they had in the last match. So I honestly, after we did cast our doubts in the first match, I have a little bit more confidence now, knowing the extent, the range of performance and capability on Hashira here with this Khalid. But hang on now, woo! Slotting in that Minotaur. It looks like they're looking to take a page off of each other, as now the roles have been flipped for both of these teams. Looking to execute here, but that last pick, Jays, talk about it.
Marta is really strong, especially even though it's good, you know, you're bringing him in as a tank. But you know, from the side of Huevo, picking out the Black Dragon himself, you got the Dawning Light, you've also got Minotaur Rage as well. That stalls for the Valentina, right? That's so much choices for the Valentina, basically like a kid going to a candy store, right? You got so much choices, so much ultimates to pick up away and then just turn it against them. I really favor Idyllics in terms of the draft this time around, man. Like Huevo, on the other hand, they need to be wise on how to engage, but like I said, they've got so many ways of engage. Once again, the Black Dragon form, the Minotaur's Rage, and even down to the Fredrin as well.
You know, and I feel like this is going to be a great test for the side of Huevo, not just from the composition standpoint, but even for the mentality. I mean, I know you're kind of new over here as seeing some of these teams in the MLSA, but Huevo has been a very dominant force, right? They haven't had too many hiccups in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Basically, what you've seen from them last game and that early has been kind of how they were able to perform on every team. But additionally able to close out those matches. I feel like this is a great test for them in this tournament because they haven't really been on the back end of most series or matches. They're not really used to being here in this position where a team was able to overcome them and put them in the hole. So this is going to show a lot about the mentality and the mental fortitude from Huevo as a team, as a 5-man, as one band and one sound. They're going to have to ring out and come back up against Idyllics here.
Well said there, Deku, but hold on. It's going to be a lethal given over to side of Idyllics with the retribution as well. Idyllics this time round going to respond against Huevo's aggression really well. If you notice how Huevo was doing it, as a 4-man protecting the Fredgy to pick up the purple for himself. Idyllics, on the other hand, you know, they love to play a little bit slightly more on the passive side. But Huevo this time round, if you notice, because compared to game number 1, they're not exactly super aggressive as compared to game number 1.
Definitely not as aggressive here, but I mean, I can't blame them, right? Match point on the side of Idyllics, you don't have wiggle room here to mess up in the early game, trying to go for careless trades and fights. But speaking of fights here, Durza being stacked on top of here. There goes the Terrify, damage from Hashir, gonna drop him low. Rito pulling up with a little bit of assistance, a little bit of backup here, trying to help him in this matchup here as Idyllics is looking to maybe shut down Durza ahead of this turtle.
I like the rotations coming up from Huevo right here. They know the party's happening at bottom side, and Jonya is already on the site, but not able to pick off right here. Doesn't really have the ultimate as well. So Idyllics, respect that, backs off. Wise choice coming up from Idyllics for now.
Definitely a wise choice, but we do know, right, the turtle has spawned in, both junglers battling for aggro of it right now. It is still in the middle, it's still in the neutral grounds. Lex is not going to budge, and neither of the junglers is Martis is going to pick it up with that Martis coils. But here comes a fight, Black Dragon, a knockoff from Minotaur. They're going to go ahead and find the first blood and make that 2 as Durz is going to take down Martis, and they're looking to capitalize and find a third, barely escaping his Gia, but hang on here, the fight's not over. Hashira meeting them in the jungle, but he's going to be able to escape with his life, but can't say that for all members of Idyllics. Huevo goes up 2-0 on the board, with Turtle going to the hands of Idyllics.
Deku, if ML is a card game, that is a perfect combo coming out from Huevo, right? Minotaur Rage, make sure that the Idyllics stuck in one straight line. Dawning Light from Ree, just beautiful, dealing with lots of damage across Idyllics draft, and then Huevo goes in for the cleanup. And Durza coming in with the Black Dragon form at that moment to push away Idyllics. But even though it's Idyllics that secured the turtle, it is still Huevo that picks up the kills and of course that gold lead.
Absolutely, and I mean, I expect them to keep lining up. I mean, their composition is meant for the synergy, right? Like you pointed out, the combination is exactly what they need to win those team fights. If they can layer it in just right, some of the Black Dragon form, maybe a properly timed energy eruption, maybe a good Dawning Light as well with a Minoran Fury could definitely spell disaster for Idyllics in these 5v5 team fights. A little bit of fight, a little bit of check in the bush, temperature check. His Wu's getting a little hot. He has Minoran Fury stacked up. We could see an engage potentially. They have to be careful here. Misses the jump a little bit, but hang on. Rito dashing in, and now here comes Wu. Not going to use the ultimate just yet. He's going to buy time. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. He does see Idyllics trail him on the rotation. A little bit of a cold war in the river here between both of these teams.
Yeah, right now Idyllics needs more time, right? Faith as the Claude is gonna get bullied in the top side. Yukinon as the Beatrix will have priority in the gold lane, so I think Idyllics needs to play somewhere else in terms of the map. But looking at how they're rotating mostly in the Three Musketeers scenario, playing around the riverside aggression. But here we go, it's gonna be a turtle fight happening very soon. Idyllics already on side, but Huevo's committing 4.
They are definitely going for it. Rito taking on the brunt of the damage. Mortal Coils from Martis is being used nice and early. Black Dragon, but Rito's going to find a Dawning Light as well. And now they're stacking on, going to take down Martis. He was left all alone at the clean setup for the neutral as Turtle falls into the hands of Huevo, as well as a kill, shutting down the jungler from the side of Idyllics.
Yeah, Huevo is working like clockwork right here. The ultimates always stacked at the right timing. You saw that Black Dragon form going in, Ree's Dawning Light going in at the same time. So many things from the side of Huevo. They played their cards exactly right. Idyllics, on the other hand, I feel like the communication is a little broken apart, but hold on a second. Hashira taking some damage at the bottom side. So much aggression all across the map.
A major Minoran Fury though from Wu, a 2-piece combination as Yukinov's going to take him out with a return engage from Valentina, looking to make the set just the same, but it doesn't have the exact same follow-up as Rito, and the Dawning Light is going to take down Zone of here. 2 members from the side of Idyllics are falling, looking to make it 3 Nibru's passion. and you can feel the passion from Huevo as they're fighting back. They're not gonna look to be eliminated, but Martis, that's right, look at him in the backside, looking for Yuki-don. Can he get the damage? Decimation finds one, but now the CC is stacking, the HP is falling. Tower in trouble, Idyllics finds one, but Huevo finding more on the map right now.
That was a little bit disgusting coming out from this Martis, right? Like, I'm just gonna go in 1v4. I pick up one person. The fact that, okay, I don't even have a killing spree, right? I went in for Demon Slayer and I still get away alive. That's insane coming up from my Idyllics. But Huevo definitely got a better trade up top side. Now that's a permanent damage around top. Now I would like to talk about Idyllics a little bit more, right? The fact that they do have very strong mechanical players, but I feel like it's the communication of Huevo that's basically counteracting Idyllics. But hold on a second.
We are seeing a little bit of a fight here break out down in the bot side and going. The CC is stacking. You can now gonna find a kill on Zone of here. That's one member down already, and now we're seeing Gius stacking a little too late. He's taking a lot of damage from the backside. Blue with a two-man knockup. Can they find the kill? Yuki-non, a double kill. The gold laner for Huevo is online here. Spade's gonna find a tower on the opposite side of the map. Is that gonna be enough to deal with Huevo's dishing out up against Idyllics here?
Yeah, not only just that, Ree is starting to hurt, right? 205 has the mystery shop. He's already started to pick up the items. That is a clock and the lightning transient already. So Huevo's going to do a lot of damage. Idyllics needs to pay some respect, but Idyllics does have the insurance going in. Faith is slowly farming as long as he's getting up the gold lead, as long as he gets up the items. If you notice, Demon Hunter Sword already should be going to build into a golden staff right off the bat. That is going to be these two item power spikes for the side Idyllics that they can play around. Speaking of which, Huevo focusing on the bottom lane, Yuki-non, landing down the sniper damage. I really like Huevo, how they're doing this. It's so beautiful in terms of these team fights.
Absolutely, they definitely have polished it up. Not too much aggression, but more proper right responses to the side of Idyllics. They're timing their execution just right. They're layering in these team fights right up against Idyllics here. They have a lot of answers right now, and Idyllics has none at the moment. A little bit of clash down on the bot side. They could go for a pick, but speaking of pick, there goes the Divine Judgment counter. Wow. No, Hashira with the Khalid once again is showing his expertise, but Ree gonna clean up with the Dawning Light, is gonna find the 1-for-1 trade, the answer back to Idyllics. Two members down in between these two teams, split up pieces. Idyllics finally finding a little bit of an answer up against Huevo.
The Shiro on the Khalid, the microplay is absolutely beautiful, right? Zhonya flickered in, tried to pick up someone, and then Hashira jumps in to counteract. But who was the one that's just throwing the spanner in terms of Idyllics engages? But Hashira right here, they have to try to defend. That turret has unfortunately fallen down, but here comes the flank of this Dursa just flying by.
There is the Black Dragon form. Doesn't find anything there just yet, but it's nice to know that Huevo can trust on him to be there to assist them. We do have a request for applause. A little difficulty out there for the teams, but right now, right, Huevo up 3K gold up on the kill board. What exactly do they need to do, right, to be able to close out? Because they were in this position last game as well.
Yeah, but this time around, Huevo, right, compared to game number 1, game number 2, they packed a lot more heat, they packed a lot more power, they packed a lot more damage. The Beatrix is strong. Among all the marksmen in ML, right, there is always like this one part of the game where you're slightly weak, but Beatrix on the other hand is like, no, I'm strong in early, I'm strong in the mid, I'm strong in the late. Yes, call me biased for Beatrix, but Beatrix is just so good, and this is something that Huevo has brought into the roster. And on top of that, they've already got Xavier scaling super strong right now. Right here, I feel like what they should do from the side of Huevo is play against Idyllics' weak side to the lane, which is that Claude. Whenever Claude shows himself to farm, you gank that lane hard. Leave Hashira to do whatever he wants. He's just a Khalid. But if you take away the main damage dealer from the side of Idyllics, Huevo will be able to stomp against Idyllics and bring us to a game number 3. And I believe that's what everyone's looking out for.
Absolutely. We're definitely looking forward to that. And I'm hoping to see that game 3 just like everybody else. I mean, it would be great, right, to maybe get one series go the full distance. We've had 3 sweeps prior, but Now, right, we're going to see Huevo try to change the narrative, try to flip this around. They took a stumble in match one, like you said, didn't have exactly enough firepower, but right now they do have a great opportunity to be able to match up against Idyllics now. They have those scaling options, those scaling picks, and there it is on the screen, right, the Xavier. They have something. That's exactly what they needed, the man of power and the man of the hour, able to offer them something as they transition to the late game. That's exactly what's going to need to be utilized, right, to its maximum capability. And I mean, he's already profited. I think he's still sitting flawless. Yeah, that's right, 3-0-5. A lot of Dawning Lights have came out to secure kills, but speaking of secure, a scuffle over the blue buff here. Rito's looking for the engage. Now Wu following up. Finish Rage coming out from the Beatrix here. Rito still working. Appraiser's Wrap chunking down on him, getting him low. Wu maybe looking for the Minoan's Fury. Finds a knock-up, though. Now going to disengage. Members of the team starting to look maybe at this Lord Pit.
Yep, definitely. Like, since you decide what I mentioned, right? If you see Faith on the other side of the map, go and gang that lane. That's exactly what Durza is doing. Now, Huevo picked up that fight right here, engage against, put some aggro against Idyllics, even though Ree doesn't have the mana, has to force to back off. What Huevo is doing right here, or basically, I would say Idyllics is doing right here, is extremely good. Huevo needs to pay some respect again. Faith, but here we go. Ree snipes him down.
Did snipe him down. That Mystic Field catching Claude when he least expected it. Found the tower, but now it's found his way up to the spectator box. But hold up here, a fight potentially going on. 2v3 scuffle. They are trying to set up for the Lord. There goes the Black Dragon of the East. He is trying to find a play potentially. Gonna look to zone now. Wu and Durza. They're gonna have to box out the members of Idyllics. His Lord is very important to Huevo's chances of closing out this match. But it looks like Idyllics is not gonna give this up for free. 5k HP on the Lord. Will they be able to make it in time? No, Rito's gonna find it. Now they're gonna look for the fight. A huge Dawning Light. And a major Manu and Fury here. So Shion's gonna find YZ though. He's trying to heal up as Rito takes out Zona. Martin's found his way onto the Beatrix and now trying to find Reba. With that Mystic Field and unstoppable play from him, the mage from Huevo has been winning these fights single-handedly for the side of Huevo as they do pick up the Lord and they drop bodies from the side of Idyllics.
A lot of things that Huevo did right here, but the aftermath is going to be Idyllics knowing that Huevo has already taken down the Lord. Idyllics is just doing on pure damage control now. Huevo, what they did, they take down Faith on the top lane. Immediately, if you notice, there's a Black Dragon form. I'm just going to open up the map and also get close towards, quickly to prep for this Lord fight, right? And then after that, we saw how Ree lands down the Mystic Zone right there, just blocking the Martyrs from ever getting close towards the Lord Pit. It's so beautiful for the side from Huevo. And Idyllics, on the other hand, you know, this Hashira is picking up all these damage items and then allowing the cleanup from this Martyrs to stack Decimation on top of Decimation towards the backline of Huevo. So Idyllics right here just now was only pure damage control. Huevo was the one that has more pushing power right here, and they're playing cross map on the top side.
Definitely has the pushing power and having the better engages as Wu finding a double knockup as I say that. He's 0-0-12 right now. He's having a flawless game, but he's had plenty of engages, and that's exactly what's been helping Huevo win these fights, opening up these team fights with huge sets. We saw it in the last team fight as well, able to catch multiple members of the jungle, and look at the damage from Xavier. This is what we were talking about, guys. The scaling, man. It's online for when you have a mage like Xavier in the hands of Ree 5-0-6 and those items stacking up for him. I mean, the damage just, it's almost too much. I mean, look at it, right? The 3 core items. The Clock Country Genius, it's piling up to deal with Idyllics in the worst way.
It's so disgusting to look at. Okay, the only, wait, what? Dawning Light? Is that Dawning Light taking away the purple buff?
That is!
Yes! Oh my god. Give that guy a star, man. Give that guy a cookie.
This is insane. The American Sniper right now.
The American Sniper usually given to, well, the sniper name we usually give it to the Beatrix, but the Beatrix sniper's range is shorter as compared to a global Dawning Light. But Ree, on the other hand, okay, back to the top point that I had. Genius one a little bit greedy, I would say. Might as well just go for the Holy Crystal right off the bat, right? Like, he's doing so much damage right in here, and not only just that, Ree, if you notice the Dawning Light just now, that kind of Chong Faith down like around half HP, had it be a Holy Crystal, it would do so much damage, and that is before Xavier has like around 2 stacks, right? That's a Xavier with no stacks at all, and it's already able to do so much damage. Imagine what they can do in a team fight like this one.
Exactly. Team fight that could break out. We can definitely see Xavier flex his muscle and show exactly why he's so dangerous in the late game. And the fight is starting to maybe break out. We see a concealed play from Mataja here. Will it lead to anything? Black Dragon form coming out from Durza here on the YZ. He's feeling confident. He's feeling cocky. He's feeling like he can isolate a pick here. He's found his way onto the jungler here. He's trying to stop him from contesting Dawning Light, doing some big damage. Rito picking up another Lord. That's huge for them. They're looking to stack up on the members. Keep an eye on this. Another play. Big Mystic Field in middle with the set. Yuki Don gonna find one. The fight's not over. Mortal Close coming out. Double kill to the hands of Yuki Don. Oh my goodness, James. I love Renner Empathy. Narrowly missing. Almost making it 3. Huevo is alive. Looking to even up the score to be 1-1, Jays.
Huevo, no, Idyllics knows what to do. They're looking for the flanks, but Huevo read them like an open book, using the Black Dragon form to open up the map. It's just these two right here to defend.
Look at the burst. Rito's gonna come onto a killing spree, finds 1. Yukinon's gonna find 2, and now the Nexus could be touched here, but hang on, members spawning here from the side of Idyllics, but we can't forget the Lord. They still have the number advantage. Black Dragon coming in, Huevo can end it right here, right now. They're gonna zone. They're trying to focus in on the Nexus here, but the side of Idyllics is trying to respond. Hang on. This isn't looking too good. Blazing away. This is major wipeouts. Can they get the Nexus? No. It's so low, Lord. Someone hit it. Someone get it. Wait, bro. James, somehow, some way. What an ending! Oh man, 1-1. We're going to game 3, James.
We're going to game 3. Amazing defense coming from Idyllics. You saw the blazing to it starting to hurt, and there was this, like, you know, this is the time when you go through and you see light flashing through your eyes. I think they can do it. But unfortunately, there's the Lord that's super healthy right here, just chunking it down, and, you know, Faith coming in. Unfortunately, you know, the respawn time is actually hurting them. They're on this recycle mode and unable to defend. So, but Huevo really did well. Right, the aggression, the way they stack the cards, the micro, the macro as well. It's so on point, and it's really impressing me a lot. But don't count Idyllics out just yet. I feel like Hashira could always turn the tide, like just now. I feel like if you're going to game number 3, knowing that Hashira has been playing the Khalid for like 2 games in a row, ban his Khalid out. That's a PSA right there. Respect Hashira's Khalid, because it has allowed him to stay this relevant in game for so long. Faith, on the other hand, you know, if you notice, he's starting to pick up the damage, but a little bit too late, right? Because if you notice, it is going to be Huevo that scaled even faster. But GG, well played for both of these two teams. I'm looking forward to game number 3, man.
Definitely looking forward to game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the first series to go the long route all the way to the final game. Neck and neck, an eye for an eye, a blow for a blow. Huevo versus Idyllics. Idyllics able to take game 1 or 2, just kind of, or game 1 kind of dominating, and then Huevo coming back, showing you they are not playing around, and they are going to take this game 3 with a challenge. So I'm looking forward to see what Idyllics has to do to respond, as now Huevo has also a momentum boost as well. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the final series for today for the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament that we've officially partnered up with Raz for 16 teams to have the chance to compete for the first place with a total cash prize of $700 US. Not to mention Moonton pitching in with a prize pool of 25,000 diamonds for first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. As we do look at some of the top teams for North America competing for that number 1 position, and not only that, today completing or trying to compete for the remaining spots for the semifinals. And right now on the final series of the day, Idyllics versus Huevo, an eye for an eye, neck and neck. The question is, who will be able to prevail and take the last spot on the board to complete the semifinals? Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an insane series already, and I appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of the dawn. If you guys do want to compete in these events, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we also will be having upcoming tournaments in the near distant future. A little bit of a hint there, so definitely make sure you guys register on the MLSA Discord server now and get your teams ready. Like we said, a lot of events on the way. Not to mention, we also host events during the week for these teams to be able to prepare for tournaments such as the one you are seeing today. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. Don't go anywhere, as we will be jumping into the final match of the day. Huevo versus Idyllic. Both of them at match point 1-1. And the question of the day is, who can close out the final series?
Travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, a tournament, the first ever tournament for the MLSA, as we've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US for first place, and also Moonton pitching in with the big, amazing diamond prize pool. First place taking home 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place taking home 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through 8th place taking a total of 10,000 diamonds back with them. Looking at the bracket so far, all of these teams in the top 8 are competing for the semifinalist positions, and now with only one spot left, Idyllics versus Huevo currently tied up with match point, and the question is who will be able to prevail and close out this series. Joined on the desk today, we have two amazing casters to paint the perfect picture for an amazing closeout. We have on the play-by-play, you've seen him in the M series leading the way with all the flashy suits and also the battle raps of the play-by-play. We've got Master Jays in the building, and also joined for the on-point analysts to do your keys to victory and also break down these items. We have Coach Deku, do you even breathe? How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great, Weezy, but I think you got our introductions mixed up there. I was just playing. I mean, I'm hoping to go to F Series one day, but Jay's definitely got me beat there, man. But this is going to be a great closeout. I mean, it's 1-1. What more could we ever want? The final series of the night, the final spots to be secured for top 4, and it's a full series, a game 3 on the line, match point for both of these teams. They're going to have to put it all out on the battlefield if they want to sniff the championship and go advance to the next round. Jace, how are you feeling? What are you thinking? And I mean, are you excited for this game 3?
Yeah. Crazy excited. This is my first time, like, you know, paying really close attention to the NA scene. Huevo has done so many good things in my books. Like, in terms of the checklist on how to be a good team, they got macro, they got micro, they got macro, they've got comms, they know cross map plays. Everything's going so well for the side of Huevo. But on the other hand, Idyllics, don't count them out just yet. Hashira could turn the tide against Huevo. Hashira is the kryptonite of Huevo. But of course, you know, I'm looking forward to the day that when Weezy had to introduce 2 M casters on the desk, you know, Jace and Coach Deku. That'll be a dream, man.
It'll definitely be a dream, but it won't just be him introducing. He's definitely gonna be up there hosting with us. Ain't that right, Weezy? Yeah, he hears us in the background, man. I can't wait for that to happen. All 3 of us maybe joining up for M5, but let's talk about what's going on right now. This is the MLSA. This is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Valentine's Dash Tournament Extravaganza, Jays, and we are heading into that Series 4. We're seeing the bands come out, that Fred and Valentina from Idyllics, right? They don't want to deal with that right now, as this is going to be the final match. You have to secure the right bands. You have to secure the right picks. But how are you feeling, Jays? Are these bands making sense for you so far?
I think the fact that they're banning away the Frangian, they're banning away the Valentina, right? This hints a lot of things. They're not going to go for that same composition they get for game number 1, game number 2. I'm expecting the Atlas, I'm expecting the Kufra coming out from the side of Idyllics this time around, because the Valentina is the one that could easily counter all this. Now the Eve is really wide open for the side of Idyllics, up to whoever to ban it away. But you also open up yourself for the Farsa, which is constantly banned for the first 2 games. So really excited to what Idyllics going to first pick right here. The Kaja hasn't really paid during the break. We're talking about this, right? The Kaja hasn't been performing as well in this particular series, because when you go into the late part of the game, that's where Idyllics truly shines, right? The Kaja, the pick potential is not as good against like a team fight composition, right? So it's really up to how whoever bans this last particular ban. I think the Eve's just too overpowered. It has to go.
I absolutely agree, especially between these 2 teams. We know they have been clashing for those team fights, and Eve is an almost certain lock for either one, especially for the way they play. But they ban out the 1-1. Eve is on the board here. This could be risky. You're daring them to go ahead and lock in this Eve. I don't know, Jays. I don't know if this was the right call here. You might have wanted to let that walk and get rid of that mage. I mean, both of them are strong team fight options, but Eve has really been leading the way, even not only here, but even at M4.
Even everywhere as well. Eve is like a prior pick, Deku, but of course, Carry is also wide open as well. I almost forgot about that. Idyllics is going to pick that up. But if you have an Eve, you have a Carry. We've seen in M4 how to counter them, right? Like the Harif does wonders against a gold lane Carry as well. And of course, if you want to fight against an Eve, there's always the option for the Lapu Lapu. But right here, right now, because Carry was already picked up, whoever could always lock in the Eve as well. So I really love the fact of how whoever is actually drafting. You ban away the 1-1, you open up these 2 meta picks, and you force Idyllic to pick. You pick the Carry, I'll pick the Eve. You pick the Eve, I'll pick the Carry. Case closed. It's really beautiful the way that whoever drafts this time around.
Absolutely, and right now I feel like Idyllics has to take the response pick in the mage, right? And I think you might know where I'm going with this is maybe that Farsa. Right, they might need to match this. We know they're going to go for the team fight compositions. It might not be a bad idea to lock that in now. It could be banned out. Oh, there's a YZ pick. That would be really good to set up for the Farsa. You deny that backline entry. There will be a Lapu Lapu open, but you can do a little bit better with the Lapu. He can't really fly, and there it goes. There's the Farsa, and then the Yuzhong, and that's perfect. That is exactly what I was writing up in my head for them to go ahead and take. That's a great response from the side of Idyllics here.
Definitely, like you want to match artillery strike with artillery strike, right? Like Farsa, the benefit of Farsa is that you have the mobility, you have the bigger burst damage, and you also have the fact that it's artillery, right? The Lolita shield can't protect anything from above. You can only protect things from the front. But Carry, on the other hand, could easily shred through tanky members. The reason why you need tanky members for the Eve is because you want to make sure that they stay in the box, use as much ultimates as possible, and then stun them and then fight. But Carry known to shred through these people and then move on. But I think the Lapu here is a better choice as compared to a Grok. The Grok could go into the roaming lane instead. Lapu is definitely stronger in my opinion. Like it's easily 1v4, and your big stun could obviously hit 2 or 3 members if you time it right.
Absolutely, and I definitely agree with the Lapu. I mean, I feel like Grok is more always for that setup game, right? Definitely helps opening up those team fights, but you already have a Lolita in Eve, right? You have the real world manipulation, you have that Numium Blast. You don't really need to add in that wild charge to really get the job done. Yeah, it's nice, but now you can start focusing in a little bit more with that damage, and I feel like that's exactly what Lapu offers up. So I definitely have to 100% agree with you on that note, and it's also exactly what I felt would be better for Gia, right, to be able to match up against the Lapu. It is a strong backline entry, but they already took the YZ, who I think is a little bit stronger with that Black Dragon form. You can deal with the Lapu with the Brave Fighter stance. As long as you don't get stunned before the wing by wing, it's a great option. But we're seeing some bans happen right now. Jay's trying to talk about those.
Yeah, I like the fact that Atlas get the ban away, because if our Idyllics, I have the eyes on the Atlas, but but apart from the Atlas, there's also that Kufa that's wide open for me. That's really gonna help setting it up against Huevo, right? But now there's a Baras getting banned. I really like the draft coming out from both these two teams. Quite ingenious, mind you. But you know, when you have a Farsa being threatened right here, I feel like the jungler can be a Leomord, because you know you have the Farsa to burst it down, clear the wave, you set up the space for using the Black Dragon form, and then the carry could come in for the cleanup. Beatrix, a very solid choice. It's like vanilla ice cream, right? Everything works with the Beatrix. Every composition, it works. And yes, obvious bias right here, Beatrix, one of my favorite marksmen out there.
Absolutely, but I feel like it also I think that adds a little bit more to the Farsa pick as well. We know Beatrix isn't the most mobile marksman, right? And if Flicker's out of the way, that offers up a lot of opportunity for Gia to pound away at Yukinon, or to at least keep Yukinon's zone out of those fights, with the Feather Airstrike always being a threat, because we know, especially once, you know, we hit that late game, that mid, right, power spike the clock, Destiny, Lightning Trunch is fully online, definitely can offer a lot of burst and keep Yukinon, you know, positioned almost scarily away in those team fights. But hang on, there is an Akai pick in the mix, but there's even more. There's a Leo in that Mensathar as well. These teams are throwing it all out there right now in the draft.
Yeah, if I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win in style. That's basically what these two teams are literally saying to each other. There's a potential counter synergy from the side of Huevo, but trusting Huevo, taking all the checkbox I was mentioning before we start the draft, they should be able to, you know, make sure that this Akai works very well with Eve, because some of the teams, when they pick the Eve and the Akai at the same time, you know, the Akai is trying to push people out of the box, whereas the Eve trying to make sure people stay in the box. So it's really up to how Huevo is gonna have to execute it. But that's the Leomord that I was talking about. Farsa, go in, buzz people down. As long as I land down one Feather Airstrike, the Farsa's job is done. I can get the hell out of there. Leomord come in for the cleanup, and of course, Faith could always come in as the secondary cleanup. So Idyllics this time around, they've also packed quite a lot of firepower. Whoever, on the other hand, I think because it's an Akai, your damage mainly relies on Yukinon and Ree.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'd like to add on, right, to where you added with that counter synergy between the Akai and the Eve. There's another way I like to look at this as well. It's actually a composition I like to play. I like to call them protect comps, right? You have the Beatrix, and we kind of noted the lack of mobility, right? So there's opportunity for Beatrix to be collapsed on. But when you have things like the Akai in place, the Lolita and the Eve, that's a great setup to keep disengage allowed for this Beatrix to play pretty safely. The heavy spin cannot just be used defensively, but also defensively. And the same with the Eve, right? If you can drop Eve low enough in the background to use that real world manipulation to slow down someone like maybe YZ after collapsing on that Black Dragon. Oh, speaking of collapse here though, Jays.
Oh, that's an early flicker coming out. It's going to be first blood going out the side of Idyllics. Really nice gang coming out. It's a 5-man right in the middle. They don't care about the lanes anymore. I just want to play Brawl right here in MLSA, Valentine's Dash. Whoever was the one that suffered giving first blood, but they will be able to trade it back over to Idyllics.
Absolutely. This is a Valentine's Dash, but neither team is showing any love right now, Jays. They know what's at stake. This is a match point for both of these teams. I mean, 1-1, 1-1, all over the place. 1-1 and 1-1. They got to be able to find a way to turn up the heat, right, and find a win in this match. But back to what I was saying about those comps, I feel like they have a great setup to maybe enable Yukinon to get online. And we saw what happened when Yukinon got online with this Beatrix in the last game. There's a lot of fights. Speaking of it, though.
Oh, trading flickers on the top side. It's going to be Fav a little bit low. Tries to back up right here, but Rito is smashing. He wants the blood. The heavy spin will be there to Beyblade that kill. But at the same time, bottom side, Idyllics is actually... No, it's actually Huevo trying to go on the Hashira that's trying to cut the wave. Responded that the bottom side just in time. Trying to buy some time for this Leomord to pick up the turtle. But Huevo is actually doing permanent damage around the top side. Jonia and Faith, what can you do at the 3-man up top?
Absolutely, and hang on here, fight not over.
The hook going in, you cannot dash out. That's the power of the Minotaur going in, but it's gonna be Wu that blows Faith in so much. But off the side of the map, so many fights happening all across the map. This is not the land of Dawn anymore. This is the land of Brawl. Both these two teams duking it out. Hashira finishes off Durza right in the mid lane. It's so much disrespect from both these two teams.
Would think they're playing Brawl. I mean, how are they rotating around this map so quick to just keep fighting each other. The map is so big, there's no way they're able to keep fighting flashes. But as you can see, one side of the map is a fight, on the other side is another one going on. The cameraman can't even keep up with all this. You need two of those out there. But speaking of keeping up here, we're seeing a lot of Fury Hammers being picked up in between these two teams, a lot of early penetration. Crossbow component picked up by Carry, confirming that Corrosion Scythe build as well. It's been the new standard, the new meta for Carry. But speaking of standard, speaking of meta, look at the fight lineup here.
Ooh, Luminum Blast going on, will be missing Jonya. The flicker right out into safety. I think that's the box being used by Reed. A bit of an overcommitment, and that's where Idyllics will strike. Feather Astra going in, the Nibiru's passion just spreading out. Rito pushing the members of Idyllics away. They don't want to fight it, and we're able to pin Leomon only to the wall. He'll be able to ride out just in time safely. Whoever cannot commit that kill. Idyllics walks away, but Rito will be the victim instead.
And what just happened? It looked like a for sure pick for the side of Huevo. The heavy spin came in after this Leomord overextended a little bit, but somehow pinned up against the wall, still able to survive, and Rito ended up being taken out. It really is nothing scarier than a cornered, scared animal.
Yeah, I think Jonya did wonderful. Like, it's Mincetar setting it up. If you notice, you mentioned that whoever relies on a lot of these dashes, but Jonya is there to say no to dashes, right? Whoever, if you notice, they've got flickers all online. They can always use it, but because of Jonya, I cannot use that flicker. I cannot use Yukinon's dash to reset my ammo count. I cannot use Durza, the Bravest Warrior, to engage in. I cannot headbutt Rito. Rito cannot use headbutt to cap those. There's so many things that Idyllics just shuts down. And now with the Black Dragon form, gonna open up the map. The turtle already half HP. Reed was the one that will get cancelled down by Hashira at the back line. It's gonna be Leoma going in with the Steed at the same time, but he will still be able to confirm that kill on top of the turtle and gets right away once again into the sunset. No, this is not supposed to happen. The Idyllics not following the script as well, as they will be turning around, taking down Huevo's back line. Yukinon and Rito will go down.
This is insane. Idyllics, right? Able to find the responses here on this next neutral. Able to even it up. Not even even it up. Take away right here as they now have increased the lead. They're up 2K gold and now looking to find a tower. This could be the first one in the match, but ain't going. Durza rotating in here on the bot side.
Ooh. Okay. Ultimate, the stun goes down. Hashira will be able to get out of dodge, but still, as you were saying, Deku, is just fights across the fights, right? Sorry, map across the map. I don't even know what I'm saying right here because I feel like the observers need a split screen in order to capture all the action happening in game number 3. These two teams, they're not going to go down without a fight.
Absolutely. Here, we're seeing the numbers group up. The rotation is in, a flicker from NC.
The stun going in at the same time. Yukinon would not be able to get out of dodge. Here comes the slow sword of Feather Astra, trying to clean it up. The Leomord riding in once again, this time around, picking up a kill. An aggressive Leomord picking up that kill for now. Whoever will lose their Lolita, but it's still a-okay. Maybe they can turn this around. As long as they keep their turret up there top safe, there is still a chance.
Definitely still a chance, but again, that gold lead is increasing their favor, but hang on, Rito from the back.
Fights, like I said, it's really hard to watch this. It's like both these two teams, they're just gonna throw the macro on the board. I'm just gonna go fights after fights after fights. This is the land of Brawl after all. Jonya trying to run away, the slow field going now, nowhere for Jonya to run. Doesn't have Barbell to ride on the sunset. Speaking of Barbell, there's a going in the stun. Nice disengage coming from Leomord, riding away into the sunset once again.
Definitely riding away into the sunset once again. And I want to talk about some of these items here. We're seeing, wait, hang on, Black Dragon entering into the fight. What's going on here is Hashira feeling like there's a potential play, a potential pick off. He is landing now.
Man, Idyllics, give Coach Deku the time to speak because he's trying to talk about the items. But look at these two teams. They're just gonna want to fight this out, man. This is so unfair for Coach Deku. I want to give him some time to talk about the item because I'm really interested in the items as well. But the turtle fight is more important. Whoever desperately needs the turtle to kind of equalize that goal lead, especially when Leomord does have the ultimate right here. They can try to make this play right here. For the Astra going in at the same time, the turtle will get reset. Rito's trying to spin away the back line. And here comes engage from Barbell as well. Jonya, he gets Lumina Blast, 2 men, follow up the newest passion. This is what we call the Huevo combo. The Onga Booga coming in, punishing Idyllics for this game number 3.
That is a major win for Huevo in that fight. They find a new trade. Last time it was the Idyllics on the opposite side of the map of the turn, but this time Huevo having their turn, having their fun, winning the fights, and now with a little bit of lull in the action. Oh my goodness, the items. What I wanted to say is I felt like the side of Idyllics is such a strange team at times. Hashira is such an oddball. He's played Khalid 2 out of the 3 matches, and now with the YZ, he picked up Heptases for his first item before the Dominance Ice. This was completely irregular for a Yu Zhong pick. He is doing everything different. And not just that, they picked up that mid-star. But speaking of pick up, YZ finding a kill off screen on the Beatrix. He must know something I don't, because this is just incredible. He has the Heptases, and he's sitting at 5-1. And you said this earlier, Jays. He is actually the cornerstone, right? He is like the piece for Idyllics that is keeping them a threat up against Huevo. But speaking of threats, they tried to isolate him, but he's outplaying them as they find a tower in the mid side, opening up the map for Idyllics. That is a huge play for them, as they now have a 2-1 tower lead, but not just that, a 3K, like that 2K lead as far as gold, and now a lot of control in the map as they find another one unanswered on the top side. His lightning trip has been picked up by Farsa as we cross almost into the 9-minute mark here, Jays.
Coach Deku, if I turn on my cam right now, you see my eyes wide open, my mouth left half hanging, because what Hashira just did right there, 3 men on top of him, he's able to outplay all of them and get away. While doing that, he bought enough time for Faith to take down the mid lane turret, and then all of a sudden Huevo lost all map control. That is so huge for the side of Hashira, and now they're looking to make this work. Jonya will receive the random ability for now. The Loon Lost charging in. Here comes the ultimate, mega ultimate going in. The Feather Astra going in at the same time, but Rito will be able to find Leomon. He's able to ride his horse this time around, but he will not be able to run. He builds passion follow up. No time for Barbie to get out of the way. But Faye all the way in the back line, trying to pull a Benny Cutie, but the flicker going in. He has to run away. Rito, with the help of Wu's Conceal, will be able to seal that too. Idyllics may have bitten more than he could chew.
Run if you can, but he can't run fast enough as Huevo does catch him as he tried to go for, like you said, that Benny Cutie play. That's the second time we've seen a Benny Cutie play try to happen in the series tonight. Earlier, we saw Brody try to go for the back door, but it didn't work out just right as Hunter Strike is picked up by Yu Zhong here and Blade of Despair into the hands of Leomord here on the side of Idyllics. A couple more core damage items. Speaking of core, Carrie has that corrosion and that golden staff and just picked up and finalized that demon hunter source. So the 3 core items for Carrie are online. Can opt in for some of those defensive options now to secure some safety, some survivability as the back line for Idyllics here. But this is an even game right now. Match point 1-1. 11-11 on the scoreboard. The map is a little bit in the favor of Idyllics, but these fights can go either way. And I mean, look at the setup here. They have to be careful. Huevo does have numbers. They are setting up for this Lord, but keep an eye on Hashira, the backbone of Idyllics here. Black Dragon has been called in, Jays.
Putting the trigger as well, will be able to find the back line, instantly revealing to Idyllics wherever, but he gets dragged all the way back in, busted down by Hashira. The Aluminum Blast going in, will only connect to 2 members. As long as Idyllics and with Faith stay alive, he should be able to do something, but Hashira will finally get picked off. The barbell will get summoned, but now this time around, he has to run away. But look at the stun and the peel coming up from Huevo, allowing Yukino to pick up that kill at the same time. Idyllics, the engage was good, but execution did not go well. But Faith, like I said, putting a Benny Cutie right here, heavily inspired by the Filipino best marksman in the world right now, trying to do some cross-map plays.
Absolutely. And I mean, Faith realized that was a lost cause early on in that fight. I mean, he didn't even get to enter into much Lolita with the shield, able to negate so much damage. He turned on the speedy light wheels, but it was quickly negated by Lolita's defensive stance. Wasn't able to find any damage. I will say, though, I think that the trigger was pulled a little too early, maybe by Hashira. The Black Dragon, it found a good target, right? He was on Yukino for a little bit, but there was no one there, you know, right, to follow up. So he just got focused and bursted out in the midst of that fight. And then a great Numium Blast, right? A great return set from Wu. He's been playing his butt off, right, with these sets. Last game, it was with the Minotaur. Now it's with the Lolita, setting up for a lot of fights. But speaking of setups here, keep an eye on Huevo. They're stacking up in this bot side. Look at the bush. We could see a play. Lolita and Eve are in store.
There's a lot of damage from Faith. The light wheels as well. Rito will try to headbutt all the way in. Faith is actually shredding Rito all the way. That's a shutdown. Woo with the Luminous Blast. Tried to split out the fight. Tried to slow down Idyllics' aggression and will be able to do so. Whoever will be limping away with 2 members down. Idyllics clear off the Lord at the top side. I think Idyllics can do it. Jonya just needs to land down the ultimate wisely. But if you notice in the previous team fight, Deku, right? I think Idyllics could have won that team fight. But whoever with the better Luminous Blast zones away the backline from the front line and Idyllics just gets shredded apart.
Absolutely, and we're seeing Hashir having to take an early exit with that Black Dragon form, and I love you made the point, right, with them able to stack up those Numian Blasts, and I kind of talked about that right at the start of the game, how they have that good potential, right, for the team fight, and that was all they really needed was that Lolita and Eve. It opens up so much space for you in a team fight, even with the reduction, right, to Eve's ultimate with that 5x5, you still have the Numian Blast, and when the flicker is there, you have the extended range, right, to not only go for the set, to go for the chase, to go for the disengage. Anything you want to do with that ultimate, you can do with Lolita, and it goes so well with Lolita. It's a 1-2 combination that is almost stand the test of time. I mean, we see it all the time, even at the high levels. Lolita and Eve and M4 was picked up oftentimes to start out a lot of compositions. It's just a great winning recipe. It's a lot of ways you can flex around the rest of the picks to go with it. Almost any backline is safe with it. Any follow-up damage as far as backliners, like with this Lapu Lapu, goes well once you have the setup for the team fight. And speaking of setups for team fights, we do just see a Winter Trunch get picked up by Ree here. Maybe trying to keep himself surviving. He is 2, 3, and 6. May have died 1 too many times for his liking, but he has the book and he has the Ice Queen wand, so he definitely has exactly what you need as far as the core items for this Eve to be a new.
You look at what Hashira is doing. I mean, if you're an Eve right here, right? If you saw what Hashira is doing, Black Dragon form targeting me, I'll buy that Winter Truncheon like right now, because the way that Idyllics have been trying to play is to push the back, try to engage in towards the back line, bypassing the front line. But when Idyllics is trying to do so with the help of the Leomord, they're kind of allowing them to be split apart. Whoever dissects them, it's always Rito, it's always Wu that separates the front line from the back line. Idyllics doesn't really have enough damage in the front line. They get melted down by whoever's back line, and the back line or the main damage dealer of Idyllics cannot reach the front line of Idyllics as well. So I think like Idyllics, they need to go in with the same pace. Whoever on the other hand will start this Lord right here, but Jonya will not be able to find anything for now.
Yeah, definitely some excellent points indeed. I think Deku might have had a little bit of technical difficulties, but insane match so far. Idyllics versus Huevo. You are seeing the engagement on the way.
Engagement on the way as well. Jonya may have get stuck in a no man's land right here. 5 men from Huevo is actually just, just stacking all together. They need to try to fight S5. But if you want to stick together like here, Jonya on the other hand, the ultimate on top of 5 men is going to be huge. Woo, Jonya may get picked up right here. Rito just trying to land the ultimate of the ultimate from Huevo. Doesn't really able to land, but it's going to be Dusan just spreading so much damage to the back line. That's the jungle taken down. Hashira tried to repay the favor against Durza, but Huevo still have total Lord Pit control.
Definitely having total control right now, and I gotta say, from the side of Huevo, like a lot is on the line, right? They definitely need to find their momentum right now. They were able to take game 2, had a good chance on game 1, and now looks like they found their composure, able to take this Lord. Currently 14-14 though. These teams are pretty much an eye for an eye, definitely even all across the board. It's like yin and yang right now, and the question is who will be able to prevail. This is the final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and what better way to do it? 1-1, 14-14, 16 minutes in, with the Luminous Lord pushing his way down on the bottom side, and Huevo definitely having the advantage, but like we said, they have to be able to close this out, and they have to do it tactfully, right? Because Idyllics is not going to go out easily. They're going to definitely put on a good fight, and Huevo, with the extra boost of this Luminous Lord, is definitely going to be able to clear some of these turrets, but possible concealed play over on the bottom side. Heavy spin.
Heavy spin committing is going to be pushing this Faith out of position right here. Here's a no man's land. The flicker will be activated, and now flicker right into the box. Feather airstrike will be able to allow Idyllics get out of dodge right here, allowing Faith to survive just a little bit longer. But now Huevo may have overcommitted to try to take Faith down, allowing the Leomord uncontested. So many low, and that's the janitor, the cleanup crew from Idyllics, picking up 1 member for the side of Huevo as well. Idyllics on the other hand, this is pure damage control. Huevo got so much much pushing power. They got so much from that one Lord.
I definitely love what Idyllics kind of did right there, right? They played a little passively, waited for Huevo to get a little over-aggressive and make a mistake. And this is kind of similar to what we've seen in game 1, right? Huevo definitely had the lead, but one mistake was costly, and Idyllics was able to close it out. So Huevo need to be a little bit careful on how they decide to progress forward.
That's right. Like, you know, they could like the time that you're missing out a lot of these great crazy action, right? What about the fact that with that Lord was able to push down some standing gold, that's a bottom lane from the side of Idyllics, slightly weaker, but right here for the next 69 seconds, you can take one team fight, but after the 30-second mark from that Lord timer, you don't really want to pick a fight. Speaking of which, it's gonna be Jonia. Oh my god, that's not a very good place for you to be in, my man. It's gonna be the barbell getting spawn all the way at the back line. Idyllics just trying to just throw every single thing at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Faith needs to be careful here. He's all alone, but hang on, Speedy Light Wheels. He's gonna catch Yuki dog.
Faith, what's going on for the side of Idyllics? They're playing a solo game right now. It's going to be Jay with a wing by wing trying to get and trying to support Feather Airstrike, but decides no. He's gonna abandon his teammate right here into the snapping jaws of Huevo.
Finds the trade, but look at top side now. They're gonna have to go respond to this, and Idyllics is playing this very well. Both sides able to make them respond. Carry was on the bot side, keeping that wave pushed. Idyllics with Hashira on the top side, keeping the push. Hang on. Ree's not looking to let him go potentially. Looks like he's gonna wait, maybe get the rest of the members to join in with him. No, he's gonna let him go. I thought maybe he's gonna abuse the Ice Queen wand and maybe force out that Black Dragon from Hashira. That is a dangerous game for him to play. And now Lord is spawned in, right? This is what you were talking about, that taking that fight. Now Faith is missing. They don't have a marksman, and Huevo knows it. They can definitely push the tempo. Their marksman's coming in, but hang on. A heat check. These teams, the tension, Jays, we can feel it right now. Lord is being worked on, but look at Hashira, right? This is some excellent positioning for him. He hasn't been scouted out yet. Now Wu has spotted him, but look at the hook.
There's going to be a hook going landing on top of Ree as well. The Lord is already half HP. Those are all the way to the back line. We'll be able to catch Jib off the side of the map. It's going to be so many action happening. Idly is just making sure that whoever wasn't able to do so much. But Faith, he's already come online. The Light Wars will be able to take down Durza right here. Responded just in time. Yoma chasing down Wu. Will be able to have to pull out the conceal play to get out of dodge. Luminum Blast charges out. Immortality getting locked in by Lilomo at the same time. It's going to be Rito get hooked all the way back in. You cannot win response with the Believers passion at the same time. And it's right here. Look at Jay landing down a Feather Airstrike, zoning away whoever from No Man's Land. They want this Lord desperately. This is an evolved war that both these two teams are fighting for, and they're ready to push in bodies just to make sure that they secure this. The Lord unfortunately get resetted. It's going to be Hashira at his same bush right here, but at the same time, as Huevo is actually just trying to pressure down, Idyllics need to go back and defend. Hashira still hanging around the Lord pit. The real world manipulation this one, trying to zone it out. It's going to be whoever going all the way up the backside. They don't really have to try to play this, but Ree will be able to secure the Lord, as you cannot get busted out by Jay. The Feather Airstrike going in. Whoever committed way too much to secure this Lord. There's no real world manipulation from the side of Huevo to try to do it around. Idyllics, they try to pull the trigger. They find the back line. And Faith right in the back line at the same time. This is a very scrappy fight for both of these two teams. They're not going to go down without a fight.
Jays, we talked about this. What an insane team fight. But that was that Farsa, right? After into the late game, I called it. Those feathered airstrikes, man, able to take out Yukina. If Beatrix steps up at the wrong time, the flicker was on cooldown, did not have the mobility. That's exactly what we were talking about at draft, man. This is exactly what Farsa can do for you in this late game with these marksmen and their positioning. Taking them out in 2 strikes. That is insane to have to deal with when you are a marksman and you lack that mobility. And Idyllics is fighting back right now. This is a 21-minute match right now, but hang on the top side, Jays.
I don't really know what's going on, Deku. It's like both these two teams are not going to go down with a fight. Idyllics is not playing conventional right now. They're playing it contemporary. They're playing it abstract. And this is so beautiful coming off of Idyllics. Whoever, they're very strong mechanically. They follow the textbook that I was saying about, but Idyllics, they're going out of the textbook. They're rebels.
And I think right now, Huevo needs to reset. They have to focus right now. They have to get their head in the game. I think they're letting the pressure build up right now, and Idyllics is starting to rise to the occasion. They have to trust in that team fight composition that they have. And speaking of the fight,
Yukino, oh, he got dragged all the way into the feather airstrike. He has to debounce. With that, Huevo doesn't really have the damage to deal with it right here. I think he's gonna stack his 4. They really want to penetrate this top side base, but the high ground provided by the with the real world manipulation should be able to do the trick. Jonia will get shredded down as now Rito trying to look for any strike alongside Idyllics, and they have to back away. Huevo will be able to take 1 for the price of, well, technically none.
And look at the spells again. Beatrix had just got the flicker back, but like you said, with those feather airstrikes forcing him out early in that fight again. And all that means is the next time they have another fight, we can see the repeat where he gets taken out in 2 strikes. And I can't say this enough. I can't stress it enough, man. It is a dangerous game for Huevo right now. If they cannot stop these feather airstrikes from Gia, then Yukinon is not going to be able to assist him in these fights. I mean, he's 4-7 right now, and while Gia only has 2 kills, she has enough pressure to make sure Yukinon does not enter in these fights and burst down the members of Idyllics. That's all you need, because that means now Faye can enter with Speedy White Wills and have the upper hand as far as DPS in these team fights if this Beatrix is missing. And that's exactly what Idyllics is playing behind. They have to get someone back there. It doesn't matter who it is, Durza, this Akai, Rito, someone has to disrupt and stop the feather airstrike. Someone has to bonk that feather airstrike. Someone has to take care of this little birdie, because they're on a tear right now. Okay, Gia is completely shutting down what they want to do as far as getting Yukinon into these team fights. You have to protect comp. You have to protect. Send Lolita in. Who can? I waste the flicker. Go for the stun. Somebody has to stop it though. You can't let these feather airstrikes ring out. Not all 4 shots. There's no way Yukinon can help them if they don't provide him the space to enter the fights. But hang on, I can still play here, Jays. They're sniffing for opportunity.
Sniffing opportunities. I think he shoved the wave, closed the window opportunity for whoever to take down this Lord right here. Really nice play coming off the Idyllics. But I think Hashira has always stand in that particular bush at the top side. So, you know, whoever, that's the first place they're going to try to scout right now. The Lord is actually marching towards whoever right here. Jonia is in that bush. It's looking at how whoever is playing this. Whoever splitting 4 and 1 at the bottom side. The more Idyllics just lingering around this Lord pit, the more in the favor for whoever. But whoever looking at the backline right here, that's the Yukinon that's gonna call out. The Petrify will be activated at the same time. Rito will be trying to slow down Idyllics, but here comes the Luminum Blast. Will not be able to capture anything for now. It's gonna be Jonia trying to peel for his team at the back line, trying to push Huevo, the main damage dealer, away from the front line as Idyllics working so many things at the same time. I want a team fight. I want to take the Lord at the same time, and Huevo is gonna lose out so much as if Jonia gets taken out, that's actually damage control, but Idyllics will be able to take down the Lord for free, and Huevo has no answer for this because Durza is desperately trying to split push.
And right there, we saw him also have to burn out that flicker, and that is going to be so disastrous. A Lord has just been picked up, and now a Farsa can help the Idyllic siege these towers with that feather airstrike, and Durza doesn't have flicker to get that extra bit of engage, that extra bit of range that he might need to close the gap. That means Farsa has a great opportunity here to make plays. Yukinon does have the flicker back, but we've seen how easy it is to force him to waste that. And right now, Idyllics with this enhanced Lord, I mean, this is 25 minutes into the game. This is a very evolved Lord. This is a maxed out Lord, matter of fact. This is complete attributes here for this Lord. A single push is going to knock down the inhibitor on the top side. They've synced the waves. They're looking to go ahead and close into the base. Full items between all of these teams right now. This can go either way. There's no longer about the gold. It's no longer about the build. It's about the execution. It's about the determination and who is going to find something here. You got to pull deep in the spirit, Warriors will, if you will, to be able to find a game here, to find a win to close out this match, as it is 1-1. It is an equal match point, but then the feather airstrikes.
Feather airstrike going at the same time. We'll be able to push Huevo right here. Here comes the Leomo with the ultimate. Right here, they just need to try it out to zone away the members of Huevo so the Idyllics could take down the bottom lane. But nice defense coming out from Huevo. This is the high ground that Ree does provide, and the 100 amount of slow. But remember, before we enter this particular game number 3, Huevo definitely, you know, the veteran teams, Idyllics right here, they're throwing down spanners. Don't forget, this is the late game where Idyllics truly shines, and Huevo, this is the biggest challenge they ever have to face in MLSA.
Late game, this is almost the next game. But speaking of next game, here's the next fight, James.
Next fight going in, Luminous Blast will be able to charge. He's going to be able to catch the Leomo right here in the back line. And the Brute Smash is going to follow up. There's a lot of damage coming down from Huevo and Jonia. And of course, the Leomo right here. Turns out catching two in the back line. He's going in the Bravest Warrior. He's going to slice, chop, and dice the back line of Idyllics right here. Huevo turning it around. Man, Deku, is this the common standard of NAMLC? I want more of this.
This is what you're seeing right here is just pure determination. This is pure motivation for any team right now. This is almost peak. If you're looking at teams on the rise, this is the standard you need to have as a developing team. Huevo and Idyllics are showing exactly what practice can do. These are two teams that are at the top of the game in the MLSA, and right now, this Valentine's Dash tournament, love is off the table. You can feel the energy in between them. Dan, this is nasty work, Jays. They don't like each other. They don't want to see the other team advance to the next round. They're looking to shut out the other at any means necessary. And right now, look at Huevo setting up the spot side. Idyllics has to be careful. Look at Faith. This could spell disaster. Oh my goodness.
Don't walk. No, Faith! Don't walk in there! But the Flicker will be able to allow him to get into safety. There's so much ultimates being baited out by Faith, by the way. This dude walks into a bar, starts insulting every inhabitant right here, and gets away scot-free. Completely crazy play coming out from Idyllic.
This is insane, man. The narrow escape here from Faith. I don't know if he had spidey senses at the last moment or what, but that was almost disastrous. It is an amazing thing that he had Flicker on standby. That could have been completely a different story we could be seeing right now. But look at Idyllics. Hold up, look at the backside. Carry and YZE.
Oh, it's going to be Hashira catching all the way at the back line. It's going to be Ree going into window structure as well, but the damage coming off from Jay will be able to sway and crush Huevo backline as well. But Idyllics, while all of this is going on the bottom side, that's a lot of minions stacked up in the favor of Huevo. Huevo wants to fight. Idyllics cannot afford this fight because they're losing structures. Well, Huevo losing two for now. Like I said, Idyllics, I don't know who's ahead right here, Coach Deku. This is so crazy. Break it down for me.
This is ridiculous. I mean, we're staring at 60-minute death timers. This is almost a 30-minute game, Jays. This has been almost half an hour of an amazing gameplay in between some of the top teams, if not the top team from MLSA, because right now they are setting the bar high. But look at Idyllics. They're setting up for the Lord. But Huevo, even with two members missing, are not looking to give this up for free. Potentially YZ doing a great job of zoning here. Huevo, are they going to make a play? There's a conceal.
Woo, conceal play going in. The Fed Asteroid will be activated at the same time. Luminous Blast charging out, but get cancelled by Hashira with a flyby dragon as well. It's going to be a killing spree. Rito will not be able to do anything at all. It's going to be Idyllics taking away the Lord from Huevo. And now it's going to be Idyllics' time to shine. Huevo, where are you going to run? You cannot. There's no way you can run from a Leomo on a Barbie. He's running it down to the sunset. And Idyllics takes 4 members down. And of course, the Lord as well. Idyllics leading the charge right here.
This is scary hours here. Jace Lord is in play. 2 members are down for the side of Huevo. They are not going to make it back in time. This is going to have to be the defense of the ages from the side of Huevo. Look at them there standing clear. 1, 2, 3. It's all on you, and me right here to defend. This is Idyllics is going to look to try to close this game out. This has got to be the greatest game I've ever casted, Jays. I don't know about you. I know we've seen a lot of matches out there in M Series, but this has to be somewhere at least off the M Series list of top games from a community tournament. We were not expecting a match like this to end the night. It's a late night for me. It's 1 in the morning, but boy, is it worth it as Lord is pushing down to the bot side for the inhibitor. And there goes the feathers, Jays.
2-prong attack right here coming off some Idyllics. This is going to be very bad for the side of Huevo. Idyllics, they're going to put all the damage on top of the core. And Idyllics take away game number 3 and will proceed on to the series.
Jays, what an insane match, man. I don't know what to say right now. If I'm the side of Huevo or Idyllics, this is just a GG all around. These teams gave us the best match we have had thus far, and that was only to secure a spot in semifinals. We haven't even got to the championships yet, and these teams are playing like everything matters. Everything is on the line. Huevo has to hold their head high after a match like that, but unfortunately only one team can advance, and it's Idyllics. An MVP into the unconventional XP laner from Idyllics, Hashira, with a black dragon form and prime form, taking that game. But look at the statistics there. He led the way in damage, 31% with a Yuzhong, and Gary landsliding on these turrets. Vinny Cutie in his veins, ice in his blood here. 75% as they close out the match in a 31-minute game to advance to secure their spot in top 4.
Man, I don't even know what to say. That was definitely not only breaking history for the MLSA with the longest game we have ever had, but definitely one of the best, if not the best game we have ever had as well. And definitely, like Deku said, you are seeing the side of Huevo holding their heads high, as that was not the easiest thing to go up against. Idyllics and Huevo showing you their mastery over the micro and the macro. And like Deku kind of stated, these teams practicing every single day, and it definitely shows it pays off. And that's just showing you a little bit of a taste on teams inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, making their way up inside of the Valentine Dash. But like, there can only be one winner, right? And that was the side of Idyllics prevailing. Congratulations on that hard, well-fought battle. But that is going to close out today with the final series. Ladies and gentlemen, we've officially been hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. And what an insane turnout to finalize the day. We are allowing 16 teams to compete for a total cash prize of $700 for first place, as we have officially partnered up with Raz, who kind of donated for a lot of that amazing prize pool. So definitely make sure you guys shout him out along the way. Speaking of prize pool, Moonton sponsoring this event as well, giving first place a total of 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place taking a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place taking a total of 10,000 diamonds. As we do look at the bracket, all of these teams were competing for the 4 remaining spots to claim their spot in the semifinals. And now, with all these teams completing their matches, all 4 series knocked down, a little bit of a look at history so far. Series 1, the Valley up against Shinigami. The Valley able to prevail, take down Shinigami, and get their spot. The first team to move on to the semifinals. And now Series 2, Ackerman, we've seen up against Zoomers, able to burst them down as well. Series 3 was Bloodhounds versus Beat the Odds, and Beat the Odds securing that 3rd position. And now with the insane, the longest game in Mobile Legends Scrim Academy history, and one of the best we have ever seen, Idyllics taking out Huevo. All of these were a best of 3, and good job to all of the teams who competed and made it this far. And shout out to everybody who competed in general, and everybody who registered. Speaking of shout outs, special shout out to everybody across the board in the Land of the Dawn on the YouTube for MLSA. We appreciate you guys, all the new subscribers. And also an amazing shout out to the M Series casters who joined us on the desk. We had Gideon, we had Jays, and then shout out to the MLSA staff, as we had some amazing casters on the desk as well. Coach Deku, do you even breathe on that crazy analyst position for that final game, and also doing some of that play-by-play. And then can't forget some of the other casters that we've seen today. You know, Rim's been doing a great job. We've seen Eunice in here, and we're only on day 2. That's insane. That was literally like a grand finals game, and that's just letting you know, like, dude, that was only for the semifinals. Can you imagine how the semifinals games are going to go? And then not to mention the finals game. North America's definitely coming alive, and I definitely see some insane synergy in ELO on the way as these matches do prevail to the finals. So guys, thank you so much for spending your time with us. This is going to conclude today. My name is Wheezy. I've been your host. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, right? Tomorrow will be the semifinals. We'll be starting it at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so make sure you guys tune in and get ready to see these teams continue to fight it out for that #1 spot. As always, take care of yourself, take care of each other, and we'll see you guys next time in the Land of the Dawn. Peace!